Welcome to opening week presented by MasterCard. We are celebrating Summer Bash here at the LCS studio.
Hell yeah, brother.
And one of us did not get the memo.
I was told to dress up.
Yeah, dress. We're doing Summer Bash.
Dress
so
up
look
in
your
a
best.
way.
I'm looking good.
You do look the best out of any of us. I'll give you that, sir.
True.
Sir, you do look the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we got to get in.
Yep.
Okay.
This is the hot tub that we ordered, filled with Orbeez or something.
Yeah.
Water, what are you talking about? Oh,
How's your back?
Raz,
dear.
I love that you just committed to that.
He's in.
Oh my
All right.
God.
It's like, if people don't know, this is actually like
Sludge. Yeah,
quicksand.
I
Like
feel
it's
It's warm.
sludge.
It's
We
nice.
need to-
Don't worry about
is
it.
freezing.
Oh, yeah, brother.
Oh, here's the
All right.
thermometer you were looking for.
Oh, what's the temperature?
What is the temperature?
There we go.
70 Fahrenheit.
That feels right. This is slightly
Room
cooler than
temperature water.
yeah. like not uncomfortably cold, but
It's
wishing
like
it was
going-
warmer.
It's like going to the beach. Like, honestly, you go into the water to cool yourself, and that's what we're doing. Because the first 2 days have been so hot.
So hot.
Been hot.
You have to cool off.
All right. So speaking of that, we did ask what people's favorite moment of the LCS has been thus far. So someone said a gin wick.
Jinwick
Actually
Wick the
pretty good.
fart.
Oh, wait, that's so clever.
My favorite moment was being there and just a few feet away from Bjergsen when he came out to support 100 Thieves in the crowd. Actually, yeah, after they won, he was
Yeah.
up there clapping right in front of the stage.
Oh, there he
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, he was right next to a hard random, but overall, that was great to see Bjergsen.
Yeah, he actually looks so happy. I know this is obviously just like a quick snippet, but that's happier than I have seen him in years.
Are you saying that everyone, as soon as they stop
I don't know.
playing-
Like, I think, honestly, he picked a good time to step away because I think the grind of 10 years, as he mentioned in his video, was just like,
Yeah.
it's just really good to see him happy.
Yeah.
The difficult step for a lot of players, of course, is that next chapter.
Yeah.
But I feel like right when you're done with the grind of daily scrims, constantly worrying about the matches, the losses of the matches, which was happening for 100 Thieves at the very beginning of it. So there's a lot of stress, and immediately taking a step back from that is amazing. Like, I would assume that's great for him. So I'm excited for him. I think everybody in the community sent that excitement over to him. So great to see him just actually vibing from a fan's perspective.
I wish he was still playing. I'll say it. I miss him.
100% I do. I also can't believe Raz jumped in.
Yeah.
Like,
I was going to flip, by the way.
So that
If
was
you could
so,
actually get the height to do a flip, I would be so impressed.
so
You want me to-
I don't think there's
No,
any padding
no.
under here. Is
That
what
was
we're
so
saying.
Yeah, no, you will
unbelievably
hurt
dangerous.
yourself. Raz, no.
We did the test. You weren't part of the test.
No.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
No
don't.
idea how loose any of this is. We're like a foot from the ground.
True.
There's beads all over that you're going to clean up.
I didn't sign any waivers either.
You're cleaning those up. I just,
Oh
that
my
was
gosh.
2 days in a row you have the moment.
Oh
so
my
far.
God, you're right there everywhere.
Don't say. I think you broke
We need
a
to
bunch
do,
of the
do
beads
a
as
zoom
you
out
jumped
shot
in.
of all. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, that's all, Raz.
I will bring out a broom after this.
All right, moving on. The next one we have is from Drew UI, and it is the Immortals comeback from yesterday. A tie between the crazy IMT comeback and the Solo is 30 joke. Both were awesome. It was actually awesome talking to Solo afterwards because the only reason he knew that he was the first 30-year-old to play in the
Yeah.
LCS is because, Jat, you DM'd him.
I remember that I
Spoiled
did.
the joke.
Well,
you both
needed to ma-
invented the joke and spoiled it
I
a little
needed
bit.
to make sure he was 30 because if we ran 25 graphics and we do a post game, it was like, actually, I'm like 26, and like the Leaguepedia was just wrong, which is where I got the information in the first place. It would have been a disaster.
I do got to give a head tap to the Immortals plays, though. Tactical coming up big despite being so
Yeah.
far behind. We did a little research, Jat. You had another interesting stat from this game.
Yes, so 15 kills is what FBI had on Zeri. That is the most kills anyone from any region we could pull from, not including the LPL, has ever had on Zeri in a loss.
15 in
15 kills.
Yeah.
The other record
That's
was
bonkers.
13 from Neon in the LEC.
Yeah, so
record breaking. Also, fun fact, he now leads the LCS in kills.
FBI.
Oh, that's depressing.
But that's
Oh,
also
no.
after having 0 kills in his first game.
That's depressing.
And they're
Wow.
0-2.
Yeah. That's like, no one has ever done that.
Yeah, I mean, the players for sure from that side are not happy,
Yeah.
and they're putting a lot of onus on them, which is, it's good to see that publicly, and I'm sure within the team, the accountability is there. But damn, like seeing the players on IMT's side, their excitement after that game,
Yeah.
it's crazy. And I'm camping out the IMT social. I'm like their social media just to see when the comms come out. Because I want to hear that. It's so fun to be able to see that happen, especially with the storyline with like with how Tactical has like for the past couple months or splits, you know, a little bit of struggle on teams that haven't been performing, and that one was a big moment, I'm sure, for him.
Yeah.
Leads the league in DPM.
There it is.
I pulled the Jazz stats for later, so I've been looking at a lot of stats. That's why
Are you
in my
spoiling
head.
Jazz stats for us?
No, these are not things that I picked, but he's like over 1,000 DPM. I'd love to check what it actually was from that last game. So
Wow.
Immortals, a pleasant surprise
Yes.
so far. And
All
it's
right.
still going to take me a bit to remember that Revenge is not on that team.
True.
Because
You've messed it up
he's
quite
on
a
EG.
few.
You keep saying that Revenge is on the
he was
team.
on Immortals for so long. They made him the franchise player. He's moved on now to another team,
He has.
and both of them are succeeding. So
Let's pull up the standings because apparently we have a related question from Jat in the story meeting
have this
this
question.
morning. You obviously Cloud9, EG, Immortals Progressive, and Team Liquid Honda all tied at 2-0, up at the top of the standings, tied for first. The question from Jat was, who is the imposter among us?
yeah, which one of these is the most fake? Like who has the,
And not
the
just good,
fakest
bad,
2-0
like-
or the fakest 0-2,
Right.
the fakest 1-1? What's the most wrong?
Oh boy.
I would say, I mean, just to start, the obvious one is Golden Guardians. We expect them to be a top 2, top 3 team. So the fact that they're 0-2 to start reminds us. Actually, Anero made the tweet. It's like it reminds them of spring,
So-
beginning of the split.
Okay, Raz.
Yeah.
I thought you had to pick a team that was doing good.
Well,
No,
no,
you
No,
didn't.
it was
No,
anything,
no.
anything that's
okay.
You're
wrong.
doing
All
bad
right.
too.
So you're saying it's like crazy that Golden Guardians have started 0-2.
Yes.
They have started
Oh.
0-2 in half of their splits ever. 6 of 12.
It's actually the
0-2.
most common start.
I hate context
them.
too.
That is the most common opener
Yeah.
for Golden Guardians.
Fair.
I'll be the next. I'll play my character correctly and say like I'm salty and I'm jealous. So I'm going to say
Okay.
Immortals 2-0. I don't believe it's going to stay that good.
Okay, why not?
I don't believe in it.
What have they done that makes you not believe in it?
The whole history of that
What's
of
the
that
history?
organization.
Oh my gosh.
I'm role playing the
So-
jerk on the beach.
All right, so they had the comeback yesterday against Energy, and who did they beat on day one? Was it Dignitas?
I think it was Dig,
I
right?
think it was Dig.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they've had an easy schedule.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Like, it depends how good Energy is supposed to be. Because Energy was winning that game quite a bit. And
They're
then
supposed to be good. That's one where I will say that's also pretty fake to see them 0-2
Mm.
because yes, that was a wild comeback, but that was NRG playing really well for the first part of that game. And people will easily forget that. So I hope they build on that. I hope they don't tilt off that. And I hope we see better from their solo lanes that we expect a consistency out of them, specifically Palafox. And I think they will. So I don't think they'll remain at the bottom, but I've been wrong before.
I'm most shocked by FlyQuest,
yeah.
I think, because
Mhm.
it's not just that they're O2, it's kind of how lackluster they've looked compared to what we expected out of this team, right? Like day one, before any game started, we were like, maybe this team in power rankings with the Vulcan edition could have the potential to eclipse C9 in some people's estimation of like just preseason power rankings.
Yeah.
And they've looked kind of rough.
I agree. I also realize this ball is like a sponsored ball. It says opening day presented by Master. Yeah, opening day presented by MasterCard.
Damn, dude,
LCS
that's so
2020.
sick. Thanks,
Wow.
thanks for stopping the show to let us
Yeah.
know, man.
I'm
that
not
was
stopping
All
the
right,
show.
this was your question, Jet.
My
You asked
answer-
You
the
wanted to know our answer.
now
answer
you're
was-
distracted.
My answer was FlyQuest, but I'm going to change it now because FlyQuest is taken.
Yeah.
So that we need to pull up the standings. It's hard for me to turn around.
Got
So
Dig
I think
O2,
You can pull it with
Dig
this. You can
O2.
point
I think
with
EG
this.
is not as bad as people thought they were going to be. The most fraudulent is.
Is it TL? Are you anti-TL?
Are you turning on TL?
I'm not anti-TL.
I know you're
We've
gonna turn
already
on them.
said Immortals.
You're gonna turn on them.
I
You,
think.
I feel like you can double up.
You can double
I
up it.
know,
You can,
I really need to because everything else is unfair. Like if I say
Like-
TSM is fraudulent, it's like 1-1. You can't. Like you're not fake for being 1-1.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
just pick one
Yeah.
already, bro.
It's
Bruh.
it's FlyQuest. I'm just doubling down. I'm sorry.
Okay, there it is.
FlyQuest.
Well,
Vulcan.
All right.
Vulcan is not that bad.
there it is.
Not as bad as Ayla would have you believe.
I am looking forward to the first time they play and the continued trash talk between those two.
Yeah,
Soon.
same.
It's Thursday next week.
I love that they're both going to lean into it.
Yeah.
So as for more favorite moments, I know I tried to game the system along with Flowers, and we chose Raz's hype video to try to get people to vote for Raz's hype video. And yeah,
Are we gonna show it
apparently
again?
people ended up, oh, there's just me. So it's just us that
Wait,
we're trying
all
to game
these
the
people
system.
work for the LCS.
All
Yeah.
3 of these people are employed.
I
Yeah.
appreciate you guys.
I gotta say-
I feel like our gaming of the system was not successful.
There was someone
It was
else,
very
but that was it.
successful.
I was
Yeah,
there
here it
was.
is.
Oh, here we go.
Do we need to stop talking? We don't have no. We don't know what we sound like.
This is it.
I will stop talking now.
There's audio in the video.
That we're 3 weeks away from our July 4th bash. So get on ready for some damn good deals and walk out over to the LCS here as we have some exciting news for you now. Cast away your aspersions and your memories of them days in London. Now, nothing good ever happens in London. Nothing.
That's what I said.
We fought a good war to get away from London. And now we're back here in America, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Yeah,
Here to
that's
take
right,
some
right
wins
there.
and kick some ass here in the LCS. And we'll be ready to go over to Korea and take some ass over there in the world.
Get them,
But
dog.
until then, we're going to be beating each other up here in Hootenanny, double
Hootenanny.
kills, triple kills, quadra kills, and a good old mouth-fired ulti just to tip us off, all right? Get on over here, and then one last reminder, y'all, if you missed it last time, here's a message for you.
The only kids here is the barbecue dinner I'm having tonight. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna go to the casters. Azale and Flowers.
What are you?
What are you talking about?
You guys underestimated my ability to make dumb videos.
All right, I will accept the fact that Raz won that competition, but I watched that segment back because I was doing something else, and you guys were like, "No one liked your video, Mark." I rewatched Twitch chat; they were vibing with it. I would have got second place. Raz for sure wins, but I was last, and people were spamming Mark Z, but it only counted Mark.
Yeah, I knew your
I
tactic.
feel like it would have counted Mark.
Dude,
Yeah, I feel
rewatch-
like it should have counted Mark Z too.
It didn't. It wasn't counting Mark Z.
It was live updating. So
How can you
while I agree,
I was watching when you guys were like, "Vote for your
Then
favorite." It was
if you were
all Raz
watching,
and
why
me.
weren't you on the segment?
Yeah.
There's this thing
Where
called
were you?
Jat's such a boomer. He doesn't know that Twitch chat shows and VODs.
look, you tried to game the system by showing pets, and we decided to stymie it.
Yeah.
I think
put
it was
zero effort.
it was a deserved win by Raz.
Yeah, Raz-
I
I never-
started crying from laughing.
If you're
when I
not
watched it
first,
the
you're
first
last.
time.
So
Ricky
it
Bobby.
doesn't matter.
We all suck compared to
It
Raz.
doesn't
Fair
matter.
enough.
Raz is first.
Hell yeah,
we go.
brother.
I was
Hell
second,
yeah.
but I don't think it matters.
Kate Conan, brother.
Jet, your presentation ungamed. So this is not me and Flowers trying to game the system. Someone actually did say the EG not as bad as you think.
Yeah, shout out
PowerPoint.
to producer Big G for putting this together.
Big
But
G?
yeah, I gave the bullet points and did the presentation, but without the hard work of Big G, I wouldn't have been able to do it.
Yeah, the hype videos were so funny. Also, really loved Jat's EG presentation from Ahu Bun on Twitter. So, congratulations, you won that. I think my favorite part is
Here it is.
the revenge hulking out at the end.
Well, I was surprised that you had a clicker in your hand and were actually moving
Yes.
at that pace because it was so unnatural and bad that I had to think that you were like following along with producers who were just flying it a little too slow. But you were like not as bad as you, but you had a clicker. You could have
Yeah.
gone faster.
I could have.
I figured it out when I was like, "What's the takeaway?" And you started going back.
Yeah.
I was like, "Wait a second."
Yeah, that's what I was like. He actually has a clicker himself. He's not following along. Why is it so slow?
The technology was immaculate. That clicker works from 65 meters away.
Oh,
Wait, so
I
you
could have been,
in
like-
the other, like
I could have
outside
been
of-
so far away.
Will it go through walls?
I don't know. We should try it one of these days.
Coming up
Yeah,
next
just
segment.
have
Super
someone
responsive.
else just try to troll someone's
Yeah.
presentation.
I love it.
that's revolutionary to the PowerPoint
Yeah.
business.
Yeah.
Gosh. All right, moving forward, let's take a look at today's schedule. We have Immortals Progressive taking on Team Liquid Honda to start off the day. FlyQuest versus Golden Guardians. Evil Geniuses taking on Dignitas. NRG taking on 100 Thieves. And C9 taking on TSM. What are you guys looking out for? There's one big one in my mind, but
Yeah.
What
I
is-
mean,
What is it?
FlyQuest versus Golden Guardians.
Battle
with
Dang.
two teams that we kind of
humble at the bottom.
every single person going into this split put somewhere between like 2 and 4.
Two and 3 was, I think, the general consensus. Only a
yeah.
few people had Golden Guardians down below 3.
So that's the big one to me. Both of these teams are starting 0-2. Someone has to win.
Yeah.
For me, it would be EG versus Dignitas for a separate reason, mostly focused on EG. A team that is actually coming out of week 1, 3-0. After all the negativity, a lot of the, Jab was right. They're not as bad as you think.
They are not.
There it is. The fact that they're coming out 3-0 off of actual impressive wins says a lot to a lot of the players. Unforgiven, we haven't seen him in a little bit. And he looks incredible alongside Ayla alongside their jungler, Armeo. There's so much to talk about. And even Revenge, actually. Revenge came out with a post in social media just last night about some of his personal struggles.
Oh, he said, please watch.
Yes, so it was his personal struggles that he's been going through. So he's been powering through quite a bit. And, of course, finding success, but still kind of talks to a lot of the stories and trials and tribulations the players themselves have gone through. And they've been doing really well, so they deserve a lot of the fans' applause and positivity.
I was actually going to say Game 1 was one I'm most interested in. Team Liquid and IMT.
Battle for first.
Battle for first. I think
Titans face off.
either one of you say it sarcastically, but like either one of these teams ending week 1 3-0, I think is surprising given where we expected, where they were 8th and 9th at the end of last split, if I'm not mistaken. And TL didn't make any roster changes. They just changed coach out. Immortals, I think people were like, I don't know if this is going to be better or not. So the fact that both of them are 2-0 with a chance to go undefeated in a compressed schedule, get a lot of momentum, I think is pretty impressive. I've been really excited to see Tactical and Treats back, as much as I was just flaming Immortals jokingly at the start. Like, I actually do like a lot of I love Balulu. He's super cool. I'm glad to see that he was performing on things that weren't just his like cheesy picks of Vel'Koz and stuff. So I'm excited for them.
You just suddenly think they're frauds, though, huh?
No, he said he's excited. They could go 3-0.
Okay.
He's excited for them to prove him wrong.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think they're frauds, but they're going to hopefully they can keep winning.
I think there's also an angle in that Team Liquid Immortals game with, it's a little dated, but like the Tactical Core JJ battle. When Tactical was on Team Liquid, he ended up being on that team for 3.5 splits, basically, with Core JJ, which if you math it out is like one of the 80 carries that Core JJ has played the most with in his career, right? Because he only played 2 splits with Doublelift, right? He played 2 splits with Hansama. He's on his 2nd split with Yon, but he played 3.5 splits with Tactical. So like their familiarity is actually way higher than people can remember.
You're forgetting one other big boy, Ruler,
which was 2 years, right? So he's pretty much spent, and I don't even know if it was a full 2 years because Core JJ subbed in towards the end of 2016. Anyway,
yeah.
And I think Genji Ruler was 2018 as well when they switched from Samsung. But either way, it's, I think, 2nd most played with 80 carry in Core JJ's career. And I actually do think there's still a relationship there, and it's fun every time.
Is he going to keep that on his head as he tries to put on the headset?
I think he might try.
Oh my gosh.
I hope so.
Jan, you are a master.
Wait,
Yeah, you know what I
Harry
also
has a
love?
lifeboat thing on.
Harry has the life ring on. But you know what I love is Jan has
stay
the
in
duck
character.
butt hair from the 369 always has this too, from the headset. You know how if you have like, if you have certain cowlicks in the back of your head, like it actually is how your hair moves, you end up getting it, stuck in the back. I love the combo of that with the
Emily, do you
beach
remember?
ball.
I forget the name of the mid laner, but he was a snake mid laner for a little bit that just always had the most horrendous. He like woke up with bedhead.
Was
and
it
then,
Baka?
No, it was not. He was there for only a little bit, but it was similar. It's similar.
I feel like Baka is always the answer when everyone's like, "Do you remember that snake mid laner?"
Yes.
So
I
anyway,
appreciate it. I appreciate the dedication to not fixing your hair, but also this.
I appreciate their dedication to doing this at all.
I agree.
Like
They've been really
TL's been
committing
delivering
to
on
the
content.
bit.
They've been showing up. They tore the duck yesterday before they beat Nuke Duck. TL's been showing up.
True. Speaking of Team Liquid content, we are almost ready for that first match of the day between TL and IMT. So we're going to take a look at some of TL's preparation for the summer split in their squad video.
스프링 시즌이랑 비교해서 저희가 8등을 했는데 아무리 봐도 아무리 다시 생각해도 그 등수 근처에도 안 갈 것 같고.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to showing our real strength.
Coming in as a rookie in the LCS wasn't easy for me, but I feel like I'm super ready now.
I'm looking for some dominance in summer split. I think it's time for me to prove. I want to prove myself.
I'm just glad that we all stay together, and I feel like we're coming in for our revenge.
And it was cool hearing from them, especially Harry, in terms of like what he thought that they improved on. I actually have a telestrator from yesterday.
All right, what do you got?
There you go.
Talk about their
Good
Baron
luck getting out of
limits.
quicksand.
It's going to be so hard.
This is fine.
You got it.
I
It's
feel
just
like I
water.
just had to use so many core muscles to get out of there.
Raz is just an agent of chaos.
It has, it has like a sound. I don't know if can chat hear
Yeah,
that's
can
like
they hear it? Because it's like, all right.
there is like a little bit of slosh
Yeah,
Anyway,
I like it.
to the
I'm
Orbeez.
comfy.
Okay.
All right, what do you got for us,
I
Emily?
like stashed my notebook over here. I'm not even sure if I'm gonna hold it, so hopefully I can remember my timing. But here I have TL's Baron setup from yesterday. And one of the things we talked about with this TL team, even in their day one game against TSM, was how we weren't necessarily convinced through their objective setups that they'd improved on the stuff that they really needed to in terms of team fighting coordination around objective setups, stuff like that. So here we actually have right before they're going to turn for Baron. There we go. A little bit prior to this, basically 100 Thieves were trying to push up mid-wave here. And TL essentially see an opportunity to go in on them. Harry and Summit here are going to jump right on to Closer and eliminate him. And this pick allows for them to go for Baron. And now, if you've watched some prior TL Barons, you're like, oh no.
Trouble time.
This could be a little bit of trouble for
I'm
them.
scared, Emily.
But what I really, really liked about this setup is that they really paid attention to A, they know they're going to have to draw some days TP from bot where he ended up pushing down that turret. But B, they play with Fog really well here. And additionally, coming up, Summit is actually going to do a great job just immediately jumping onto Double Lift here, right? He ends up blowing Double Lift Flash, removing him. So not only have they already removed the jungler, but this is just such a great use of stopwatch and zoning from Summit with the rest of the team. They seem super well coordinated, right? Because like no one here is breaking off pretty much except for Summit until they realize that they can until Harry realizes that he can come out too and the rest of them can do the Baron. I love this from them. Like, they have not been this coordinated around objectives in a while. And this was honestly amazing to see. I was like, okay, now I really do see the improvement that you guys were talking about in going to, the Netherlands, to boot camp, scrimming MSI teams, all that stuff.
Yeah, they played a couple games against JDG that I know of. They were there for quite a bit. I'm next.
Good
You
luck.
got this, Jat.
While
You got this.
old man Jat struggles. I will say also head tap to Summit because I thanks for kicking my mic. I knew old man
Did
Jat.
I kick you?
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't have had your mic so close to my feet.
I got my back to my mouth.
Okay, finish your point, and then
I
I'm
was just
gonna
gonna
go
say
into mine.
Summit's been playing very well recently. I appreciate it, given that he was someone who people were criticizing a lot for being pretty inty in spring. So, anyways, go ahead.
Okay,
What is this?
Yeah,
for
I
those of
don't
you
know.
who don't know, don't throw that, Russ. For those of you who don't know, the U.S. Open of Golf is happening about 3 miles away from the studio. So even though I know there's not that many League golf crossovers, there are a few, and I want to introduce people to the similarities between League and golf.
Enlighten us.
I know nothing about
So-
golf, so let's go.
I've broken it down into 3 different sections of League. I'm going to cover up this for now. So League is about laning, mid-game, and late game. And they all have things that contribute to those parts of the game. Laning's about mechanics, mid-game, a lot of brain, and late game is a little bit of mental mechanics. Golf, laning would be driving the golf ball. And the best golfers drive the ball well because of great ball striking. You have to be able to strike the ball in the center of the club face. If you strike the ball towards the heel, it's going to slice. Towards the toe, it's going to hook. It's this thing called gear effect. But really, it's about ball striking. To get good ball striking as well, a lot of the top golfers have very stiff shafts for consistency. Some of the older golfers like Ian Poulter have looser shafts, but they're very used to it. So he's able to get the correct whip and be a very good ball striker. So in League, mid-game is about the brain. The mid-game of golf is probably approach shots. But interestingly enough, approach play is also about ball striking. So you use a shorter club, still very stiff shaft, and you have to strike the ball in exactly the right point. And it's less about speed, but very important to have good ball striking. Late game, mental and mechanics. Short game, also mental and mechanics. In golf, if you get to this point but your ball striking isn't good, it doesn't matter how well you putt because it took you too many shots to get to the green. In League of Legends, it doesn't matter how good your late game can be if your laning and mid game wasn't there because you're just not going to have the gold. So just to reiterate, golf, so much about ball striking. You need to have the correct shaft on your club, and you also need to have, for those of you who want to pick up golf, make sure you're not narrow in your backswing. You need a lot of width. That allows you to have the right timing to strike the ball exactly how you need to. So I just wanted to let people know that because the US Open is happening right now, 3 miles away, and we're playing League today, so they can coexist. What's up, Raz?
Question. I find, at least I'm a newbie.
Okay.
I played once.
Okay.
And I tend to, or at least the club that I use tends to lean a little bit more to the left.
Okay.
So how do I solve that?
So if you're hitting the ball left, that's club face control. You also want to make sure that your ball striking is correct. So if you strike the ball too far towards the toe, it's going to go a little bit left. Different players have different strengths and weaknesses. So I'd say like Rory McIlroy, Bryson DeChambeau have great ball striking. I'd say Dustin Spieth doesn't have the greatest ball striking.
Yeah.
But I also made that name up and you couldn't tell, so it doesn't matter.
Who has the best ball striking in the LCS, would you guess then? Best mechanics?
So right now, actually, Team Liquid's ball striking is incredible, but I'd say their putting was really off last split. So they've worked a lot on their short game during their boot camp to try and make it better.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chet.
I guess. Fair enough.
We are going to go to predictions, but before we do, there is actually one LCS fan in our Discord, and they are 0-10 on
The GOAT,
predictions.
0-10.
Yeah. Taco,
That's incredible.
They also always predict Dignitas because in spring, when they were on a major loss streak, a friend told them to predict Dig over EG, and that was the game that actually EG lost to Dig. So since then, they have picked Dig every single time.
He's an expert inter.
I can't. So for context, no one was 10-0.
Yeah,
Like
this is
anyone in the Discord who did predictions, no one had a 0 and a 10 in their record.
This is the only person that was 0-10. And then we had no 10-0s.
There's been a lot of upsets, so even if you're trying to int and do poorly, it's actually very hard to have gotten everything wrong.
If he keeps this streak up, I'm going to be amazed.
So if you're a betting person, I guess you just go against whatever Taco predicts.
NRG, TSM's going to win?
TL, GG, EG.
Yeah, let's see.
Here's what I think.
Oh, wow.
We're split on Golden Guardians and FlyQuest.
Fans are very confident about some of these, more than they should be, I think.
EG Dig 95. More so than C9 TSM. That's the most shocking one to me.
Is it that they're not as confident in C9 and they think EG is better, or is Dig worse than TSM?
I think they think Dig is that bad. Dig is not that bad. If they play 20 times, they're going to win more than once.
Problem is they're only playing one time.
That's not true, Raz. They're playing each other twice.
Oh,
because it's a double round robin.
I'm surprised 2-0 IMT's not getting more loving.
I am also surprised to see Jat pick NRG over.
Yeah, so again, I'm just trying not to overreact. And I'm thinking before the season, NRG should have been like a 5th place team. They're going to be really motivated after 2 really bad performances. They played a lot better in game 2 than in game 1. So I hope they can keep up that trajectory.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us in the lounge hot tub /
it's the pool area.
Cold tub
it's the pool.
And now we will take it away with TL versus IMT. Oh, you almost hit it.
True.
That was
Close.
good.
Bienvenidos and welcome to opening week presented by MasterCard for our Summer Bash. Let's take a look at Immortals and Team Liquid arriving at the arena for our first game of the day. And what do we got here, Zale? Oh no! Oh,
I think bullying tactical.
no! They're bullying Eddie. Come on, man. Oh, that's down.
He was smurfing yesterday. We'll see. We'll see if who's gonna be bullying who.
Yeah.
On the rip. Both these teams actually coming in 2-0. Both of them having a great opening week so far. Tactical in particular, I think, has been kind of smurfing it. So if he can keep it up, we'll have to see what Immortals can get done.
Yeah, the Giga Chad flashing forward, and now he's just laying back, chillaxing at the moment.
Does he have that perfectly balanced on his head, or is that tape? Okay. It has to be tape.
That's incredible.
Or something.
I need one of those ASAP. Hey, Prod, can we get that for us?
Oh, that is incredible, yeah. It was much more impressive when I thought he actually had that balance. I was like, wow. That's some skill right there.
And we got a Moo in the crowd as well. Let's go! Shake that thing. Let's go. Do the dance of the sad mummy. Actually, this is a happy mummy. It's the first time I've seen the Moo happy in quite a while. Even Harry's got a little bit of the beach festive spirit with the... Wow, I'm blanking on that. Is it the inner tube? Or is that a lifeguard tube?
I'm blanking on it too. A life raft? I don't know. It's not a raft. I don't know what you would call it. I forget. We're both spacing out.
Yeah,
now.
we are spacing out.
Now we just got to move past it. Just move past it.
Move past it. Moving along.
Both teams 2-0 here in the week so far. And I think pretty unexpected results, especially the way in which they've won some of the games. You know, TL obviously got up huge in their first game. Then I think struggled to close it out in the way that they would have been able to want. They really would have wanted to be dominant from there. TL's early game has been incredible. Immortals yesterday was way down in their game against Energy, nearly 10,000. I think it was 9.8K down, plus being down Dragons as well. And were able to actually come back in that one. Their first game was one of the most dominant games I've seen from Immortals in a really long time. So we'll see, what these teams are going to bring out here today. Has been mostly about enchanters in the bot lane, mostly about hyper carries. We still are playing a very bot-focused meta, similar to what we've been seeing really for the last 2 years at this point, it feels like. A lot of Lucian coming in, Melio has been really high prio, Lulu, Zeri, Yuumi, all these picks have been really, really popular. And Yuumi already banned out, expecting that Melio, Nico probably going to join it on that red side.
Yep.
But we have seen some people leave Melio up. Nico is pretty much just a permanent ban, though.
The other thing, too, that I will be looking at is what junglers are going to be prioritized for both Kenvi and Pioshik, because Kindred, as it's already faced the ban table, it's some of our most prominent Kindred players in the league, outside of maybe like Blabber, the other big one for 2.
I mean, Blabber gets to play it. These guys just get it banned against them, right? So it is one of those things where it's like they never get to play it. Pioshik has a skin for it and isn't even going to get to play it. And Sion's going to get banned here against Solo. So Melio left up must mean that they do have some sort of a plan. What do they want to bring out against it? Is it going to be an aggressive look? Is it just going to be like a Lucian Nami or something along those lines? Would be interesting. Annie has been very popular. Ahri has been very popular as well, but that's of course banned out. So Annie would not be a shocker whatsoever. And now I'm just kind of curious, are they going to try to grab Lucian? Because Lucian Melio is really, really strong. You may want to be having that denial pick. There are options, to pair alongside it. Still, Lucian Nami is pretty much the only thing we see besides the Lucian Melio, which is kind of like the new age version of it.
The other big things for Immortals, too, is even if they don't have access to the Lucian, Tactical has been comfortable running the Aphelios, which they're going to lock in right now. Kenvi returning back to that Sejuani. Had the Kazakhs game yesterday. Unfortunately, even though they had a nice comeback after that 10K deficit, it's really hard to pilot Kazakhs into what was triple melee, but the Sejuani being open allows Kenvi to play this game. We know that this is a guy that coming up through the challenger scene, he's known for the carries, but his first game of the split against Dignitas, he had so much control of the entire map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was looking really, really good on the Sejuani in that game. Was able to track with Santorin, I believe, really effectively, denied a lot of the ganks that he was looking for, and find a lot of plays himself. So Kenvi, through those first couple games, definitely looking strong. It is the third straight game of Aphelios for Tactical, so not mixing that up at all. Lucian Nami coming through as expected as we're moving on into the second phase of bans here. We do have the ability to just kind of ban out some of the mid laners, some of the solo laners on the Immortal side. It looks like it's just more targeting of Solo thus far, because Bolulu doesn't really feel like a Cassante guy. He has been pretty much exclusively mages, it feels like, since he's come up into the LCS. And Solo, you know, generally always wants to play these tanks these days. He's played Sion, he's played Ornn. The Sion has already been banned out. They're taking away the Cassante. So it'll be interesting to see if TL just keep throwing bans at him and try to use 5th pick here for Summit to really get an explosive matchup where he can try to take advantage of Solo, because Summit's laning has always been a strong point. Even when he's had other issues, he has still been dominant in lane. And through the first couple games, he's been really good in the team fights as well. He has not really been making some of those errors that I think people sometimes criticize him for.
Yeah, that's one of the big improvements we're already seeing within the opening week for Team Liquid. I think in spring, despite Summit having a monstrous laning phase game to game to game, he's always been overextended. He gets caught out by the jungler. And then in team fights, teleports have not been great during that spring split, but yesterday, the Jax game, immaculate team fighting, always where it needs to be, and providing and making space for both Yawn and Harry to step up. So Team Liquid already showing a fresh new look alongside the kind of new bad boys mood and vibe they're going for. Pretty much dunking and trash talking every single team.
Bad boys, it pans over to him with the 4-0 on his head.
hey, that Poro head is terrifying, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and it is going to be Gwen banned away, you know, by Immortal. So clearly trying to have some sort of a protection ban against Summit. You know, if you are going to play tanks, you do not want to be playing into Gwen, something that can play really well in the side lanes, also join up in those team fights, strong in 5v5. It's looking like it's just going to be Ornn. You know, not a big surprise. We already have seen him play it once, and just going to be moving back towards it again.
The big thing that I'm shocked about, Hadel. Do we see it locked in? This would be a decent matchup into Annie. You have the range advantage. You can keep them at a distance. Team Liquid, the big thing I wanted to flag is that a lot of the junglers were already taken off the pool, and because Kemby had already grabbed the Sejuani, Pioshek had to look into the Lee Sin because they want to drive this early game. They want to make sure that the Lucian Nami, much like in spring, gets off the board, and they need to keep that snowball running.
Yeah, absolutely. And Valkaz for Bolulu, this is one of the champions that people really know him for. 74% win rate, 27 games played in pro play, so has been so good on it. You know, did bring it out a couple times, mostly in losses last split when he first subbed up in, but looked really good on it and was really making things happen for the team. So I'm excited to see him back on one of his signature picks here. It is going to be Jax again for Summit. So really, you know, not a dominating matchup in the 1v1 by any means, but if you can get pressure, if you can get ahead, you can draw the Ornn to the side lane, you know, pull him away from the 5v5, which is really where he wants to be playing, and try to create some havoc, you know, through that. But when it comes time to 5v5, it's going to be, I think, a lot more difficult to execute on the 5v5s for TL. They're going to be having to approach from multiple angles. They're going to be having to find those really good engages coming from sides, because if it is a front-to-back team fight, Immortals are just way more equipped for that. You have an Enchanter, you have these two really powerful carries with long range, and you have two beefy tanks with good forms of engage. So, you know, it is going to be up to TL to either dominate the early game and just run over Immortals, or to be more creative in how they're approaching these team fights to really make things work.
Gonna be about the wallet diff for Team Liquid. Gotta hit the ground running in this early game. Otherwise, when you look at that 5v5, you are staring down the barrel of a superior team fighting comp on the side of Immortals. And get ready for, as we hit the Rift. Another big thing here is Zale. I know it's opening week, but both of these teams are 2-0 in the league right now. I don't know if anyone had that kind of expectation going forward, but one of these teams' win streak is going to be broken while the other continues.
Absolutely. I mean, especially for Immortals, I don't think anyone was expecting them to be looking as good as they have, especially right out the gate. Tactical has really been shining alongside Treats, and I think it really spells good things for this squad. You know, if their bot lane can continue to play at a really high level, can continue to be that carry threat, all of a sudden, Immortals looked way more solid, right? Because we know what we're going to get from Solo. He is a really strong team fighter. He doesn't usually give up big leads in lane, but Immortals, the criticism that most people had was, who is consistently going to be the guy that gets you over the finish line, right? No one could really point to anyone because Tactical has so many ups and downs. Bolulu hasn't really shown that he could really take over and get you those wins at the LCS level. It's a 5-stack brush. TL's about to get clapped.
TL thought that they brought more members to the party, but Immortals were all in onto the death brush, and that is the result of Harry's flash getting burned.
Yeah, just going to be able to force out that flash. Thankfully for them, no real hard CC on the Immortals side. Kenvi, I believe, just started W. He didn't want to start Q, so they weren't going to like full commit. They didn't have enough CC to really lock down anyone. But it is the flash being forced. It is a potion down for Harry right at level 1. So nice job denying that little excursion that TL were going on to try to get some vision.
Yeah, TL dropped the ward on the bottom river bush here. So Kenvi, if he wants to punish Harry's lack of flash in the first 5 minutes of the game, he's going to path towards the top side of the map, look for the wraparound, and play off of Balulu CC.
Yep, but they have that warded as well. You can see that Summon probably moved down, and it's a blue over by the blue wall. There is another ward from TL, so going to be tracked across the map here. Is going for a bit of an interesting path. So Raptors straight over to blue. So maybe just going try to 3-camp top like immediately, or perhaps was worried about some sort of an invade because TL was checking on bot side. Maybe he was concerned that Pioshik would be invading and starting up on that top side. So we'll see exactly where Kenvi wants to go from here. But Yon playing Ignite, kind of pretty expected on that Lucian. You know, we'll be looking to try to get these quick trades against Tactical and Streets, poke them down, and really create an advantage through that. You know, Lucian Nami in lane is less about the 100-0 all-ins, more about the poking and prodding, utilizing this disdain from the Nami to really try to win out over time. And generally, you know, when you have these Enchanter versus Enchanter matchups, healing Enchanters do usually win out against the shielding Enchanters. You know, you can kind of out-sustain as long as you're just constantly poking and prodding and trading there.
Pioshik going to look for the Sonic Wave, but Balulu's way too far in the tower for him to connect. I know that the idea for Pioshik is if he can somehow burn a flash off of Balulu, then it livens that or relieves the pressure from Airy in the middle game. But Kenvi is going to walk on over, and Pioshik going for a sneaky wraparound here.
This is really sneaky, the wraparound coming around here. And they're going to know that he's not on a red buff now, but Harry has no flash.
Yeah, Kenvi flashing forward. Oh, but the Arctic Assault didn't connect. Yeah, they get the permafrost down. Does he have enough damage the first strike? It's not enough damage, Amp, to take out Harry, and Pioshik just might sneak away with this red buff before Kenvi gets back.
Yep, he's going to be able to get it. That sucks for Kenvi. And now Kenvi going to be face checking him here. He has no flash. Pioshik could go for this. CoreJJ is moving, and Kenvi senses something is amiss. But yeah, Kenvi looking for the Q flash there. Does not actually connect. Pretty unfortunate for him, as it means that Harry gets away, he loses his red buff, and he loses the summoner. You know, Balulu just not quite having enough damage to actually knock down Harry.
Yeah, so kind of to restate what TL's goals are, you know, Pioshik either needs to allow these lanes to continue flourishing, or he needs to snowball them ahead. Kenvi has to correct these lane states as the bot lane erupts, burns the summoner spell off the tactical, and Summit is able to just leap strike away. No real danger there.
Yep, not too concerned. Just hold on to that ward. Sometimes it's just better to just hold onto your trinket ward when you're playing Jax instead of actually, you know, just using that in the river because you have that leap strike. Just get away. Pioshik, though, looking for the wraparound. They're going to go for this dive here. They are quite healthy. There are no combat summons besides the flash.
There's no tanky member on the side of Team Liquid, so they have to play this one out beautifully. Core tanks out the last turret shot, and they drop the turret aggro over to Pioshik. Doesn't go down. Balulu is here for the engage, ghosting over and picks up the fish for dinner.
Nicely done. Balulu on the roam, going to be able to get one back. You can see Treats was trying, it felt like, to flash in between Pioshik and Tactical, trying to absorb that Sonic Wave, trying to block as much damage as he possibly could, make it difficult to even click on him. But the dive here played really well. Pioshik has just been very active. It's that same ward he W's over to that he had actually used earlier to invade on that red buff.
Yeah.
Then he Qs over the wall, so he just goes around all the vision there. His pathing has been really smart. They start off with the heal here. CoreJJ pulling aggro with that W, and he's just sitting on the very edge of that range. Takes a second shot. It was a nice route from Tactical to actually force the flash out there from CoreJJ. But then Balulu, who had been ghosting down, does flash in, gets a kill back. Still good for TL, though, overall, as it's Yon who picks up the kill, and Tactical dies, plus is going to miss out on the experience as well as that gold. And Balulu lost minions on the roam. Yeah. So, you know, there is the cost to that as well. And as a result, you can see TL up that 600 gold.
And Tactical is still down summoner spells. Barry is not coming up for another couple of minutes. So Kenvi is now relegated to babysitting bottom side for the next couple of minutes. And he's spotted. So Yon and Core can play with absolute safety while Pioshik gets to take his time, level up in experience, continue that snowball for the side of Team Liquid. I mean, Kenvi is forced to do this. He has to make sure that Tactical doesn't fall too far behind, or Pioshik and the rest of Team Liquid are just going to run away with the game.
Yeah, it definitely becomes difficult when you have a losing lane like that. You know, as you're saying, you want to play coverage, but if you spend too much time down there and you end up in a losing 3v3, then that doesn't really do you any good either. So you have to still make sure you're cycling those camps, you know, keeping up an XP, looking for those opportunities. because it is Piotrek who's definitely gotten a lot more done, it feels like, in these early levels. Kenvi had his one kind of big moment looking towards mid, where they tried to punish that missing flash from Harry at level 1, wasn't able to capitalize on it. And after that, it's really just been all Piotrek. You know, and as soon as Kenvi spotted down on bot side, Summit obviously can go aggressive on top side. He can look to trade more heavily, and you can see he's up 12 CS already, and the wave is equalized. This is post bounce, so there should be just as many minions for Summit to farm up on that top side as there are for Solo. So he's going to end up a good 2 waves up on Solo just in that 1v1, and again showcasing why he is so feared in these 1v1s on top side.
Dragon is available for both teams of taking, but Team Liquid just continuing that snowball. There's a timer where Balulu is looking for the roam, doesn't have summoner spells, but Yon still has a flash to work with. It would have to be a great tectonic disruption to knock Yon out of the sky here, but he looks for Core, trying to take advantage of the champion with no flash. Great bubble, interrupts the lifeform disintegration rate. Can he walk out? He's gonna do his best. The nice heal from the surging tides keeps Team Liquid's bottom lane alive.
Damn, that bubble from Core was huge. Pre-queued the bubble, you know, throws that out before Balulu even lets the ult rip, and now Yon might actually kill off Tactical. He's getting very low, and Yon has flash. He's gonna go for it.
Flash forward, baby. Team Liquid are once again running this bot lane.
Oh my god, that is so bad for Immortals. And Solo, he's probably gonna get doped because they showed bot. Here he comes.
Yes, kick. He kicks him before he gets a chance to use Call of the Forge God under the tower. Team Liquid, we knew that this was what they were capable of from Spring Split, and they're carrying it over just as before.
Yeah, their early games have just been incredible, but bot lane is completely over at this point. Tactical 38 CS to 66 with Yon having that kill as well. That one hurts so bad. You know, not only are they not able to actually get the kill with Balulu coming down here, they die in the play in the 3v2, and they're again losing minions mid lane at the same time. Then their top lane gets doped. He's down 30 CS as well.
Yeah.
This game is already out of control, and we're only 8 minutes in.
And I mean, this is the potential risk of picking a team fighting comp to begin with. If you do not protect and have great defense in the early 15 minutes, this is what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Balulu coming in here, great sidestep from Core, and then the bubble just throwing it out there. You know, sees that the ulti's going to be coming down.
Oh, no.
And it's Kenvi getting caught now. You know, the slows were there on Core. It was the right target, absolutely, because he had no flash. So they're going for the right guy, but they just don't actually have enough CC to lock him down and prevent him from throwing out that bubble. And he doesn't run out of range. You know, he's not just like panicking and trying to run straight away. He just calmly stays there, saves the bubble. As soon as the ulti's popped, drops that raid onto Balulu, interrupts it. And then in the extended play, they get a kill. Now back to live, they kill Kenvi. They're taking the dragon. This one's looking rough, but we did see Immortals come back from worse yesterday.
I mean, that's true. Immortals would have to pull off the greatest defense possible. I mean, you're pulling. We're talking about
zone.
Yeah,
they're not even down 10K yet. Who cares?
Apparently, they're playing Bloons tower defense every single game beforehand just to get it on deck and ready. But Team Liquid, the biggest criticism that we had in the spring split is like, okay, we know the early game is good. How well can you carry this momentum? How well can you close out the game with this kind of lead?
Well, it's really nice to see Piotrek having a great game as a big trade from Harry. Ghost is going to be forced and not going to be looking for a kill. We've seen this so many times now with his first strike Annie. Ulti is ready. You just use it for the trade. You just drop it on your opponent. You're basically farming gold and poking them out of lane at the same time.
Yep.
With that rune, which makes it so valuable to just drop it on cooldown. But Piotrek is having a great early game. Like, his pathing has been so intelligent, playing around vision, you know, circumventing where those wards are going to be. Obviously, that is also a team effort, tracking where the wards are dropped, but it's been exactly what you want to see from him on the Lee Sin, taking away another buff from his opponent, and it looks like they could even go for a redive potentially. We'll see if he's going to get up there in time. No, instead he's just going to take away another Gromp, and someone can move down into the enemy jungle to actually support, so he can be hanging around just in case his F20 comes up, and now he's just going to proxy the wave and kind of put them in this awkward position because they know they should have a winning 2v2.
And I think Harry should also be on the roam with them. Call of the Forge God is going to be popped. Can they interrupt it? Nicely done by Piotrek. Once again, Dragon's Rage interrupts the Call of the Forge God. Doesn't allow him to get the recast off. And Kenvi has already exhausted his Glacial Prison. The flash forward. Piotrek is the one taking it. Summit popping off with the double.
Oh my god, TL are going crazy on the top side. Perfectly done, interrupting Solo again, as now they're trying to actually threaten just a 2v2 dive.
Wow, bubble and tidal wave lands. It doesn't mean that tactical and treats are going down anytime soon, but man, it is It is absolute destruction right now.
Trade of also, and they got Tactical's ult there. Now the bubble lands. Now it could be a death.
Treats is forced to use the Breath of Life, gets the healing back. Ignite is taking it down. Yon clips it, and Harry's coming in. Drop the nuke. Drop the big bear on him. You know you want to do it. Boom! Oh, he doesn't even need timbers. Oh my goodness, I got hyped for nothing. But I mean, Team Liquid are having a beach party, and Immortals are just left out to dry on the sand.
If you're an Immortals fan, it may be time to avert your eyes because this one is going downhill fast. TL are just playing this out so incredibly well. Piochik W's in, the safeguard into the kick, Sonic Wave coming out and just perfectly layered there onto Solo, interrupting the ulti again. They burst them down, and then they know the passive is faded on set 20, so he doesn't have that bonus armor and MR.
Yeah.
Piochik tanks it up. Summit flashes in to get in range to help finish him off, and then an easy walkout. And then this was just really, really nicely done. Trade of ults there. They force out the ult from Tactical. Then as soon as that's done, there's no minions to actually block the culling here. So Yon just looks for the angle, found the culling to get another kill, back to live. Bolulu has flash. We'll see if he can get out.
Flash away, but the Tibbers just drop for the extra stun. Piochik with a Sonic Wave, safeguards right back on out, baby. Nothing Immortals can do to stop the train that is Team Liquid.
Yeah, insult to injury. They're going to get the summoners and the kill as well. It is a trade of flashes at the very least, but Piochik, this is like the best game I can remember since he'd come to NA.
Yeah.
Like, he is just going off. He has been everywhere. He's gotten kills now in 3 lanes. Like, he is having a hell of a game on the Lee Sin.
We call that phenomenon jungle surfing, where you're just going from every single lane, just cruising. Oh, kill here, burn a flash here, get another kill here, take a tower here. Rift Herald crashing into the mid wave after Summit took the turret by himself on the top side on the map. I mean, they could go for the 15-play dream.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. The rough part is it's not just 9-1, but you start to actually look at the CS, right? Like, look at top lane. We're approaching like 60 CS in top lane.
They're almost 10,000 gold ahead at 13 minutes.
It's ridiculous. Almost 1,000 gold a minute is a number you pretty much never will see, especially when you consider minions don't even spawn till 1:30, right? So it's like, it's actually been 11.5 minutes of gameplay here for a nearly 10,000 gold lead. That is absurd. And Tactical, he's in trouble again. It is not a Gale Force on Yon, though. It is the Kraken, so we can't actually Gale Force in and finish him off. But Tactical is going to get sent back to base. They just can't play their lanes. They're too far behind. You look at the item discrepancies in top, in mid, and jungle, bot. It's like everything is just completely falling apart for Immortals here.
That's 14 plates, Azale.
I mean, they're going to get it, probably. We'll see.
Get it. Oh, actually 13. Just a one more.
Okay, there's one more mid, so they're not going to get 15 then.
Okay.
But they will get 14 out of 15 plates. It'll do, as they are now. Okay, 6,500 gold on Yon. It's not even 4K yet for Tactical.
Wow.
And Jungle's even, just about the same, right? It is, again, more than a 2,000 gold lead in Jungle. It's about a 2,000 gold lead in top lane. Like, this is just absurd.
Absolute. It's not just a jungle kingdom or a single.
It's an everything gap.
It's an everything gap. However, Harry, they're investing a lot of resources into the mid lane. He's still got a flash to work with. He's hugging the wall. He baits them in. The tidal wave is going to interrupt Kenvi, and the bubble keeps him locked down for another kill in the Team Liquid's hands.
Yeah, and Piochik didn't even stop doing the dragon. They finished the dragon at the same time. They rotate over. They kill him off. They knock down the last outer tower at 14.5 minutes. Oh my God, TL came in today angry.
I feel like every game that we have seen from Team Liquid this week has just been increasing in level and dominance. The first game against TSM, we saw a little bit of that spring split Team Liquid. We're like, oh God, mid-game macros kind of looking a little sus here. Everyone's desynced in team fighting, but then the game against 100 Thieves, pretty convincing. Summit playing the team fights a lot better. And this game, it's an absolute smash.
Yeah, they are just stomping. I mean, the early games have been good in all 3 games. This one has been the best transition and kind of extension of that lead. We'll see if they can keep making it happen. We're going to watch Solo die again. I don't think there's any real way out for him.
Kick into the wall. Solo's not going to even bother popping the Call of the Forge God because he knows that he is gone.
Yeah, he is gone. Nothing for him to get done there. They're taking away the enemy jungle. Jax is splitting bot, and Tactical is down 3 levels in that 1v1. That's dive range, right? He could easily go in for it, but doesn't know exactly where everyone is on that IMT side. So Summit not wanting to risk anything, and it is of course multiple members from Immortals now roaming down. And he will get tipped off as his ward gets turned off by that ping, so he will know that people are coming down to the area. It's going to be another Herald here right on spawn for TL. They know multiple members are down on the bot side. Someone can continue the push He's going to be to 2 items here very, very soon. I think probably we're going to see Summit complete his second item before Solo gets his first.
I just want to take a step back and just examine the new face of Team Liquid so far. This whole new look that they've come in with. Because not... Oh, okay. Well, I guess you were expecting Harry to be there, but the Glacial Prison goes a little wide. Harry's going to stun him up, flashing away from the Tectonic Disruption. Pyosik comes in, looking for the kick. It's just a roundhouse kick to the face for the finisher. Fatality coming in from Pyosik.
Pyosik just wipes him off the face of the map. But Lulu down again, and the Herald's going to drop. They're going to take an inhibitor,
He's going in, baby. Oh, Pyosik is feeling himself on this game. I mean...
Herald doesn't even charge. They're just going straight for the inhib. It's 16 minutes. Why not?
This could be the fastest game finish of the split so far, Zale.
I mean, this is looking like one of those games where if they want to flip it, they could try to make Shelly dance. Like, they could try to go for it. I think that would be a bit too far, but we'll see how they're feeling about it.
Got one more charge.
Summit is actually killing the mid lane tier 2 at the same time, so they're just going to take the inhib. They're going to take the mid lane tier 2.
Did he get the charge? I can't tell.
I don't think so.
Oh,
No,
okay.
But look at the gold lead. I want someone from stats to tell me, but I feel like this is like the biggest gold lead, like gold per minute type of lead I have ever seen in any game I can remember casting in the LCS.
Yeah.
Like, a 15,000 gold lead at 17 minutes is truly absurd.
That is something you see later on in the game when the game is decisively
it's like
over.
40 minutes in and it's an absolute stomp or something.
Yeah.
But like, we're at 17 minutes.
Yeah, the Baron hasn't even spawned yet. I imagine Baron Nashor's waiting. It's like, guys, I'm not going to even be part of this
like
game.
Doubling their team gold. What's happening here? It's 23K to almost 40.
What happens when you see a Flame Horizon in every single lane?
A team Horizon?
Yeah, Team Horizon. Oh, no. The Observer's doing Kenvi dirty on that one.
Oh, you hate to see it happen as another whiff. I mean, Pat goes to worst, let's be honest. It's been all TL all the time. Nothing seeming to go right for Immortals. As much as we were kind of singing their praises coming into this.
Yeah.
And they have had, a great couple of games. Their first game was really, really clean. Yesterday was an amazing comeback. But today, not making it happen here against TL. Summit pushing on the bot side. All Immortals can do at this point, you send 4 or 5 to one lane. You hope that TL are playing cocky and you try to get a pick and you try to repeat that like 50 times. And you just keep doing it over and over and over. That's your only option in this game. There's no way you can take a 2v2 or a 3v3. You're probably going to lose even like 3v2s at this point in almost all matchups.
Yeah.
So it has to be like a 4v2 or 4v1, that kind of stuff. But Super Minions are already pushing in through top lane. Someone's going to have to answer those. As soon as Tactical answers those, Harry's pushing in mid. TL are 4 bot rather, so they're just going to push him back. They're going to take this tier 2. You can see Annie's already working on the inhibitor tower mid, so TL are playing this by the book. They very clearly came in and they want to clean this out closely, right? They want to really make sure that they're looking dominant, because in game number 1, they had an incredible early game. Not this dominant, but an incredible early game. And then they really did just start kind of struggling at moments where they're losing team fights, they're making mistakes, they're not being as clean in their execution as they should. So it seems to me like they've talked a lot with the team and really focusing on making this as clean as they can.
Yeah, I mean, when you go back to the end of Spring Split for Team Liquid, for anyone that hasn't gotten a chance to watch the documentary series that they have, they were heartbroken, barely just missing out on playoffs. You could see that Team Liquid were so determined to make sure that Spring Split would not come back to haunt them in summer. And if this is the way that they're going to come in every single game, I'm excited for how playoffs is going to look at the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that they're a team of really hard workers, as we're going to see one engage here. Won't be able to find anything, but TL have been working hard. Pyosik going to look for a kick, not going to be able to find it.
Getting interrupted by the Breath of Life and the Arctic Assault and Kenvi, but they have their work cut out for them. They're making short work of these inhibitor towers. The bottom one's gonna fall. This game is, I mean, it's been looking done and dusted since 10 minutes ago, Azale, but my God, Team Liquid are making sure that there is no questions, there is no doubts about this team, that they are coming in with a fresh new look and a fresh new vibe as Pyosik doesn't even go down to the Moonlight Vigil, and they've got teleports on both of their solo laners, gonna come back with full HP bars replenished as they look to make the final push.
Yeah, Pyosik about 5% HP, he's still just hanging around just in case. We'll see if they can actually fully finish it off. Supers are coming in through top lane. Doesn't even look like they want to back off. They just want to close out the game right now.
They want to send a message to the rest of the LCS teams in the league. This is the new Team Liquid, and you better fear us because we are coming for the title. We are coming for playoffs.
That is crazy to think. This is an 8th place team in spring. They're going to be starting off week number 1, 3-0. TL looking amazing out the gate here in summer. Across the board, really playing well. But Pioshik stood out so much to me in this one.
Yes.
He was everywhere, had some really good pathing, did a great job. Summit was dominant in the 1v1, but then he got that help to really extend the lead. Bot lane 2v2 was already going well, and again, Pioshik gets down there and is able to really turn things even more in their favor.
Yeah.
TL looking incredibly dominant early, looking clean in the closeout. This was like a 21-minute game. Like, that is an absolute pounding here. You can't ask for anything more from TL, so they should definitely be really happy. Summit the turtle, you just threw it on the ground.
Fastest LCS game of the year. That is the word. Congratulations, Team Liquid, for a 3-0 start to the summer split. And my goodness, if this is the type of Team Liquid that we're going to get every single game, I mean, all the other teams need to start paying respect. They need to know that Team Liquid is no longer the team that they were in spring split. I know we can look at the draft and say, yeah, well, Team Liquid prepared for this. They had an early game comp. Immortals was more geared for the late game and team fighting, but it's all on Pioshik to drive that tempo forward. And he was down on jungle picks. There was like 4 or 5 jungle bans by the end of it, and he goes to the Lee Sin. No one has been playing Lee Sin the entire summer split. It's a very risky pick if you don't pull it off, but he did it so beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can talk about whether the comp is stronger earlier or later, whatever, but at the end of the day, it's all about the execution, and they executed beautifully in this, right? And like I say, I really think this is one of the best games I've seen from Pioshik since he's come over, right? There was expectations I think were somewhat mixed because people, he's coming off a world championship, but people are saying, well, he's not the main reason they won and whatnot.
Right.
But I think still expectations were higher than what he delivered on in spring. And this was a really, really good performance, showcasing what he can do at his best.
Absolutely, man. I mean, Pioshik, hats off to you, brother. That was a beautiful game. I mean, I know the rest of the Team Liquid members are ecstatic, but for you guys, during the 2023, from now until June 23rd, you can use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the Incline store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to League of Legends Worlds 2023 or a set of 8 Player of the Week statues and a MasterCard prepaid card. And make sure, I know we've got more games coming up your way. We've got a rematch between FlyQuest and GG, but when we come back, we'll be heading out to the dunk tank. So fans of the audience, please head outside now if you want to watch Jat get dunked. In the meantime, let's take a look at FlyQuest summer music video.
FlyQuest summer, yeah, we're a fam like no other. Gonna bring the flavor, spiciest team you'll see. Bees, trees, seas, now we're putting teams on their knees. Won't hold back, cause you know that his squad is cracked. Take it mid. Who when I think of the Fly fam, I play my harder for you. And when it comes to summer, we know just what to do. Hit the red fly. Flying with us to the sea. NA's best team in the league, baby. All the world's eyes on us, cause you know it's when worlds are bust. Flying with us to the scene and come and join the team.
FlyQuest gonna take it all. EG called the bank, but they can't withdraw. Tough loss, not for us, got Vulcan a job. Then thieves stole somebody, talk about getting robbed. Liquid's roster may have finally lost it. Reggie getting ready to set all his houses to CLG, NRG, don't trust the process, cause end of the day you're just collecting losses. Bjergsen is retired and EG uninspired. Yeah, we lost to GG, god damn it, Aaron Creechy. Don't forget about Cloud9 going round trip on the airline, cause we need a team from NA that will be another punchline.
Flying with us to the sea. NA's best team in the league, baby. All the world's eyes on us, cause you know it's when worlds are bust. Flying with us to the scene and come and join the team. And come and join the team. Come and join the team. Got a good team, yeah, I'm real fly. The only good TSM alumni. Got a nightmare sleep while in Shanghai. FlyQuest, others. New guy went evil to Halo. Oh, support didn't wikis low, A-low. Ticket job did a swap check applies, bro. Ratio, flying with us to the scene. NA's best team in the what you gonna say? Why? Impact, speak up, big love, Prince, Oaken. Come and join the team.
The LCS parking lot. We got the dunk tank with Jat. The way this is going to work, it's going to be a form of Jat stats. Jat will ask us a question. If the analyst can get it right, that will allow Core JJ and Pioshik to throw 3 balls. Every question we get right is 3 balls to try and dunk Jat.
Yeah.
That's how it's going to work. You ready to go, Jat?
Yeah, based on the history of Jat stats, I am very confident that I'm not getting any whiter than usual. Yeah. So anyway, first question, it's FlyQuest versus Golden Guardians. Everyone cares about First Blood. Junglers, you're not allowed to answer a jungler for this answer. But of the 2 teams last year, who had the highest First Blood percentage between FlyQuest and Golden Guardians? Which player? You cannot guess junglers.
Okay, so it's not a jungler. Who had the highest First Blood between FlyQuest and GG players?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Answer's got to be quick as well, otherwise it doesn't count.
Gotta be quick.
All right.
All 3 you get to answer.
Do assists count or kills?
That's a freaking added question.
You don't. You should know. Assists do count. If you're
it's
first
First Blood percentage. You know the stat.
So I'm gonna say Vikla.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna go Golden Guardians. Actually,
I think we have to do one answer. So who do you want to do?
No, you can all guess. Prince Vikla, both wrong. Emily, go.
We're both wrong.
I'm gonna go. I'm trying to decide between Huhi or Gory. I'll go Huhi.
All right, both wrong. Winsome.
What?
Okay.
Winsome, highest win
Sorry,
rate of all
guys.
FlyQuest players as well.
Sorry,
Yet he's
Core
not
JJ
there
got it
for
wrong
some
too.
reason.
He said hoo-hee, but
Yeah,
that's fair.
okay. I mentioned this to Raz earlier. Golden Guardians, they have started 0-2. This has happened 6 of their 12 LCS splits. What is their worst start ever? 0 what?
0 what? What was their biggest loss streak to start a season?
Ooh.
6?
I'm thinking 7.
You think 7?
Was it 7?
No, maybe 6.
I'll go. Well, we can split.
Put your
Apparently we
guesses
can
in.
split.
Put your guesses
Okay,
in.
All right,
5.
0-6.
5?
Yes,
6?
5.
Emily?
I'll go high, 7.
What do you guys think? 4?
4?
Emily got it at 7.
Yes!
All right.
Yeah.
Three
You
balls
got
to
to throw.
throw.
You got throws.
I'll get you a ball after.
Hit that.
All right, Pioshik, go. Your turn.
Yes.
You go.
Go. You can't hit it. Go again.
All
You
right.
got 3 answer.
Easy. Close.
Easy. Okay, next question.
Yes, you
One
guys
more
got
question. We have one more question we got to get right for them.
Next question. Okay. Prince had 101 kills in spring across 19 games.
Okay.
How many kills does Prince have in 2 games total?
2 games total so far.
This year.
That's a
They
tough
only
one.
they got no kills in their first game, I know.
Yeah.
Did they get, how many kills did they get last game?
I don't even remember. You guys know?
How many
Not
kills
many.
did FlyQuest get last game? First is 0, I know for sure. I think Prince has. I bet Prince has 0 kills. I feel
gonna
like
What are the
this-
guesses? What are
I'm
the
gonna say
guesses?
0
I'm gonna go
kills.
2.
I'm 1.
It is 0. Mark is correct.
Wow.
Next
No, you
question.
guys got 3 more.
All right.
Oh no.
Harder. Go.
Pioshik, you're up.
Yes.
Yeah, you get go.
Okay.
You got this.
I have
I
faith.
believe in you.
Last one.
Point blank. Just
One more.
It's a kindred mark.
press it.
There we go.
Just
Okay,
press it.
final
Push
final
it. Just
question.
run up.
Final
Just press
question.
it. Just press it.
Final question. If you get if
final
you answer this
question.
correctly, you can push it.
Okay.
Pioshik, how do you spell Prince?
Prince? P-R-I-E-N.
Oh!
We didn't have the microphone.
Okay, he didn't have the microphone.
P-R-I-N-C-E.
Boom! Get his ass!
We finally got Jet at least. That's going to do it for this segment right here. We're going to hear a little reminder of the last time that Golden Guardians played against FlyQuest with Anero and Ovly.
There
Take
you
a
go.
listen.
Ooh. I don't see it. Split him up! Split him up!
Let's go! Get Ovly! That's my boys! Get FlyQuest! Yeah! I love you, Eric! Eric Ritchie! Eric Ritchie saw his boy get punted into Zimbabwe and said, let me get in, bah, with the Malphite ulti.
Oh my God.
Eric Ritchie is Timothy Chalamet, y'all. Oh my goodness. In Narrow. I love that pop-off.
That is one of the best clips.
It's so good. The dopamine just surges in every single part of your brain when you watch that clip in that moment.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Okay. Well, we got FlyQuest Golden Guardians coming up. So on the flip side, in our first match, it was 2 teams with a 2-0 start. And this time, it's a 0-2 start, which is...
Yeah. Very, especially for the teams that are starting 0-2, it's super unexpected, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the results have been very unexpected. We've had a lot of one-sided games so far in the LCS. I think teams feel like they're kind of getting their bearings a bit. Maybe just not really feeling as comfortable. Had a bit of a longer break than they were expecting, and so on. But we have to see these teams kind of get back to their winning ways, because this is our second and third place team from last split. Ovly definitely wanting FlyQuest to get a dub. I don't think that Nick Smith cares if they win today.
And Nero is chilling, man. It's the vibes from the opening spring split videos. Like, we don't care if you guys, we're going to get the dubs when we need them. FlyQuest and Golden Guardians for the draft start. I don't think any changes are going to be coming from the champion picks that we see. We know that River's been cooking a little with the jungle Jax and the Nautilus jungle.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, Zale, that Jax jungle was not it for me.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't really work out. I definitely saw the thought process. You're playing against double marksman. You have the counter strike.
Sure.
You can actually avoid a lot of damage, kind of be tanky in that way. But definitely did not work out the way that he wanted. Especially, I think it's just difficult. Jax needs so much gold to really kind of take over over in a game, and it's difficult as a jungler to get that unless you're really snowballing early. And enchanters just make Jax's life pretty difficult, right? And especially if you don't have a lot of items, you don't have a lot of CDR.
Yeah.
It's like you get peeled one time, you're not really getting back to your target. So was difficult. I think some of the other picks, definitely can work. I thought the Nautilus was actually pretty good early. Was able to make more pressure happen, and I do think Nautilus jungle can definitely be solid. I'm more of a fan of that than the jungle Jax.
Sure.
Though we have seen these abroad as well. I think not this patch, but previous patch, we've seen it played in the LCK. So we'll see where they want to go. Both these teams definitely hungry for a win. You don't want to be starting out 0-3, even just for like morale reasons. It feels pretty bad to start off winless in what is going to be a condensed split, right? We only have 6 weeks. Every week is going to be a super week, a 3-game week. So, if you're starting off rough, it can get bad really, really quick.
Yeah. Condensed practice schedules, less time to scrim overall, and that means it's on you to get those VOD reviews in and make the most out of it. One thing I'm just curious about, if you want to humor me a bit. A lot of the picks that River has picked has been something that Owner has done over in the LCK. I feel like there's a little bit of an Owner, modeling going on. And
Turns out that he's pretty good.
Yeah, well, yeah, Owner is one of the best junglers in the world. But the other thing, oh, damn it. Okay, well, I was ready to talk about Scion jungle because that is something that Owner's picked recently, but I don't think we're going to get that today.
I feel like T1 just likes the style too, though. It's like when Carrier was playing all the random supports. It's like, just because it works for Carrier, maybe you shouldn't bring it out yourself. But it is going to be a Sejuani, some more standard stuff here. Gonna be okay. I thought he was gonna lock in this area, but it is gonna be Zyra Khan here for FlyQuest. So moving back towards that, haven't actually played it so far this split. It's been back-to-back Aphelios games here for Prince. It is going to be the first time we're getting to see Vulcan, since he's joined FlyQuest, off of an enchanter onto something that can be a playmaker. I think he's a good enchanter player, absolutely, but I really do think he's kind of made a name for himself as that engaged support, as that guy who can be the go button. Vulcan has been so strong in the league for so long. And now the Azir coming through, so it's just like full scaling for Golden Guardians. First 3 picks, you already know what they want to do. Aphelios, Azir, Sejuani, you're just going late, right? I do think that you can just focus on support bans now. You can ban out Lulu, you can ban out some of these kind of common pairings alongside the Aphelios, and really try to limit, those pairings for Stixxay, because Aphelios, without some of that defensive utility, can sometimes struggle. If you ban out things, I like the Lulu, and the Thresh is an old pairing as well, but maybe not going to be concerned about it.
The other thing for
no one expects the banana.
The deadliest banana is the most lethal. For Golden Guardians, looking to diminish the jungle pool as Sejuani is already locked in for River. Wukong, great initiation, has gone off the table. Maokai would be another one to consider because this is one of those matchups where Sejuani can skirmish early, but it's not so much in your face wanting to invade a lot. The Kindred making its way through all of these picks is going to be taken off the table. But FlyQuest are going to need some tank, some initiation other than the Rakan and the Annie.
I mean, it can just be impact, right? And I think because it wasn't AP mid laner getting locked in on the Annie, Golden Guardians are saying they're going to look for AD jungle pairings. Let's ban out some of the premier AD junglers right now. So Wukong, as well as the Kindred, getting taken away makes a lot of sense. Poppy, the ban here, interesting. There is obviously already the Rakan to be able to lock down, but if you're going to be thinking about playing some more dash champs, if you're going to be playing like a blind Jax or something like that, you could definitely be concerned about it. Licorice is absolutely willing to bring out something like the Poppy, but it does maybe tip your hand a little bit. So it's definitely an interesting one.
Golden Guardians more than likely will want to save counter pick for Licorice up in the top side. You called it out, the Lulu, great enchanter pick. And you already have the Sejuani to face check bushes for you, so you can just all in on giving extra movement speed to your carries.
I mean, it is really, really interesting. Okay, that's a good sign.
Nice.
It is really interesting that the Lulu got through, right? Because it feels like such an obvious pick, but maybe they feel like, hey, even by banning out that Lulu, we're not going to knock them down the tier list enough for it to matter. So we'll see where they are going to go. So Viego coming through, Viego and Gragas. So a couple more champions, with those dashes that could be affected by the Poppy. It is going to be bringing in some more engage as you wanted. It is an AD jungle pairing, double AP soul laners, lots of physical damage as well from Prince on the Xayah. So pretty well-rounded composition here from FlyQuest. And Gragas is always nice because you can go AP or AD based on the matchup. Just based on what is really going to fit. Aatrox will be interesting because Aatrox, I do know.
Oh,
okay.
Licorice bringing out the Yone. Is this his first career Yone pick?
I'm going to actually check on that. I want to say it is. This is actually really interesting. Let's see. I'm gonna double check.
We're pulling up the GOL.
No, he doesn't have anything. No games on it. So it's his first ever Yone game in pro play. I don't think there's any chance they're going to swap. I know there are some like top Azir shenanigans that I've been seeing going on in solo queue. But I think it is going to be Yone top. We saw Dokla play this quite a bit in Spring Split. So there are some players that do really like it. It's played around the world as well. This is going to be an interesting one. It's not a matchup I'm super familiar with, but Yone can become very difficult to deal with, especially as he gets more levels, more points to that E, that solo unbound. The trades become really, really tough to actually deal with. And you can, if you time the snapback on the E really well, immune things like the body slam stun and the Gragas ulti and all these different things. So there's a lot of outplay potential. And it's a pick that scales like full infinite, right? It's not like a Yasuo where it does just kind of spike on the 2 items. This is a champion that scales incredibly well, has mixed damage, really strong in the side lane, really strong in the 5v5 as well. So gonna be interesting, but I will say, tough to play into Xayah, because Xayah is one of those champions that can absorb the dive, I think, kind of better than a lot of others. So will be more difficult to really get in on him, but definitely a lot of people you can look to attack. And if they can force out the Xayah ulti early, then, definitely able to dive backline and try to threaten him.
And on the flip side for FlyQuest, I know we kind of overlooked it a little bit, but it's this Viego pickup for Spica. It's definitely a change of pace. We know he went for the Rek'Sai yesterday, looking for that early game pressure. It didn't really work out in their favor. And the game before that, I think he went for the Maokai.
Maokai, yep.
And so this changes things up a bit for the FlyQuest and how they want to play the game, because Viego, he can skirmish, he can look for ganks early. They're not as strong as other junglers in comparison, but it's all about resets. And if you have the burst, which he has plenty of full supply from both of the solo laners, you can turn the tides of a battle really quickly.
Absolutely, and I do like that point, because I always think when you're going to play Viego, it's all about getting that first kill, as you're saying. So pairing it with Annie, and it's going to be AP Gragas as well. So you have a lot of upfront damage. Even Ignite here on Vulcan on this Rakan. So if you have that really explosive engage, you can 100 to 0 someone, like Stixxay or Gory, try to get that first reset, start picking up the souls. That's where Viego can really go crazy. So will be interesting to see if FlyQuest can make that happen. A lot of play around these side lane brushes. Brush control so important here, when you are playing in these kind of like melee versus range matchups. Yes, I know it's kind of like technically Rakan has some range, but you're effectively like a melee champion. You have such low range.
Yep.
You can't really trade besides just with those Qs onto Huhi. So you have to be careful about that. And Hui's going to be starting Sweeper as a result, wants to clear out those wards, and we'll see if they can actually play for the push and try to deny that faster level 2 from Vulcan. Nice sidestep from Huhi on that Q.
And so far, in both of the junglers' mindsets, they're on the top side of the map. They're going to be matching clears for the most part. We'll see if Spica wants to differentiate from the path, and instead of going for a full clear, look to get an early summoner spell down off of the bot lane or even the mid lane if he wants to affect it. I imagine that with Annie a point-and-click stun, you can at least try to get Gory's flash in the early game.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to look to do that. Up on top side, Licorice is having full control of that wave, does have the push. You stack up those Qs, it can become really difficult to actually walk up the wave at all. Hui's just going in really aggressive.
Ignite is burned by Vulcan, who he's burning down. The flash from Vulcan! He's got words to say after the first 2 games of this week. That's first blood for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and that one, they made it look really easy. Hui was just getting super aggressive, just kind of popped his heel and walked in there for a trade. But it didn't look like Stixxay was able to hit at the same time as he was going forward. And if they're both hitting you, it doesn't matter if you're winning that 1v1 trade, it's going to go so bad. And I think Huhi realizes his mistake and decides, all right, I'm probably just going to die. I'm just going to save the flash till next time, because he just got super aggressive. Like, Stixxay is back still hitting the wave, and you're face checking a brush, so you know that they're both in. I think his heal may have come out after the Ignite there. I couldn't quite tell.
Yeah.
May have been a split second after it, in which case it's going to go even worse. But River now back to the bottom side.
Gonna get explosive, but Spica is here for the counter gank, and River's been cut off. Gonna look to use
Q though.
Oh, he already used Arctic Assault.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Spica can't get in range unless he wants to burn Flash, and at that point, River would just trade Flash for Flash. He's still trailing, and Gory doesn't have mid lane push quite yet. Vikla is loaded up on the stun. Gory has to play carefully. He's not working with as much mana as Vikla has.
Yeah, I mean, River is just being way too aggressive here.
Forced to flash over. Spica thinking about a flash over the wall, but doesn't have the Spectrum Maw quite on deck yet. River's forced to back, and Stixxay, does he have the burn to flash? Yes, he does.
God.
This is This is a great opener for Fly, but yeah, this is bad for Golden Guardians.
I mean, Golden Guardians are playing with fire, just absolutely just walking up kind of like one by one, into this river and messing with FlyQuest. And FlyQuest are telling them in no uncertain terms, this is our river. You guys already lost that scrap earlier. So River has to use his flash, Stixxay has to use his flash. They do at least get the flash off of Vikla, who was a trade of flashes with River, but a really good start here from FlyQuest. Again, Licorice up on this top side, using that stolen bound, going to be looking to get those trades, just constantly stacking up those Qs, threatening onto the Gragas, trying to get these quick trades and then snap back. But Spica is going to have a really nice start. He gets double scuttle, he's doing a full 6-camp clear, and River is going to be pretty behind as a result, plus down a summoner.
And if Vikla is able to maintain push alongside Prince and Vulcan, you can, on the next rotation of bot side camps, look for an invade, push River out, and continue this snowball coming from the jungle. And Vikla should be okay. Oh, I was wrong!
Yeah, he really overextended, actually just trying to shove in that wave, and Gory was just chipping away at him time and time again. And Gory had the perfect read that he could actually kill him there, because I was with you. I wasn't sure that he was going to have enough damage. I thought for sure he was just going to be able to push him out of the wave, but not quite have enough to kill him. But in that case, he had just enough. Vikla just stepping forward, wasn't using any of his spells to actually trade with Gory. He was just trying to hard shove the wave, reset it, and does get punished for that missing flash. And now Licorice here does have the advantage because Impact is out of mana. So Impact is going to have to go back to base, but the wave is going to be coming back towards him. So I don't think he's going to be too worried. Licorice does have 6. Oh, okay, didn't want to commit, didn't quite actually connect. Thought more might have happened if he actually committed with that Q3. If he connected with it, could potentially look for the ulti follow because he does have the level 6 advantage right now.
Yeah. Impact's got to be careful, but because he didn't get a chance to recall, he now has to stay for this huge wave that is stacked up. Spica's looping around on the bottom side of the map. He knows that Stixxay does not have flash from before. Still is working with the cleanse, so he could cleanse at least the Spectral Maw route, but not the knockup necessarily from Bolt.
Is that a spectator bug? Because it still has the eyes on his head, like he's spotted from Vision Plant, and it was showing that the whole time. I think that's just a visual bug. Something weird going on there, unless that's like a skin thing. But,
probably. Spica's just going to look for Stixxay. He's walking right up to him. River pressures Prince at first, but then they get the knockup down to River, but he's quite tanky, so he's able to brute force a lot of this. Prince is forced to flash, and Gory has the inside track. He's going to look for it. He still has flash to work with. It's a teleport forced out, but Huhi gets revenge for earlier. Prince cleans up Huhi on the back end of it. FlyQuest and Golden Guardians throwing blow for blow as the explosive cast flash onto Stixxay. No flash, no summoner spells. The cleanse is used, but he gets dunked over the head by Impact.
Can Gory go? He still has flash ulti. He could look for this. Prince is really low.
Oh, he's getting cut by the minions, and River's trying to look for it. He flashes forward, catches Prince out. They finally find the kill. Huge shutdown for Gory, but here comes the resets, and now Spica's the Sejuani. He's riding the Battleborn. They clean up Golden Guardians.
It's an absolute scrap in the bot lane, a bloodbath. Both teams getting kills back and forth there, but again, FlyQuest coming out on top, getting more at the end of the day here. But it has to be said, a lot was gained by Licorice because he did not actually TP down to this. Impact did, and that netted them some kills, but he got 2 plates and denied multiple waves. So despite the fight going the way of FlyQuest on this bottom side, Licorice gets a lot in that 1v1. So we can watch this one more time. River just getting really aggressive. Again, just can't quite connect with that Q. Was slightly short going in onto Prince, but connects him with the W. They force out the flash. They push him back. And Gory's coming down. He has the ulti, he has the flash, but when the TP comes in as a response, Huhi just full commits. He does actually finish off the enemy support, but he gives up his life for this. And then it's just a continuous scrap as the flash forward from Impact catches Stixxay, pushes him in. Both of those Golden Guardians members that were around come back, and we're back to live. We're back to watching Golden Guardians bot lane die again. As Vikla on the roam just has him served up, has the flash. I guess they had no idea that he was coming down, and he gets an easy double.
This is bloody, but I love it as hell. Everyone is just being super scrappy, and Prince, I don't know how that happened. I guess they were disrespecting the all-in from Licorice's Yone.
Yeah, I mean, it must have been the ulti from River, I guess, right? Potentially just not seeing it. I'm not sure which one actually got fired out first. But Prince is 6, I believe. Yeah, the ulti is lit up, so he did have the ulti available. Maybe just didn't see the initial engage, and then some good CC layering could come through from Golden Guardians to actually finish him off. But we're 11 kills, 8 minutes in. This is a banger so far. Both teams just scrapping it up. But Licorice in that 1v1 is going to be very far ahead, with a 30 CS lead, with multiple plates to his name. The Yone could become really problematic, and Golden Guardians are just going to be starting up this Herald. But remember, it's missing ultis on both top and jungle here. So this could be a little bit awkward as Gory and Hootie are kind of cut off.
The flash, the grand entrance for Vulcan, but the scoop from Gory forces Vulcan's hand as he battle dances his way back. Rift Herald was contested by Golden Guardians here. Prince tries to push them off, but he's forced to use the Featherstorm. We're back in the mid lane. They find Gory. And Spica is not going to step forward for the reset. He's way too much in danger. But the rest of FlyQuest are just, man, this is...
It just doesn't stop. There are fights everywhere. Prince is trying to take a 1v2, trying to push them off the Herald. Meanwhile, there's a fight in mid lane again. They do get that kill on Gory at the end of the day, but it is Herald traded for it. And once more, no one is answering Licorice. She's like laning 1v0, it feels like. So Licorice is going to be able to push up. We'll see if he gets another plate. Yeah, there's going to be the third plate. So he's going to be opening up a 600 gold lead. He's richest man in the game right now. Quietly is just creating this huge advantage, and that is problematic. It's not like you're leaving an Orin alone. This is a Yone that is just getting free farm all these plates, plus they grabbed Herald. So they can actually just drop Herald top for him and get him guaranteed first turret.
Yeah.
And the Yone is going to get paid, so that could be an issue for FlyQuest. Despite the fact that they're up 4 kills, they're up 200 gold, right? Like it's looking not too bad. Pretty even, honestly, on both sides. And the amount of scaling that has been drafted from Golden Guardians, like they are just pure scaling 5 ultra late game champions. There is power in the late game on the other side as well. Like FlyQuest aren't bad and they do have good playmaking. But you have to favor what Golden Guardians has.
Nice flash ulti from River, locks down Vikla without a flash. Gory is still going to tank up the damage from the bear. Does he going to get smacked upside the head? Yes, he does. It's a trade 1-for-1. I mean, Scrappy is literally the game.
Why have 1 kill when you could have 2?
True. Neither team wants to go down without at least throwing a haymaker as they go down swinging.
I mean, both mid laners are like 3 kills, 3 deaths, just going back and forth here.
This looks like ours.
Licorice is looking.
Oh, good. Vulcan, grand entrance, forces Licorice's hand, the flash, and now does he want to look back? But he's already used the ultimate here. Stixxay is forced a flash as well. They just don't stop fighting,
This is non-stop. This game is so scrappy here, back and forth, non-stop action. Licorice moves down towards mid, but then the engage from Vulcan forces his flash. Then the flash is forced out of Prince. His heal has to be used. Stixxay gets caught out by more members coming in. He's got a flash. So summoners are just getting spent, it feels like, as soon as they come up. And now, in the meanwhile, Spica is actually doing the dragon. He's Triforce, so he is not just kind of defaulting to Divine Thunder, which we've seen most people do. Triforce is definitely what you see a lot of in solo queue. Is really a strong item now. There have been some Thunder nerfs, some Triforce buffs since Spring Split to now. So is definitely a strong option and is going to be going towards it. Herald going to get dropped top as expected for Licorice. Impact's moving up here to answer, but again, Impact's been spending so much time moving with the team and the teleport for the team down towards bot that this is a monster CS advantage and first turret gold. They're up 1.6k, down 4 kills at 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Make it make sense.
And considering that FlyQuest think that they can be ahead by being up on kills, the fact that Golden Guardians are fine trading multiple blows throughout the first 14 minutes of the game, it means that Golden Guardians are keeping themselves within striking distance as they scale up for the late game.
Absolutely, and Vikla here just looking for a nice trade, trying to push that out, but River comes over the wall, flash ulti is nailed. Gory helps to finish him off, but he's so low at the end of it that Tibbers is angry and gives him the beat down there.
That's Cubby in the morning if you don't give him coffee.
Oh, nice. Vikla having a laugh about it, getting the kill from the grave. He's done his mythic. Both mid laners have their mythics completed. You can see Everfrost is done as well for Impact. It is a Blade of the Rune King rush here for Licorice. So going to be really powerful in the 1v1 and in the side lanes. I'll be interested to see where he wants to build from here. What exactly he's going to look for, if he wants to play more heavily through sides or go towards a lot of people, if they are going more for the 5v5, like to go more heavily towards crit builds and things like that for looking for 100-0 plays on the back line, because you have less of an opportunity to get a lot of autos out in team fights, less of an opportunity to just sustain back up and so on. Could look for a Soul Unbound over the wall here and look for a nice little trade. We'll see if he wants to go for it. Or maybe an ulti if he's really feeling spicy.
And the Impact going the full AP means that he is a squishier target for Licorice to annihilate. Blade of the Rune King means that he will shred through all the targets, even if they have a little bit of HP built into them as well.
Yeah.
But I imagine that the next goal on the target for both of these teams is just getting ready for that next dragon. because it's been bloody on both sides, we're only at the second dragon coming in at 16 minutes into the game.
I mean, honestly, like in games like this, when dragons haven't been taken much early, sometimes dragons just get completely deprioritized, right?
Yeah.
Because Soul is so far off that it can kind of be like, who cares? You know, if one team feels like they want to work towards it, they can. It's all for all trade there. They're going to get that out of Prince. That's always going to favor the Sejuani generally. Because, you know, you have that Yone as that secondary engage as well. If you show up to a 5v5, now Prince really has to worry about, you know, an ulti from Licorice, an ulti from Gory, and all these things, especially because he's missing his flash. So while that is down, they definitely have to be careful. It's going to be exciting to see, you know, when this next major fight breaks out, because we kind of have entered this like small period of calm, it feels like, over the last minute or two where we haven't had a kill.
Just as we say that? Oh, okay. Thought Gory was ready to make you eat your words there. It's like, you want to fight? I'll give you some action, bro. Now, Spica hovering on the bottom side of the map, making sure that Vikla can get this wave pushed in.
Yeah, I mean, they know that they're a little bit vulnerable here when you're pushing up on the Annie, especially if you've already been chunked down a bit. It can be difficult, and especially against these Ludens type builds. The Q poke is actually pretty annoying. Nice combo there onto Licorice. May force out the ulti defensively. We'll see.
But he's getting in front of him, so he can't use the ulti here. Fate Seal connects, but because it's interrupted by Vulcan, Licorice still has nowhere to run. And the Soul Unbound is going to mean that he is forced to tether right on back. He's trading some damage back. And it looks like impact is low enough that he does not want to risk going for the trade.
Yeah, they can't commit. They know the W is actually back up there for Licorice. So if you give him that 2-man W, if he's able to get that final bit of damage, Impact doesn't have any more spells. Vulcan already spent ulti, spent the ignite. So Licorice doing a good job absorbing that pressure. It is a move up towards topside to try to deal with him. Not able to do so. And he is building towards the Phage. It looks like it's going to be a Herald start potentially here for FlyQuest. So they're going to be starting this up. But again, does Prince have his ulti back? It looks like no. So Prince could be vulnerable. We see the TP flank coming in from Gory, and Gory could get behind them potentially.
Glacial Prison is up for River here.
Here he comes.
Oh, Gory's looking for the scoop. Prince has flash available, and they're forcing the fight on the left side of the flank. Prince is completely out. He cannot aid with any damage. Vikla is looking for a way in, but Golden Guard is completely annihilated the front line of FlyQuest.
Yeah, they do get that kill, but at the end of the day, not that bad. It's just Herald for the 1 kill, so if Golden Guardians can't actually push and get more, it's not too bad at all. The ulti swing and a miss there from River. Tries to actually find it, not able to do so. They did get the TP and the flash and the ulti off Gory. River moving down into the spot side to try to grab the scuttle, potentially set up for a dragon play of their own. But it's Licorice in the top lane that is going to be that frustration. He's the thorn in the side here of FlyQuest. Using that E again to just kind of step forward. He walks back, he pops the E, then he goes forward to actually clear out that last little bit of minions, knowing that he could be in a dangerous spot. But now Vikla could be up a little bit too far. Licorice not going to go for it because he didn't have enough information on where everyone else is, and his team is taking Dragon, so not going to risk it. None of the people were showing on the map. Now we see that FlyQuest is towards mid lane. They're going to grab this tower, which will be their first turret of the game, not first tower, but they're going to grab one for themselves and close that gold lead a little bit.
And just trying to fight for vision control. No way. Oh, Impact is in there. I mean, River still have the smite, and he should be able to Arctic Assault away. And then Golden Guardians managing to pick up their first dragon in the game as Licorice looking for the all-in. Spica's got nowhere to run. The flash over. Licorice, the soul unbound damage. It's not enough. Spica makes it out alive.
Yeah, not quite enough. That's the difference, really, of that Ruby Crystal probably in pocket, keeping him alive. And Licorice, you know, not able to get that final little bit of damage in. When he flashed over the wall, you could tell he didn't exactly know which way he had gone, and Spica was able to create enough space to just barely survive. It's got to be a bit of a frustrating one for Licorice, as he committed a lot. Flash and ulti, at the very least, got the flash there off of Spica, and clearly showing that he is the strongest in the 1v1 for now.
Now, if you're watching this game...
Oh my god, he went Hullbreaker. I was not expecting that.
What?
Licorice is going full split push.
He is committed to the single male grind set as on the side lane.
This is hunting
alone.
Lane.
I'm hunting alone. No one joined me in my pursuit.
I mean, this is definitely really interesting. You know, I have not personally seen a Yone go for this build. You know, maybe I've missed some pro games where it actually did come in. I'm trying to even look at solo queue stats to see if that item is really coming through at all. But it is pretty interesting. Yeah, there's like almost no games with that, even in solo queue.
Impact might be forced to use the explosive cast, maybe a flash as well. Nope, there's too much damage coming out. The explosive cast is a little too late as they layer the CC down, and Impact's got nowhere to run. Golden Guardians on the flip side means that Gory has to cede control of the top side jungle. as FlyQuest will look for a push.
And I will say, you know, it is frustrating dealing with these Hullbreaker side laners, you know, because you're going to be so tanky, right? So even if you send someone up there, he has a high chance of actually being able to escape in a 1v2 because of all the additional armor. You know, he's doing bonus damage to towers. It also, especially for AP champions like someone like Gragas, you don't have the best wave clear, and now the cannons become so tanky. Like, not even the turret can really deal with the cannon effectively. Gragas cannot kill those. So that is one of the biggest frustrations, is the Observer is actually going to show you, or was showing us briefly, you know, it gives you this ability to make the cannons so tanky. And it's going to become really, really difficult for Impact to keep Licorice off the tower. So if he pushes up, then he can just back off, use the Soul Inbound, you know, use that E to go forward and actually just chop away at the turret time and time again. So you're going to have to send multiple members down to answer him, or try to get a ton down on the other side of the map, which FlyQuest have been kind of struggling to do.
They're going to find River in the top side. River, as he's forced to flash away. Vulcan going with the grand entrance, and they've got the charm on Nagori. He's using the Emperor's Divide, but it's still not enough time to get him outside. And now Huhi is all alone, but the Blast Cone empowered. Gonna make sure that he gets a ride out safely, but now FlyQuest have complete control of this river and the jungle entrance.
Well, this is huge. They're gonna force Baron. They need to get Licorice out of that side lane. They know they do, so they had to go to the other side of the map. They're trying to force here. Licorice is just gonna stay bot and just look to try to go for a nib, and we'll see if River can actually go for some sort of a steal. It would be a one-way trip, so he does not have flash.
Oh, I think FlyQuest are getting antsy about it. They're holding it. They're way too scared because Impact
No
is
one's
on
over
the
there to
bottom
push
side
him
of the map.
off. This is getting awkward.
2,000 HP. They're going to get Vision soon. Huhi is there to grant Vision over the wall. River can easily make this steal if he wants to, but it is FlyQuest that secured the Baron. But the cost of it is Licorice taking the inhibitor, and they lose Vulcan on the back end of it. Can they chase them down?
They just have to stop the bases, right? You know, they're just trying to delay as much as they can. That was actually pretty well handled. Vulcan does go over the wall eventually to guarantee it. You know, he goes over, he CC's up River, then they burst it down while River is CC'd. So a clean secure, but at the end of the day, it does get them a kill on the exit. And Licorice is just unstoppable in the side lane right now. I can't remember the last time I really watched any LCS games where it's like full commitment to split push. You're winning purely through sides. And it's kind of beautiful to see because it has been so long where the meta has been purely about, you know, 5v5, about the bot laners. We were just talking about this earlier today. So it's kind of fun to see someone trying to break that meta and move in a very different route. And actually, it looks like he's probably going, is he going Iceborne? I guess he's going to go to Iceborne. So he's going to go tank Mythic. And he's going to be, at that point, it's like, I guess he's basically saying, I have enough damage, I just need to be tanky.
Yeah.
And with the bonus armor from Hullbreaker when you're isolated, plus the Mythic, like, he's going to take even very little damage from towers themselves.
Yeah.
So you can just start to completely ignore everything that Impact can do. With Everfrost CDR boots and Azonias, Licorice will literally never die to this guy unless he's just tanking the tower for like 20 seconds.
Yeah, and for Golden Guardians, we know that this was a major team fighting composition, but it's not like you're out of initiation tools or out of disengage tools. You have Emperor's Divide to push FlyQuest off of you. You have Glacial Prison to catch out anyone on the side of FlyQuest.
Licorice.
Yeah, Licorice can consistently keep Impact on the side lane because he's the only person that can maybe keep him at bay.
Well, and look at the cannon. This is what I'm talking about. You know, Impact had to actually drop the Everfrost active and everything just to try to clear out that wave. But it took him so long to kill off that cannon. The cannons become so tanky, and that is that difficulty. FlyQuest in the area, but they're going to be here too late. Speaking not in range to try to steal this. We'll see if there's going to be a fight after, but it doesn't look like it because they were worried about, I think, Licorice moving down. Licorice had TP advantage. Impact does not have it. So there was the concern on the FlyQuest side. If we go for a hard engage and Licorice shows up, it's going to be probably a lost fight. But, you know, taking these two dragons back to back is huge for Golden Guardians. Because FlyQuest's only real recourse to this sort of playstyle is to force your opponents to group. And you do that through objectives. You do that through threatening things like Soul. But by taking these two dragons, you've pushed back any potential Soul threat like 15 minutes. So you're saying, look, you got 15 minutes before we even have to care about dragons. So if there's not a good opportunity to take it, they just give it up and they just buy more time for Licorice in the side lane.
Even the Baron objective has not really gotten much for FlyQuest in the beginning. You would think that with Baron-empowered minions, you can overload at least one lane and force FlyQuest or force Golden Guardians to answer you with multiple members. That has not occurred at all. I mean, they've gone in maybe one tower on this entire Baron play.
And that was really just because there was no vision. You know, no one for Licorice had actually been up there to clear out wards or drop wards for him. So he's playing really smart. Like, he hasn't died yet. He's been flip pushing really effectively, has not died at all on the side lane. So just backed it up, knew that they were going to overload the top side, look for that tier 1. But now that people answer down bot, you can see Vicla's down towards bot, answering the supers that are getting pushed in. So the 4-man squad from Golden Guardians will push hard on mid lane, try to actually threaten there, while Licorice gets top lane moving in the right direction. They can even now move in with Huhi and River, try to get some wards, allow him to be able to threaten that tier 2 tower. That's what I want to see them to really do next.
Yeah.
Because you want to enable Licorice to be hitting the turrets. If Licorice is not safe to hit the turrets, this build starts becoming pretty worthless.
Glacial Prison thrown onto Vulcan, dashes away to Prince. The minion wave might be enough to take out this mid turret. They want to look for Gory. Gory's caught off here, and he's running over to the side of Licorice. Maybe they can regroup and then pincer maneuver, but Gory's got nowhere else to run. He's already expended the flash, and it looks like FlyQuest are able to catch up to him, but there's no neutral objectives to take. So yeah, it's a summoner spelled off of Gory, but for Golden Guardians, they don't lose much off
and that's TP advantage now for Licorice again, right? So there's double TP down for FlyQuest, so this is going to make things pretty difficult for them in the next couple minutes. I've got to say, I don't understand why Gory didn't just use his ultimate to block the path while he's running away. It is a small corridor there. You know, maybe he was trying to like time it, do it a little bit differently, but Spica had already used his ult. You know, Flash and stuff had already been committed from Impact. I feel like if you just drop your ulti and then just continue walking up towards Licorice, you're probably out for free.
Sure.
But, you know, for whatever reason, did decide to hold on to it. Either way, as you say, it's a lot committed for one kill that really amounts to nothing here. It's kind of funny to say, but it almost feels like a Golden Guardian's favored play because of the way that they're playing. Licorice is now going to go down towards bot. And again, you're now in this awkward spot where it's like, who answers him? No one has TP, and you can't play on the other side of the map because he could TP and join.
Yeah, and the way that it's synced up,
there's the Iceborne.
The bottom inhibitor is going to respawn again just in time for Baron to be spawning, which is where Golden Guardians are going to be pressuring for this play again against FlyQuest, and Licorice is going to be threatening the inhibitor, if not more, if Impact cannot hold his own against Licorice at this point in the game. And it has to remind us about what Licorice's trajectory coming from Spring, where there was a point where a lot of people are asking, man, Golden Guardians is a pretty good team if they had a real top laner. But then Licorice silenced the haters, silenced the doubters, started playing a lot of his own picks, and he even wowed a lot of the international competition at MSI.
Absolutely. I mean, he was great at MSI. You know, he really did impress in playoffs, and he's playing very intelligently through these side lanes. He has had them kind of downloaded. I'm not going to lie. He knows when the pressure is coming every single time. So it's Gory on the other side pushing it out. He's going towards a Wit's End as well. So continuing with his very tanky build. He knows it's going to be AP soul laners that are answering him, right? It's either got to be Impact or it's got to be Vicla. Those are the only people that can really come and answer him in a 1v1. And the Wit's End is going to help him to deal with that, you know, very, very easily. If they send too many members bot, Golden Guardians can do Baron.
Yep.
You can't forget, this is a Felios and a Azir, some of the fastest Baron takers in the game. So FlyQuest are going to look for an engage. That's really their only recourse. The Golden Guardians have to play safe here until someone answers. This is your time as a 4v4. If Impact dies, this is actually so bad.
Yeah, it just might be. The explosive cast goes wide. It only hits Huhi, but it doesn't hit any of the frontline members that were threatening his life.
This is like game-endingly bad almost. You know, this could get really, really rough for them because now if you send people down to answer Licorice, they can just do Baron, right? And as soon as Licorice is responded to, he's just going to back off. Like, he is this very tanky build. Again, you can't burst him down. If it's just Vicla, then he's going to be able to push and get the inhib, and you take the Baron. They're going to try to get a Dragon out of this, but you know, FlyQuest are really struggling to know what is the correct response to this. And Licorice has just gone such an intelligent build. Everyone is coming down to him on the spot side, but he's just going to kill Spica potentially.
Stopwatch is burned by Spica, and it looks like Licorice does go down. None of the FlyQuest members die, but the cost of it is Baron for Golden Guardians, and that's the comfort spot that they were aiming for in the first place.
Yeah, Licorice finally going a little bit too far is going to get punished. The stopwatch, you know, keeping Spica alive. Without that, he actually kills Spica and maybe looks a little bit different. But FlyQuest will lose their top lane inhibitor tower. So again, 2 inhibs now are exposed to this Yone who wants to be playing for split push. They are going to grab another dragon, but again, the soul win condition is pushed so far back, and it is a Chemtech soul anyway. So it's a very, very interesting game and a really interesting game state. One of my favorite things about these split push games is how you don't get a lot of time to practice them. So teams have got to be really good on the fly about being able to adapt to the situation. Who should answer? Should you base? Should you engage? Should you look for a 5 bot? Should you go for a hard engage on the 4-man squad? Like, what should you do? Really does get very complicated. And it's really fun to see teams try to problem solve on the fly. So it's going to be a good challenge, I think, for both sides to see who can really come out ahead in this regard.
I mean, so far the problem solving has gone over to the Golden Guardians. They've been able to deal with the objective situation that FlyQuest has really threatened them with, and nothing has really gone their way. I mean, the early game was a bunch of scrapping for FlyQuest, but they didn't accelerate the game fast enough, and now we're in the state where Golden Guardians, they're the ones in the driver's seat.
I mean, Licorice just got ahead in that 1v1, right? There was a lot of kills, but it was always Licorice getting gold, getting plates up on that top side. And it's so interesting, you know, I'd love to know, like, he clearly cooked up a pretty cool build here. Oh,
it looked for the engage. Stixxay is forced to use both of his summoner spells. River is front lining for the rest of the squad. Impact on the flank. Could look for the explosive cask and punch Stixxay forward, but the rest of FlyQuest have to step forward. Body slam flash. That's the engage. That's the pick on to Stixxay. Can FlyQuest carry this forward? But Licorice teleported.
He's gonna cut the wave.
He's just cutting the wave. I mean, FlyQuest might be able to pick up another member here in River, but they won't have a minion wave to work with to look for an ending game push.
Yeah, not at all. And that was the concern here. So they are able to get a really nice engage. Impact does find that, but again, kind of smart thinking here from Licorice. She doesn't actually decide to commit to the fight. Instead, he just goes and cuts the wave. Now he's going down towards bot. He is going to be spotted. He's got to be careful here. He could be dead. He does use that ulti very quickly, so that I think is going to get him to safety. You can see Gory is moving down to support just in case they are full chasing, and they are not. But yeah, really interesting game. You know, they do get the catch on Stixxay. Stixxay now no summoners, and it does go down, so could really be vulnerable because Vulcan will have ulti and flash available pretty soon, and Stixxay could be easy picking. So we'll see how they want to play this out. And if FlyQuest can get one of those picks and lead into, you know, a potential objective here.
Yeah.
But it's still a while before the next one comes. You know, the Baron buff is just about to expire now. Golden Guardians negative 1k on the Baron power play. Not what you really want to see, but it's definitely a weird one.
It was almost the moment for FlyQuest to turn this, you know, sinking ship around. You know, Golden Guardians seem to almost have their number for the game-ending push. But once again, it's the problem solving that has decisively been made by both teams to answer blow for blow in one of these conditions that are being surprised in being set up by both of these teams. Licorice teleporting in, cutting off that minion wave, and now FlyQuest, they're down summoner spells to make that pick again. I mean, Stixxay's flash is gone, but I don't know if Impact will be able to get in a position like that again to make that play.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see if he can actually find that angle, you know, and when he does look for that angle, if it's going to be Licorice in a position to punish that, right? Because if you actually go for that sort of a play, it can get punished very heavily if Licorice is already far up. So just checking in on some top Yone stats throughout the season. There's gonna be engage.
Pick on the River using the Glacial Prison. I don't think River's getting out of this one. The jungler's gone for Golden Guardians. I mean, there's not a neutral objective coming up for at least a minute and 20 seconds, but the push will be the play for FlyQuest. There's not a big front line standing in the way of Golden Guardians' backline. So if FlyQuest want to look for a pick, they can.
They can try, but this is the problem, is there's no ult on Vulcan, there's no flash on Vickle or Impact.
He used the soul unbound, so he goes, snaps back after the explosive cast. Impact might not be able to get out of this one alive. The flash forward from Licorice. Stasis from Impact, but it's just the inevitable. Licorice takes him out, and now FlyQuest, the panic alarms are being run. Someone has to go answer Licorice in the base.
Everyone's going bot. Spica's behind him. Licorice could be in trouble here, absolutely. The Rylai's is actually slowing him down. Licorice is just turning for the fight onto Vikla. I don't know that he's going to get out of this one.
He's threatening it. I mean, he's so tanky with the Wit's End, the Iceborne Gauntlet. It's going to take a while for FlyQuest to take him out. He's actually doing a damn good work of just trading it out. Spica is now the Yone, but Golden Guardians have now made the push into the mid lane, so there's nothing that FlyQuest can answer with again.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it is that 1-for-1, but FlyQuest are going to have their top laner up a lot faster. Dragon is going to be up before Licorice has respawned, so they should be able to move towards Soul Point. And because Licorice has no TP, there is the ability for them to grab the Dragon, then try to get some wards around Baron, you know, try to set up for these objectives, try to set up for these threatening plays. But you can see how strong Licorice is, you know, get the 1v1 kill on Impact. And even in that like 1v3, 1v4 type play, whatever you want to call it, because Prince was moving down, almost gets killed. But, you know, I was trying to check if this was something that was, you know, played by someone else and he was copying the build. So I was looking through, there's only been 2 top Yone games this entire season around the world. And neither of them were going for any sort of a build like this at all. And they weren't even in the tier 1 leagues, as long as the stats I'm looking at are correct. It was the Gale Force games. So he has cooked up something that is completely different from what I have seen. And it seems like it is of his own invention. So definitely
Wow.
would love to hear from him on, like, was this pre-planned going into this game? Did he get in the game and get ahead and say, we can't 5v5? Vulcan looking for the engage, though.
Oh, but it's narrowly avoided by Gory, just slinking over the wall with the shuffle, and Licorice is teleporting into the mid lane. Do we just get a 5-on-5 brawl to end the game? Licorice looking for the soul unbound, has the fate sealed, but no one is in range for the knockup.
Yeah, you know, does have the ability to still 5v5, of course, but he's not really built for it. You know, with that Hullbreaker, you're obviously losing a lot of stats when you are grouped up. They may just think that they can win 5v5 anyway, though, because you do still have Aphelios, Azir, and Lulu, right? So 5v5 not bad, but Vicla's coming.
He's looking, he finds who, he blows him up! That's one never gone from Golden Guardians. Glacial Prison stops Prince in his tracks, cuts the damage down to size. Gory is in trouble, but he pops the zone. The damage from 6A! Moonlight Vigil is the one that silences FlyQuest down on the ground, but Spica, he's resetting. He's the Azir. He's looking for one more to 6A. Another auto attack. Spica's got the resets, but he's the squishiest Aphelios. He can't survive against Licorice and River. That's the full ace. Could it be the game?
Yeah, I think it can. We'll have to see. There's 35 seconds here. They only have 2 members alive, so they're going to start to pull back. It looks like they're going to try to maybe just take some jungle camps and push in as well. I see deciding that I think they're trying to calculate, do I even add more damage than not being Bayou for the Hullbreaker? You know, like, is it even worth me doing this? Should I start something else up? You know, maybe he's going to go start up the Baron while you finish off the inhib, then go back to the Baron. At the end of the day, it looks like it's just going to be the tier 2. Then they're going to go back. Maybe a little bit of split comms, you know, trying to figure out exactly what they should go for here. But this was a really scrappy fight. Vicla coming in from the side, but it is a one-shot onto Huhi, but he doesn't get any damage onto the carries. And then you can see impact here, you know, flash, body slam, hits the ulti over on a Gory, but Gory has a stopwatch to buy time, and then 6A just shreds FlyQuest with the Infernum ulti. Gory with his dying breath scoops Prince back into the team. And then Spica here trying to have some heroics with the resets, but you're just not going to survive getting into an 80 carries body on top of a Yone. It ain't happening. So it is the Baron going the way of FlyQuest, or excuse me, of Golden Guardians. And now FlyQuest definitely going to be in some trouble because this time the Baron buff is actually on Licorice. Last time it was not there. You can see how much damage Aphelios got out. 6A really blasted him with that Infernum ulti.
I'm actually curious here because it shows that Spica's GA didn't pop during that fight.
Might have been slightly on cooldown.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I mean, I didn't actually see. I assume that if it was a bug, he would have paused. But it's looks like it's up now either way.
Yeah, Spica is engaging onto River. He has Vulcan in his back pocket. River is a tanky guy. I don't think you're taking him out anytime soon. Vulcan also popped the quickness, but didn't find the charm. Moonlight Vigil gets some damage down.
And this is the desperation kind of kicking in because Licorice is in the side lane. They know they can't answer him, but he's coming to look for the flank here.
Oh, they should know. FlyQuest, they saw the
has the ulti.
Oh, looking for the fade damage right into the back line. Does the damage fall off? Explosive cast. Grand entrance onto multiple members for Golden Guardians. They're super low, but they don't have the damage to back it up. Golden Guardians are the ones left standing, and Vulcan has to retreat, but he can't defend the base. Surely this is the Golden Guardians' victory.
Yeah, they've got it. Licorice coming in from the side, finds the engage onto FlyQuest. What a fun game here. Golden Guardians gonna take a win here to end their first week. And that man on the screen right now, Licorice. What a build, what a play. That was actually so fun to watch. It's so cool to see people come up with these unique ways to approach the game. You know, playing the Oni in a way that I have personally not seen it played. Hullbreaker, going for the Iceborne Gauntlet, you know, going for this really kind of side lane focused build and putting on so much pressure. Really, I think forcing FlyQuest's hand in a lot of ways, forcing him to look for these engages that weren't really properly set up because they knew if they just hang around in mid lane, they're going to lose too much through the sides. And that is really what kind of pushed them to keep going for these engages. And then Licorice, you know, just deciding in these last couple fights that it was time to group. It was time to actually look for the 5v5, that is where they were going to win.
What is he writing?
Property of Golden Guardians.
Oh, no.
I don't actually know what he's writing.
They must have had a bet before the game.
This is dangerous. You guys are assuming way in on that. We don't know what he's going to draw.
At Golden Guardians Forever, maybe. The Infinity side.
We zoom in too close, and then you start realizing, oh, this is not stream appropriate. Start zooming out.
I just realized.
It's oddly and it's an arrow. You never know.
Yeah. Well, you know what? If you want to see what an arrow's writing on Lee's arm, go check out the co-stream on Pretty sure that's where it's at. But man, Eric Ritchie, he is him. He is that guy, man. We said at the beginning, but coming out with such a creative build, I mean, the ingenuity that this guy is willing to bring to almost every stage game he has played since the turn of the playoffs in spring,
it's really cool.
I'm speechless.
It's Licorice Unleashed, right? And we got to have Licorice and 60 on the dive in Spring Split, and it was really fun to kind of listen to them talk about how much confidence does affect the players and how much the environment really affects the players. And you can see that Licorice, really ever since playoffs, has just had so much confidence, and it feels like the environment is really working for him, and the team has faith in him. He has faith in himself as a result. And they have kind of just let him go wild on whatever he seems to think is a good pick. They're like, yep, we believe in you, bud. We know you're going to make it work. And it has been really paying dividends for them. MSI, individually, he was incredible.
Yeah.
Taking down 369, getting solo kill on him. He was solo killing a lot of different people. He was looking really good in the 1v1 matchups, even against people like Bin. Was really showing up and playing very well. So it's so cool to see Top Yone brought out. Absolutely really cool build. I hope we're interviewing Licorice. If they are, they better ask him, was this pre-planned? How did he cook it up? I want to know about the build.
You hear that, Jat? You got to make sure you're asking those questions here. I mean, this is the Licorice glow up. We're joining Jat and Licorice at the Tiki Bar for a Verizon post-game interview. Check it out.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Licorice, and I think the first question has already been posed to ask about the Yone pick and what led to it.
I mean, we were actually having kind of a discussion during the pick ban phase about what we wanted to do about Gragas. And I actually wanted to ban the Gragas. So this was like totally unplanned. We ended up banning something else. And then it was just like, my team was like, whatever you want it to Gragas. So I would practice Yone a while ago. And I thought it was a good matchup. So I just wanted to pick it.
And then also the fact that you not only played Yone, but then you did Hullbreaker second, you did no crit, you kind of split push. I can't remember the last time a team won through like pretty excessive split pushing and very infrequent grouping. So how did you navigate that, and how did you decide to play that way?
I mean, honestly, it's just River said that Hullbreaker was strong. So I was like, okay, I can build Hullbreaker on Yone. He was like, yeah, Hullbreaker Yone is really good. He said this to me like 2 days ago during scrims. And I was like,
did you try it in scrims?
No.
Okay.
So, I mean, I've played Yone before and like the item's good. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, ideally, it's like if I'm ahead and my team's ahead, then they just have no play because Gragas can't clear the Hullbreaker minions. And that's like one of his biggest weaknesses, I think. And we were behind, but like it's still so hard for Gragas to deal with it that it just like kept us in the game, I think.
Yeah, that's great to hear. But I also got to say, before the interview, you were saying like, yesterday I was feeling so down because it was another 0-2 start to the split. But talk to me a little bit about what happened in the first 2 games and how good it feels to get the first win.
Yeah, I mean, just adjusting to being back has been kind of strange. I think like my first game I played pretty well, even though we lost, and like my game yesterday versus EG, I just felt really out of it, which seems to happen sometimes. Like, I mean, it's like obviously something that I'm working on to avoid, but like it just like I had an off day yesterday, so it feels really good to come in today and just like be able to bounce back from that.
All right, well, this is for you. Thank you for joining. It's not a troll drink, but for now we're going to send it back to the LCS pool to close out the game.
Hello and welcome to the LCS pool.
Oh, God.
It's freaking me out.
He actually did a cannonball.
How's your butt? Is it okay?
It's wet.
It's wet. I don't want to hear about your wet butt, dude. All right, the LCS is finally back, and so is Grubhub as the official delivery partner of the LCS. To kick off the summer split, Grubhub is giving you $10 off delivery orders of $15 or more. Use code SUMMERSPLIT now through June 4th. Get all your favorites from Grubhub today. Terms apply. Licorice technically delivered the win, but let's be honest, it was Hullbreaker.
Yeah, so let's watch him clear some turrets. Actually, he did, as you probably heard, just go into this during the interview. The most important thing for me from Golden Guardians, outside of Licorice's reasoning that he knows Gragas can't clear the Hullbreaker minions, and they had initially wanted to ban the Gragas, is that the way they set up a lot of this split push pressure was really good. So even if it felt like Fly was winning on another side of the map, they were still able to take something out.
Yes. I was actually, it was interesting to see just from a gold lead, just watching the gold lead from FlyQuest diminish to nothing because he was constantly pulling Gragas to sides. And every time FlyQuest wanted to look for a play, just wasn't happening. So good on him. Big win. Bit of a non-believer in terms of like the progression of the build, but they could not kill him. They did once.
Yep, Licorice split pushing his way to victory for the first win for the side of Golden Guardians. EG and Dignitas is next, but first, some behind the scenes of how Samsung SSD powers the LCS. The durable T7 Shield portable SSD made the trip to the beach with the LCS photo shoot team a breeze.
Hey, I'm Melissa from the Riot Esports photo team. We shoot thousands of photos on any given day, so having a reliable storage device is super important to us. That's why we love the Samsung T7 Shield portable SSD. On a shoot like today, we start sorting and editing right away. With T7 Shield, we can seamlessly transfer massive files in seconds. These drives are also water resistant, dust resistant, and drop resistant, which means we can work anywhere, and we don't have to worry about losing files.
A long time ago, I used to be a professional player in Heroes of the Storm, Blizzard's MOBA.
During the time that I played, I was the most successful Western player. I won the most tournaments and won the most prize money of anyone. During that time, I spent a lot of time playing against the top Korean teams, and specifically the best Korean player, Rich. To be honest, there was never a discussion about who the best player in HOTS was. It's pretty cliche, everyone says it, but Rich is the faker of HOTS. He was the most successful player. Every time he was in the server, he was the one player that all the other 9 were thinking, okay, how do we play around Rich? His own team thinking, how can we buff him? The enemy team thinking, how can we counter him? He was just so influential.
저는 사람들이 저를 최고라고 말하는 걸 알고 있었고, 이제 제 개인 방송에도 하추 중에 제일 시청자가 많았고, 이제 롤로 따지면 롤드컵 같은 거를 월즈를 2번 우승했고, MSI도 이제 2번 우승했고, 또 중국에서 열리는 세계대회가 있는데 그것도 또 많이 우승했고, 웬만한 자국 리그는 거의 다 우승했던 것 같아요.
I started working at Dignitas and he started playing League. And every time that I'd have an opportunity, I'd always look over to what he was doing. I'd be cheering him on and watching all his games. And just thinking, like, wow, wouldn't it be so cool to have Rich on Dignitas after all those years? There's 2 back-to-back World Finals he played against us and won both of them, sadly. Knowing him and having watched him for so many years, I knew how good he could be, and I knew what he could transfer and bring to the League of Legends community. I don't think other people did. So I've always had this view that he's very underrated. And even when he went to LPL, he wasn't that hyped. He goes in, he wins the spring regular season, he gets first All-Pro team. That was stuff that I knew he was capable of the whole time. So every off-season, I've always been looking, can we bring Rich to Dig? Can we bring Rich to Dig? And finally, this was the one where it worked out.
좀 저는 되게 재밌고, 와 이거 뭐라 해야 되지? 이제 제임스가 제 어쨌든 상관 위에 있잖아요, 위에. 그래가지고 되게 재밌는 것 같아요. 그리고 제가 원하는 거 있으면 다 들어주는 편이라 좋은 것 같아요. 내가 히어로즈에서 이룬 것들은 여기서는 진짜 아무 의미도 없다. 히어로즈에서 내가 최고지만 여기서는 진짜 신입이니까 그냥 사람들이 나를 뭐라고 하든, 코치 감독이 뭐라 하든 모든 말들을 다 잘 듣고 다 수용하자, 이런 마인드로 게임을 했던 것 같아요.
I think the skills transfer pretty well. I'd say the main thing about HOTS is there's no lane phase. So it is all team fighting all the time. So especially if you play a bunch of games back to back, you just spam them, you learn how to team fight so quickly, and you really bring that skill over to League of Legends. So he definitely has got that. I know he had to struggle for a few years in lane phase, but very excited to say that I think he solved that now.
Okay! There you go, Rich!
The way that he approaches things, he's very methodical, he's very scientific, he's very driven. But just his raw talent is unreal. He's very smart, and he will find those tiny edges that no one else is even seeing, and he will execute them on stage.
일단은 저는 저희 팀이 이제 제가 알기로 스프링 때 10등이었던 걸로 알고 있는데, 플레이오프도 진출해서 월드컵 노려보고 싶고, 그리고 가능하면은 좀 팀원들과 웃으면서 좋은 성적을 내고 싶네요. 하츠를 하면서 되게 많은 관심도 받고 좋은 성적도 냈었는데, 저는 그 시간들이 되게 헛되지 않았다고 생각하고 엄청 저에게 뜻깊은 시간들이었어가지고 지금 이 자리에 있는 것 같아요.
I don't want to put too much pressure on him, so I want to be a bit careful here, but I think he is almost certainly the best top laner in the LCS. I'd be highly surprised if he's not the best player in the LCS. I don't think the league is ready for Rich.
Welcome back to the LCS. Welcome back to opening week presented by MasterCard. And welcome back for game number 3 of day number 3 in Super Week number 1. I'm Captain Flowers. That's Kobe.
Super Week number 1 of 6.
Yes, there's a lot of Super Weeks here in LCS this summer split. But today, we've got a 2-0 EG going up against a 0-2 Dignitas. We just heard from Dignitas' side about their new top laner that they're hoping is going to be an answer for some of the problems that they faced in spring.
Yeah, and you and I were casting yesterday, and they're dropping the game, but Rich was kind of the bright spot for them, getting getting his kills onto Fudge, and a lot of teams have been on the receiving end of Cloud9 dominance. So see if they can bounce back here today. I do think he's going to need some more help from the rest of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going up against an EG that people had a lot of mixed perceptions about coming into this summer split, but their first couple of games have gone pretty solid for them.
Yeah, definitely agree. Honestly, more than solid here for JoJo especially. I'm super hyped to see if they can carry some momentum forward with this EG squad. With putting these guys together, expectations for a lot of people were pretty low, especially when you have people coming out of previous coaching here for our mail with Cloud9 and stuff like that, and and slapping them all together, but instantly finding some success here. Very, very exciting.
And JoJo is such a fun player to watch. A lot of people are super big fans of him. Other people think that he's too full of himself. Everybody's got an opinion on JoJo, though, because he's such a fun player to watch. And when he's at that peak of skill, it's just a great time to see it happen in front of your eyes. And I'm not going to lie to you, man. I'm just going to say it straight. In spring, I thought he was running it straight down. Like, I did not understand what was going on. I flamed Jat for considering him for All-Pro in spring. I was like, what are you talking about? But after some of the games that we've seen out of him in these first couple of days, it seems like JoJo got his mojo back.
Yeah, I mean, and he did as well. That's part of the reason why, he went to Korea and decided to buckle down, and he was training up, and he feels like he's back now. He definitely was not happy with his previous performance, and now we're going to constantly get the view on all of these extra napkins that he was complaining about how sticky the water bottles are, right? I think we could solve this by just getting him a different water bottle. That's not these plastic water bottles. We can get him a JoJo water bottle. I'm sure of it. EG, let's hook it up. And then we don't have to deal with all these extra napkins all over the place. But let's get right into Champion Select. Nico off the table immediately. No surprise there. See about this bottom lane, though. Already EG respecting Rich a little. Banning out the Gwen, one of those carry champions for top lane that both can demolish tanks and also come in team fight very effectively. There's not a lot of the carry champions for top side that can also win you team fights. That certainly is one of them. And we just saw that video from Dig about how that really is Rich's specialty.
First banning it is definitely a sign of respect here from EG. Also going to go ahead, ban out that Vi. Been a staple of competitive play for, I don't even remember how long now. Feels like she's just been in the meta forever, but they don't want to face her here today. Dignitas takes Yuumi off the table. Thank goodness.
All right, Yuumi off the table. Milio and Zeri still floating around. The Lucian has been really hotly contested, especially by these teams that do have confidence in their bottom lane. So I know a lot of teams do like to attack Dignitas bottom lane. Maybe something that FBI could be toying around with.
And EG going to ban out Maokai, the third ban of the first half here. I was talking to Emily behind the scenes before the show started today, and she was talking about how, if you leave Milio up and you let blue side first pick him, if you're confident in your bottom lane, you just respond with Lucian and Nami, and you slam him early on in lane. Dignitas not going to take that approach. They will ban Milio away instead. Zeri is still available. She still has viable lane partners like Lulu, but Evil Geniuses are going to first pick the Ahri for JoJo.
Okay, so the Annie trade is up and available for Jensen. Jensen hasn't done very much roaming around from mid lane, so maybe they want him on more of a Jensen champion. If he's just going to stay mid, then get him something that can really benefit from farm. And they're going to pick up very quickly. That's what we usually say is the Flex Cassante, but we went over this last Dignitas game. But it's probably going into the hands of Rich.
I would be very surprised to see it be a Cassante for Jensen, but they're also locking in the Rakan for themselves, giving Diamond a little bit of engage power, and also guaranteeing that they would deny a Xayah Rakan pick in the same rotation from Evil Geniuses if they wanted to take that approach to their own bottom lane.
Yeah, but Aphelios is up, so I think you're super happy to take the Aphelios, especially for Unforgiven here. Can they pair it with the Lulu, or are they worried about that all-in engage? Looks like they'll leave it floating.
Okay. If they don't lock Lulu in here.
Okay, top LeBlanc has actually been a thing, by the way. So that hover is kind of exciting, even though it's just a hover and they go with the Lulu. I really want to see the Iceborne tank top LeBlanc that has been in a bit of solo queue. Not going to be the case, though. Not going to be pulled out here on the LCS stage. And they will just get the Lulu pairing early on for Aphelios.
Well, we've got a couple of junglers banned out here in the first phase, with neither team having drafted a jungler in their first 3 picks. I'm expecting to see some more jungle bans here in the second half of the draft. Sejuani is still up. She gets played practically every game, it feels like. Gragas going to be the first ban, though, in this second half for Dig.
Yeah, since Maokai gets banned so frequently, Sejuani kind of becomes that go-to jungle tank right now. I am a really big fan of Poppy still, though. The jungle Poppy, very flexible with top lane too, so it can always go that route. But yeah, Gragas, before Gragas gets nerfed, definitely deserves the ban here, as he's so flexible. Is going to get some big fatty nerfs though on the next patch, so we'll be waiting for that one. Some meta shakeups are on the way, Flowers. I promise.
I hope so.
I promise.
I'm ready for things to get a little spicier than they have been. I'm happy to see Annie banned away here. Annie versus Ahri is one of those matchups you see so many times. Evil Genius is taking the opportunity to avoid it this time around. One more ban over to Dignitas. A couple seconds left, making sure they use the whole clock. And Kindred will be the ban out this time. That champion's become very powerful with the recent itemization changes.
Yeah.
Trinity Force, super strong. They want to take it off the table.
I especially love it because in Enchanter metas for bottom lane, then the support can also be really, really beneficial for the Kindred players if they get that early lead. And most junglers right now, surprise, surprise, are putting most of their attention towards the bot side of the map. That is still very much true. See how we round it out. That LeBlanc taken off the table here from Jensen. Aside from the funny and crazy and powerful LeBlanc builds that have been popping up, you know, with on live Static Shiv with the buffs that are on the next patch,
yeah,
on 13-12, or with the top one that I mentioned, just straight old standard mid LeBlanc has also had a resurgence here already. So there's your Sejuani that you're expecting. Yep. Looks like we're gonna get the blind here from EG for Revenge, because technically Cassante is flex.
Well,
although we have a pretty good idea.
Right, exactly. I would feel like it's a safe bet, but Evil Geniuses, what are we going to see here in the jungle?
Man,
maybe we're not going to see anything in the jungle just yet. Maybe instead locking in the Scion for Revenge. Want to take the extra time to think about the jungler options.
Okay, nothing too flashy here. The standard meta straightforward for EG. The only wild card could come from jungle, but I expect it to be, you know, something like a Poppy or something like that.
Yeah,
much more standard.
I'm not fooled by this. I'm not.
You're not biting on the Warwick. Okay.
Oh, but Trundle's gonna be biting. Okay.
There you go. The classic into Sejuani, of course. Ultimate after this, you want to wait till after Aftershock is procced on the Sejuani, so there are more stats there for you to steal.
Right.
Also, keep in mind her passive. Trying to get it before that falls off, but ultimate there from Trundle always goes a long way in either stealing from Cassante or Sejuani. The front to back Flowers, the standard front to back from Evil Geniuses, and Dignitas lock in for Jensen. We are mentioning the farming mid lane AP carry for team fights. It's exactly what you get as you expect. And the Cassio here, I'm actually a really, really big fan of. Super high DPS right now, can also help them out burning down some of these objectives.
Burn down objectives and burn down Scion. We know that this champion just becomes a brick wall later on in the game, so to have two of those consistent DPS threats, especially having them split between AD and AP with Xayah and Cassiopeia, maybe you can get through them a little bit easier than normal, where we see a lot of teams sometimes struggle after this guy's been scaling for a significant amount of time. You already mentioned how Trundle specifically wants to time his ulti versus Sejuani to maximize the stat steal versus both the Arctic Armor and the Aftershock. And if you can land that perfectly and get both of them at the same time, Sejuani becomes paper thin.
Certainly does. Certainly does. All right, let's see if they can get it, working their way through. I would also say, too, with the Cassio, with the Miasma, you can, if you have Sejuani level 6 coming and ganking, get some good chain CC there. You know, Sejuani locks her down. The Miasma goes on top, so you can't get the ult charge off. Then get in position. See if they can put some actual pressure out here. Because Dignitas, they need to show some life here early on in the first Super Week.
They don't want to start off 0-3. Again, not so hot of a spring split showing. Would love to turn it around in summer, but the first couple of days have been rough. Let's see what they've got here going up against EG that, on the flip side, would love a 3-0 start.
Ooh, what's he selling to Cassante? Something early. Ooh, a Doran
shield. Wow. And a potion. All right. Anything interesting at level 1? Doesn't look like it. Just a little bit of a line of scrimmage here.
Yeah, plus no sweepers either. Honestly, these are not exciting junglers. Flowers, these are not your Raptor stealing extraordinaires. Sejuani technically could if they had the other level 1 champs to do it with, but they don't. So yeah, it's probably going to be a regular farm. You'll definitely expect more possibilities out of a Sejuani though from Santorin here. People have really been looking, magnifying glass at Santorin. Hey, you know, wake up, do something here. Let's see that old Santorin magic. And maybe you can pull it out here with the Sedge, a classic champion for him. Has level 3 gank opportunities.
Only real thing to point out here, I think at level 1, difference in summoner spells in bottom lane. Tomo with the cleanse, Diamond with the ignite, versus the double mobility for Unforgiven, taking the ghost with Ayla also having the heal. Much more defensive approach. I always do like the ignite though. Just guarantee a little extra kill pressure, you know? Yeah, gives me this hope that maybe we'll have ourselves a nice bloody level 2, level 3 there in bottom.
Yeah, you want to get to work. Just catch some action. Some supportive combat.
Yeah, trading those spells back and forth a little. Speaking of which, I do want to keep an eye on how Jensen does in this Cassiopeia. This is a champion that we're not seeing a whole ton of these days. But again, Jensen playing those classic style mages is what I expect to always see him on. So hopefully this turns out pretty well for him.
Yeah, pretty even trades so far. Walked a little bit, got clipped on the return there. But push going to JoJo. So he's able to get his early ward off. Make sure that Sejuani, like we said, for the level 3 possibilities, doesn't get anything too crazy. Armeo goes over the vision first though, so Santorin knows he's there, and you have to seed control to the Trundle because JoJo again is pushing the mid lane. So your mid laner can't come. Santorin knows it, and he's getting run around his own jungle.
Sejuani versus Trundle is not a fun 1v1 in the first place, but when the enemy mid laner is also in control, Santorin just has no choice whatsoever. Has to head back into the top side of his own jungle, start farming up that red.
Yeah, especially because, he hadn't gotten his red buff early on. Went with the clear aura on the other side after Raptors. So Armeo, good job from him. Plays off of JoJo, making use of the early Trundle here. Steal away at least the wolves.
Ooh, okay, gonna step up, maybe throw the pillar behind Jensen, gets the knockback, forces the flash out of the Cassiopeia. Nicely done. While bottom side, Diamond wants to go in, but Ayla can disengage without needing to use a summoner spell of his own.
Lot of value here for Armeo. They steal away the wolves, gets the flash out of mid. They still have priority. Santorin's gonna get...
Santorin having to use Arctic Assault to get over the wall, but they're ready to flash follow. Armeo wants to keep the chase alive. Santorin, this is not what we meant about getting involved in the lanes. It's first blood to Evil Genius.
Yeah, and they knew Armeo's still on this side here, so he wraps around. Armeo sees him as he's on the Raptors. Immediate flash follow. And JoJo did a good job getting to the other side here, so that's going to be that early kill. They got the flash out of Jensen already previously, and Jensen's pretty low, so kind of dangerous for him.
Oh boy, we're back to live as Diamond is nearly back to dead. He's got to be careful about this one. Below 100 HP, does manage to escape in time. It was both non-flash summoners spent by the EG bottom lane. All summoners still available for dig, so as long as they don't lose too much laning presence off of this, they'll still have more tools to work with in the future if they can get their own jungler down here. But Santorin not liking the state of how things are after that first death.
Yeah, that's the key there, Flowers. You got to play with teammates in the Sejuani Trundle matchup. Trundle runs you, okay? You cannot go face Armeo by yourself. You need to play with teammates so you can use some CC and have them bring the damage to burst somebody down in it. Armeo now, you thought he had, free roam of Summoner's Rift previously. Now he's got a golden ticket to go wherever he wants, as long as he's playing off of pushing lanes here. Santorin wants to come back and try and answer something, but remember, JoJo still has flash advantage. So they could go for charm flash plays
Yep, there it is. Jojo, flash charm. Armeo throws down the trophy. Jensen's not long for this world. Jojo getting the kill credit there as Ayla shows up from an assist on top. Evil Geniuses up over 1,000 gold now with a 2-0 lead. Rich versus Revenge on the top side. Rich taking advantage of that 1v1 power on Cassante, just trying to make sure he maintains absolute control over this lane because things are going bad in mid.
Yeah, you don't want these hands with mid jungle duo right now. It is going all EG. And it's going to stay that way now. Santorin goes back to visit with Jensen, and again, they drop. Really, really good play there, Jojo. We knew he had the flash advantage, Flowers. He used it. And that's going to give you the objective on top. Looks like Evil Geniuses will continue their winning ways for now. 1,000 gold and highly probable dragon advantage at only 6 minutes into the game.
Easy stuff for EG. Nice engage there from Diamond, getting a knock up onto Ayla. However, they cannot get the root from the Blade Caller, not quite in the range. As Rich goes for the dive on Revenge. Not quite enough damage to pose a significant enough threat here, so he's gonna have to disengage from that one. Armeo taken low by the Drake, but not low enough to really make him get away from that one since Jojo can rotate down and help. First Drake, first 2 kills, 1,000 gold up for Evil Geniuses. The early game's all going their way. Here's another look at Jojo's Flash Charm.
Boom! Charm Flash, you're gonna hit it every day of the week. There's no level 6 on Jensen. You're dead. Pillars come in. People underestimate the pillar follow-up, okay? Yeah, Trundle, he's not looked at as a turbo ganking jungle, but it actually does provide quite a lot of chase down there. And once that charm hits, easy pillar follow-up, good placement thus far from Armeo. He's definitely a long-time Trundle player.
Yes, sir.
Similar to Santorin, so neither of them strangers to this gameplay.
Unforgiven and Ayla scrapping back and forth in the bottom lane with Tomo and Diamond again, but still not a whole lot going on down there. The only assist on any of those bottom laners is Ayla from roaming up during that first Jensen kill, excuse me, as we do have them closing in on level 6, but not quite there just yet. Ayla ignited, has to get away from this one as Unforgiven provides covering fire for his support to get all the way out. Ayla does not have to spend either summoner spell to stay alive, and they get the ignite out of Diamond, so positive on summoners there for EG.
Yeah, a little bit closer from Tomo to be able to get out the extra burst damage there. They definitely would have been able to force more, but Ayla walks it out, and so in the end, that is technically an upgrade in combat summoner cooldown here for the EG side. Unforgiven also getting level 6 now on the Felios as he's able to clean up the rest of the minions. Assume he's going to push the next wave out before he gets his reset to match.
So, what do we do here if we're Dignitas? Because...
But don't go fighting mid-jungle again, okay?
No more mid-jungle. All right.
Santorin is level 6, though.
Oh, nice. Diamond coming in. Jensen putting a lot of damage here into Jojo, who has to use his last Spirit Rush to get away. But Ayla's ready to use the shield to keep that mid laner alive. Diamond's flash does not result in the kill going the way of Dig. So once again, when they're fighting around mid, they're just not getting enough done. Even when they're coming out on top, they can't quite cross that finish line. Maybe Santorin can change that here. Jojo, no flash, no ulti. The Ahri's got to play respectfully. And with Jojo in such a bad spot, the rest of EG has to back away from this Herald they had started up. Santorin, Rich, Diamond, all coming to collapse. Jensen doesn't have a lot of resources to work with, but with this man advantage, Evil Geniuses knows that Dignitas are the ones in control right now. They are going to step back up, think about potentially challenging for this. Revenge over the wall. He'll have to be the first one to go in.
Yeah, where's Sejuani ult? Watch out.
Herald eyeball. It's too low. It's not going to have the eyeball open up again, but Dignitas just about have it where they want it. Armeo flashing away from the Glacial Prison, making sure he doesn't get caught out there. And it is the Herald going over to Dignitas. Finally, the squad gets something to use here in the early game, but Diamonds, whew, all right, he gets away.
Yeah, small little lapse in the CC there between the Charm and the Polymorph. Diamond's able to slip out. Lucky there for Dig, but nice pickup. On the Rift Herald, at least able to get something going their way. Santorin as well, like we talked about with that Sejuani CC chain on the Trundle. If you have teammates around, that's where you can actually win the fight versus the Trundle, because you have so much more CC than him. You just lock him down from 100% to 0 with the follow-up from the Rakan, from the Cassante, and he would have died, but good flash there from Armeo keeps himself alive, and Dignitas do pick up the objective, so they get the objective +1 summoner spell. Flowers, that is That is very, very good considering the state that they've been in.
Exactly. It's moving in the positive direction. They're not bleeding out any more resources, but now Armeo's coming to challenge here for this topside Scuttle Crab. Santorin secures it, and it's actually Santorin who's got a lead in the jungle now. He's up 10 farm. He's got himself +1 on the levels. I'm sure that Armeo will hit level 7 here very shortly after 1 or 2 camps, but Dignitas trying to... Yeah, there we go. Trundle's just about going to grab that as soon as he kills the big wolf here. Okay. Not a whole lot going on. Just a little bit of trading up there on the top side. Everybody's just fine, sort of letting this scale forward. There's nothing really to fight for the next 45 seconds. The second Drake is coming up around then. Every time we pan down bottom, Diamond is always looking for one of these engages, one of these grand entrances.
Yeah, and if you're going to attack one area, you know, Diamond is definitely an option. He has no flash from that previous play. Santorin tries to come down early, though. See if they can get this combo off. Sejuani ult coming off cooldown in a couple of seconds. Nobody really stepping up from EG, though, for Diamond to jump on with that Rakan ult to set it up. And they just go use their bot push, transfer on over to Dragon. 10 seconds upon the arrival here. Rich also getting his recall off to purchase before the Dragon. Revenge now matching that recall from top side, and they both have their teleports ready.
And remember, they're unleashed now. 10 minutes instead of 14, so we could get a full-on 5v5 if the teams want it. Armeo gonna push forward and control the entrance to the Drake pit. Ayla and Unforgiven just trying to push back against this wave that's being shoved into them right now. Tomo throws down a couple of feathers. Diamond rejoins him. Armeo still looking maybe from an angle here. King's Domain's not gonna result in a whole lot of anything, but now EG, they see this as their green light. Dignitas has been forced back into their own lane. They have to come around now. So EG uses the opportunity to start the Drake up.
And Revenge walked here, so he's here first.
Oh! Teleport's gonna come in. Tomo forced into the ulti immediately and early as Diamond is thrown up into the air, juggled around, has to disengage with the grand exit, back over the wall now as Rich goes all out, loses a lot of health doing it. Diamond still taking low. Armeo grabbing the kill on him. Rich now focused. Unforgiven needs a little bit more damage, but he can't quite find it, while Jojo and Armeo continue the mid-jungle battle up there in the river. 1 death out of all 10 players. It was Diamond. EG come out on top. They've got the better health bars, and they win the Drake.
Yeah, really, really big stuff here. Revenge walks his way down on the Sion, so he gets the ult out of the Xayah and pushes Tomo all the way out of this fight early on. Sejuani ult used at the Sion, and Revenge just uses the Sion ultimate, so he's immune. So that Sejuani ult, that one really big single target stun playmaking ability, does nothing for Dignitas, allows EG, they win the fight up there in the river, even with just Armeo and Jojo there, because there isn't that lockdown to set up Jensen. Jensen never even used his Cassiopeia ultimate because they didn't have a good spot for it. So big whiff down there. Sion, nice immunity, using his ultimate to go unstoppable, but definitely a rough one for Dignitas, as that's Dragon number 2, Flowers. Continue on stacking it up for EG. They can just match the 80 carry, swap up to the top side.
Well, Dignitas at least get to use their Eye of the Herald up here. Try to grab a couple of plates before they fall. Unforgiven and Ayla want to keep it out of range, but the charge will still complete. So at least they get the 2 plate value out of that one. It's something back for Dignitas. But things are still staying about the same pace that they have been. And it's Infernal Soul too, man. It's not a Chemtech Soul or something like that you're just sort of like, yeah, whatever, okay. Infernal Soul is going to be a problem. So for Dignitas, I'm hoping they have some sort of a mid-game, longer-term plan, because Evil Geniuses, if things keep going at this pace, are feeling more than comfortable.
Oh, they certainly are. Especially Armeo here, getting another kill for himself. Jojo's heading down towards Rich, though.
Oh,
nice combo.
That CC chain is just filthy. The Scion stun into the Everfrost root, into the Charm, into a second kill for Jojo, who maintains 100% kill participation here in this game. 4-0 lead now for EG.
Yeah, he's just picking on him now. That's going to be solo turret gold for Jojo also. Ari will be super rich. The Trundle's super rich. The mid-jungle duo for Evil Geniuses wrapping this one up.
Nothing to it, man. They are making it look easy. Santorin coming back up here, seeing if anybody's going to be defending. Moving up to try to protect this tier 1 turret. There have been no turrets taken yet so far in the game, so if Jojo pushes bottom, Dignitas is going to push top. We'll see who ends up getting the first turret bonus. It looks like JoJo's not even concerned about the race for it. He's just allowing the turret to execute as many minions as possible instead. So the bonus gold goes over to Dignitas for that first turret, but then immediately some gold right back into EG's pocket with JoJo taking the one down there on the other side of the rift. Still 2.5 minutes to go until we get our next Drake, but the Herald is about to spawn, and I would expect Evil Geniuses to not want to just give this one away.
Yeah, I'm expecting them to just yoink it, take that up themselves. Santorin does have his ultimate back here for the Sejuani. And again, Rich's teleport's like 2 seconds away, so they could fight it, but they need to coordinate. Sejuani ult plus Rakan and Cassio. Those have to work together.
Herald opens up the eye again. Teleports coming in from both sides. They both had the same idea. They want to perform a pincer attack on the other team. Santorin engages. They've locked down Unforgiven, but now he has to try to disengage and get back out of the aggro. He's still kept alive. A nice amount of peel coming out of EG. Ayla gets the kill back on Tomo, but Unforgiven's going to be traded. 80 carry for 80 carry. 4v4 left on the map. Armeo is very low as Santorin picks up a kill on Ayla, and Jensen flashes over the wall. JoJo's ready to pursue him and take him down, but Dignitas get another one back as Armeo falls to Rich. Revenge is stuck in a pit. 1v3, and Dignitas, even though they were down, they are not out. They take the fight.
They get it. They combo Santorin. This time, he's right on top of Forgiven. He initially starts it out, getting so much out of him, and they finally followed up there. Diamond follows through. They get the kill, even though it got a little dicey there. Meanwhile, Rich on the bottom side zones the rest of them out. That Cyan ultimate on 2 did delay. Tomo's able to use the Xayah ultimate plus flash to get over there, but he then trades and it's 1-for-1. Meanwhile, backside, Armeo's already chunked so low, they're going to have a hard time getting out of this one as Ayla gets 2v1'd, and even though JoJo does chase Jensen over the wall, the gladiator pit that is the Baron circle here does go the way of Dignitas. Big stuff for them. Rich getting 3 of those kills.
Yeah. That was huge in momentum swing for Dignitas. Gives them some faith in their team fighting capabilities, shows that they're on enough of a coordinated level to take the fight to an EG squad that was up 2,000 gold. That gold lead shrunk back down now to less than 1,000. There is 35 seconds until the next Drake spawns. I was talking about how Dignitas are gonna need a plan for this Drake stacking so EG can't get an early Infernal Soul, and right now, it's Dig who has control over that bottom side river.
All right, and they're splitting. It looks like Jensen bottom side going to be trading those minions as the Scion working on the tower top here for Evil Geniuses. Revenge is up on it, though, and he should be able to finish. Next minion wave. Looks like they're going to rotate up, and both teams decide to trade parts of the map. So that dragon on bottom side also means that not only is Cassiopeia going to do some work on the bottom side tower here. Oh, Rift Herald's going to mean you have to answer the push, though. Right. Secondary turrets are worth so much. EG going to try and funnel more money into Unforgiven.
That is the one saving grace that Evil Geniuses had in that second Herald fight. They were the ones who got the objective, even though they lost the team fight after. And now with Unforgiven having the Chakrams, they can knock down this tier 2 entirely, and that's a ton of gold in Aphelios' pocket.
All right, let's see. Jensen should finish up with the tower trade on bottom side while they also do get the dragon there for Santorin in the pit. So Dignitas, not the end of the world, not the worst trade here, since they still get at least a tower and 1 dragon to stop that stacking from Evil Geniuses.
All righty, Dignitas, let's go ahead and lock that one down. There it is. First Drake of the game for them, stopping the stack critically, making it so if you miss out on another one of those, it's not the end of the world, it's not the soul. Feels good, but still down about 1.7 thousand gold, 18 minutes and 45 seconds into the game, so closing in on when Baron's going to be active. And once Baron gets on the map, then we're going to start considering things like, you know, Cassiopeia's incredible DPS uptime. Yeah. If Dignitas ever has an angle to take that, they do it very quickly.
Yeah, even though Jensen definitely hurt by that early lane phase and the mid-jungle fiascos that happened down there, a little bit down in CS, still is a Leandrius Cassiopeia, so still is going to be able to pump damage as soon as he gets second item here. So Dignitas, they're keeping him in the side lane, go collect those top minions.
And Jensen also closing in on having that second item fully completed. The Seraph's Embrace fully stacked already with the tier, so it'll evolve as soon as he completes the purchase of the Archangel's Staff. You can see the second item completed there, the Horizon Focus for JoJo on the Ahri, giving a little bit more amp damage, making it so he can try to burst some of these targets down, because JoJo does have the most kills on his team. He's still got 100% kill participation. We've been talking about how JoJo feels like he's back compared to the performances in spring, and he's going to need to do some heavy lifting for EG in this one.
Certainly is. Mid tower, the last bit of defense is here, and they teleport to defend.
Everfrost used nicely there. Armeo soaks up the Sejuani ulti, and Evil Geniuses just turns around and splatters Diamond all over mid lane. Tomo's low, but he can disengage thanks to the rest of Dignitas protecting him. Evil Geniuses pick up a free 1 for nothing.
Can we get a revenge cam? Driving that bus right into his face. Boom! Headshot. They explode Diamond. Drops immediately, and that should be enough to get the last outer tower here. They leave it to Unforgiven. He's AoEing down the wave while the rest of the team goes to take the rest of their wards, and might need a little bit of help since still a couple of defenders here from Dignitas to call everybody else over. All right, they actually just take jungle camps instead of bullying down that mid tower. They feel like it's low enough that they can take it when they return, and they've got enough deep vision already encroaching into the Dignitas jungle to take away a decent amount of value.
You can see the Scryer Trinket used there in the Baron Pit, wanting to make sure that nobody's attempting any sort of a sneak. But Dignitas, I don't know, I feel like they're trying to regain their footing here in the game. They're trying to get some foundation to stand on, but it's just not happening.
It's a little shaky right now, but definitely winnable if they can have a better start to the fight. It's the openings here, the initiations, and both these ones that they lost heavily were terrible openings for them. You know, right off the bat, getting headshot by the Scion ultimate. Oh, observers, thank you so much. The dash cam for the Scion, right in, boom, hits him up into the air. He got the Q onto both of them, by the way, Tomo and Diamond. So Revenge just completely destroying them in that one. That's what I'm talking about, the openings to these team fights. If your opening is, boom, Scion ultimate into charge Q knockup, and one of your Dignitas players is already in the fountain, that is not going to be a winnable scenario. You need to have early vision there so that you can get a good Sejuani Rakan combination to start it out, so that Rakan doesn't instantly die. And then Cassiopeia has free roam. You get to layer your miasma on top. You get a good Cassiopeia ultimate on. You can deny the counter engage from your opponents. And there is a viable path to victory here for Dignitas. It's just that they have had so many terrible ones so far that it's contributing to more and more of a gold lead for Evil Geniuses.
And although that gold lead is still around 3,000 gold, the important thing to note here is when we look at the inventories, completed number of items are the same. Exact same builds for the Xayah and the Aphelios, except for Dorian's Blade versus Control Ward. 2 fully completed items for both mid laners, 1 fully completed item plus parts in the jungle, and then 2 fully completed items in top lane. It means in terms of your actual stat value for the gold that you have, Dignitas feels closer to EG than that 3,000 would suggest, I would think. And the biggest difference is there in JoJo's inventory. You can see he's got the stopwatch, he's got the Fiendish Codex, has the Dark Seal with the 8 stacks on it too. I feel like JoJo, especially confident JoJo, is absolutely the kind of guy to, if you hit 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, it must be turned into a book.
I love it. That's how I like my mid laners to play the game. Go big or go home. And the champion does have advantages in the game state right now because they've got full control pushing out both side lanes. If they just contract their forces down to the dragon on dragon spawn, you know, this Ahri fishing around 4 kills has a lot of burst damage. Revenge again is looking for an ult on the Scion though.
And they throw up the Trundle Pillar. It's going to keep Tomo and Jensen slowed down, but not set him up for an engage just yet.
They got inside.
JoJo's got to be a little careful here. He is trying to come around from the side, but Rich spotting him out, marks him. Dignitas trying to go after the Drake, but Revenge goes in. They're going to try to find the burst on Santorin immediately, but instead, it's Unforgiven and JoJo both turned on and exploded. Beautifully counterattacked by Dignitas. Evil Geniuses wanted to fight, and Dig just smacked them.
That's what I'm talking about. You have Sejuani block the Scion ultimate, and then JoJo missed the charm onto Jensen when he went in for the little poke damage there. Once that charm is down, Jensen just moved forward on Cassio. They murdered the rest of Evil Geniuses. All right, Rich still has Cassante ult. He didn't even have to use his ult in that last one.
And remember what I said about how if Dignitas ever gets that window for Baron, they're going to take it quickly. The window is open right now, and Evil Geniuses are seeing if there's anything they might be able to do to stop it. The answer is no. It's a Dignitas Baron 24 minutes into the game.
That's the team fight. Those are the tools that they're able to use. Dignitas coming up big there. They were able to coordinate this time. Nice little review after last one. So they blocked the Sion ultimate this time, and this is what I'm talking about. Tomo ults over to the side to get out of that queue. The charm doesn't hit Jensen, and then they're able to lock him up. Diamond goes in on the recon. It looks so much better when you're able to layer this way. Santorin starting out with that Sejuani ultimate. Much, much better played this time for Dig. And the rewards are huge because Dragons are tied up and Gold is almost tied up now. Plus they have the pushing power with Baron. And a really good DPS scaling mid lane champion here in the Casio, as long as you're able to keep it safe. You can see in the last team fight there, does a lot of work despite being down a decent amount from lane phase.
Dignitas grouping up with 4 men here in the mid lane. This tier 1 turret in mid, still standing strong. 25 minutes in, they're not going to hard force that down. Jensen is splitting in the bottom side with the Cassiopeia as Rich may get engaged on here. Cassante not really a viable target for an engage, but they know Jensen isn't even around. Evil Genius is trying to take advantage of their +1 here as Diamond gets locked up when he attempts to engage. And Revenge gets the kill. Dignitas, why in the hell are we fighting without the Snake Lady? Jensen, ready to join up now. Revenge will soak a couple of those fangs, but it doesn't work out for Dig.
It certainly doesn't. They turned around and they re-engaged the 4v5 themselves. As you pointed out, Flowers, before that fight even started, Jensen was headed bottom to push that bottom wave in, and Dignitas, they bite off way too much. They got a little bit too happy here with their recent success. Went to their heads. They still have Baron buff though. They still have a 4v3 advantage now in mid lane, so you can bully down that last tower and get something.
Okay, they'll take the tier 1 turret at least. You want to see more out of a Baron play. Just getting a single tier 1 turret off of a Baron buff doesn't feel like accomplishing a lot. They've only got 45 seconds left on it though, and it looks like that's all the value they're going to get.
All right, well, I honestly, I agree, because they even got a push back out here for EG. Jojo went topside. He pushed out that wave. Revenge about to annihilate this wave on Sion. So EG pretty happy with stabilizing after that big loss of the team fight that cost them both the Dragon and the Baron. Since that Baron was taken, they even made up 200 of the gold difference. So
yeah,
making it right back here. 2 items Cassante, or 3 items, excuse me, Cassante here for Rich though. Looks quite good. He has done a lot for this team.
Yeah,
creating a lot of space and approaching that level 16 as well. Very, very dangerous ultimates. Unforgiven definitely has to watch his positioning here. Has both summoner spells up and available for himself, though.
Both AD carries just completing their 3rd item with the Lord Dominic's regards. Both sides know that there is a hell of a front line on the enemy team they must punch through. The armor penetration is mandatory at this point in the game. Gargoyle Stoneplate on that Cassante that you're pointing out for Rich will be a huge difference maker if he gets focused at all. That thing can absorb so much damage with proper timing of the shield. Meanwhile, on the other side, Revenge still working on completing his own 3rd item. Less than 60 seconds until the Drake spawns. It will put one of the 2 teams on Soul Point. Whoever can take control over it. We've seen good and bad fights out of both of these teams. And really, this is just coming down to execution.
And I like Dignitas here. They're taking the opportunities, seeing the Ahri topside, to say, hey, we're going to grab some vision while you're trying to get your minion wave pushing on topside. And they do a little bit of setup work here. These are kind of shallow wards, but they're very nice for the dragon setup. Just outside of the pink ward range there, that is from the Raptor brush.
Yep.
So good job here from Dig, taking the opportunity when they see EG pushing top. It is said, though, that extra minion wave is going to
oh, the charm! Nice charm onto Tomo, but he pops it with the cleanse. Now Dignitas is ready to fire back. Armeo is juggled right back into the team and bursted down by Jensen. Revenge now stuck in the front, but Rich takes him over the wall with the all out. Knocks him right back into Dig again, but now Santorin's got to be careful because Rich is shut down. EG may have an angle. Revenge will fall, but now they got to avoid the Sion dead body. Dignitas falling back as 4. Charm flies out from Jojo, but again, not going to connect. Dignitas come out on top, +1 in that exchange.
Oh, that little alleyway there, perfect for Tomo. Big ult blade caller from him. cuts right through that tank. Dignitas, they get another one. That's 3 dragons stacking. And Flowers, let's take a look at how it all started out, because the charm does hit, but it's a cleanse for Tomo. Sejuani ultimate onto Unforgiven. He then flashes early on in the fight, and this is a problem you see with a lot of Trundles. The positioning later towards these team fights, you are not tanky. He ults pretty late, doesn't have any of the stats stolen until it's way too late, and still gets popped. Then they get the shutdown turnaround though, and you think they've got it with the small corridor here, easy to fill with feathers, so nobody else can follow up, and the tank is isolated. They pull it right back through that tank. The blade collar massive, and Tomo rips him apart.
Tomo stepping up here. Also, I don't know, because sometimes we do have bugs with spectators and cooldowns, but it looked like Rich did not use the Gargoyle Stoneplate active in the fight. So Dignitas
got popped real quick.
Right, yeah, I don't think he was expecting just how much damage was going to be coming in there, but that is one of the difficulties with the active item compared to something that would activate passively, like a Seraph's, like a Sterix, etc. You got to have that timing. If you don't press the button, you're not getting the shield. So hopefully for Rich, he'll be more prepared for that here in the future. Jumps in, knocks Revenge back. That's a difficult target to engage on. You can see him being healed up, staying alive for now. Armeo still seeing if there's any sort of an angle. Revenge below half HP. Dignitas chunked the enemy tank, but that's about it. In terms of ultis, there's no Scion ult now. There's no Sejuani ult. Dignitas doesn't want to full commit onto anything just yet because Tomo also does not have his ulti back up yet on the Xayah. Also being without the cleanse means if he gets caught at all, he is dead, and then you guarantee lose the fight. Everybody watching saw the damage share in the last team fight. No Xayah, you're not fighting.
Yeah, no Xayah and no Snake. That rule should still be there too. Last time they fought without the Snake, that was also bad. So,
we need the bird and we need the Snake. That's Dignitas' game plan. Oh, Jojo goes in, looks for Tomo, but he ain't gonna find it. Nice use of that Xayah ulti to dodge away from that Charm Flash.
Yeah, good reactions there. Nobody getting caught yet. Oh, he goes back in.
Jojo wants it! Does he find it? Not quite. Tomo stays alive with a shield, and now Jojo's punished instead. Rich goes after Unforgiven, and he's looking for the solo kill off to the side, but Ayla's ready to protect his AD carry. Armeo flashes back over the wall. Diamond wants to pick him up. Rich now focusing fire onto Ayla. Unforgiven getting one back onto Diamond. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and Evil Geniuses keeps trying to get away. Revenge knocked back with the Intofo strikes as Jensen is running low on mana, and Tomo is still out of the fight. He had to go back and heal, but he's making his way back. Dignitas is trying to buy enough time for him. Armeo wants to heal back up, but Torrent's already killed him. Rich gets another as they shut down Unforgiven, and now it's Ayla and Revenge trying to stand and fight, but they will fall instead. A double kill back over to Santorin, a double kill back over to Jensen. Rich will escape the Scion body, and Dignitas just made a graveyard out of Evil Genius.
Oh my goodness, the second half of that team fight where Unforgiven has to walk down here into the river and gets into range of the W. Let's take a look at how it all started out though. Jojo goes for the hero play. He knows there's no ult on Xayah now, so he wants to hit him with the Everfrost, but Tomo, good sidestep there, and then flashes away from the drawback on the Q. Meanwhile, Jojo can't escape, but then Unforgiven fights 1v1 with Rich here, able to actually push off the Cassante, and Ayla flashes over to get him that polymorph to make sure he's fine. Armeo then big Trundle healing off of a dying opponent, but here's where it gets dicey. Even though they have the numbers advantage and Xayah is far away, we've got Unforgiven walking across the Cassiopeia Miasma, and Santorin still at ult, so he comes in with Sejuani, hits the W, Rich gets that Q3 onto him, and Cassio will finish off that kill. Rich does so much with so little HP there towards the end of it too.
And you saw when they initially start up that 3v4 waiting for Tomo to show up so they can continue the fight, Rich actually steps for a second down to the river, second Intofo strike onto the crab to prime the third one, so then he can knock his opponent, knock that Scion back without having to expose himself to any extra damage first. And I think that's the difference maker between him living there or being dead at the end of the fight.
Good stuff from Dig here, fighting their way again out of it. And now they've got a massive lead themselves. Baron buff on for pushing. This gold lead will increase. 3 dragons down. Santorin.
Oh, nice! Over the wall comes the Sejuani ultimate. Wild growth to keep Jojo alive means Evil Geniuses can get away from it, but the tier 2 turret has already been smashed. Dignitas are still at full HP, and Kobe, Dig have 3 Infernal Drakes already. The 4th one spawning in 20 seconds. They've got control over the map. They've got the bonuses from Baron, and they are in a prime spot to secure this soul.
All right, Armeo fishing around, but that's a dangerous game. Trundle, as we've seen, can get bursted down.
Diamond goes in, looks for the grand entrance, immediately jumps right back to the rest of his team. Evil Genius is trying to approach, a nice use of the miasma there to make it more difficult for them to close that distance. Santorin dodging away from the charm. Dignitas trying to be careful about how they choose to fight this. Miasma thrown on the ground again. Armeo, half HP. Evil Genius is backing it up. Their jungler's at half. Gonna be even lower now. That Cassiopeia damage over time is such a pain. Armeo is gonna have to pick his moment very wisely. If he goes in a little bit too early, it's gonna be trouble. Rich, knocked back onto 4 players, and immediately all out back over the wall. Unforgiven's dead, Ayla's dead, Armeo's dead, and Evil Geniuses are all down. Tomo's gonna chase after revenge. It's a double kill back over to the Xayah. Jojo cannot escape. Dignitas just clean aced Evil Geniuses off Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, they're about to clean end too. They're going for it, Flowers. They've got Baron buff. The way is open to the Nexus.
Rich with the 4-man knock-up, knock-back with the Intofo strikes to start up the team fight that will give Dignitas the victory over Evil Geniuses, give Dignitas their first win here in summer 2023, and they gotta be feeling good about it.
There you go. Rich team fighting specialty. They had some blunder team fights early on.
Yes.
A couple of them with false starts.
Where is the snake?
To those team fights. But they still were able to pull it back and win the critical ones at the Dragon that got them both Dragon and Baron, and then move it forward, front to back. Really, really big stuff. As well, Sejuani ending with a 2-level lead over the Trundle, even despite the early antics and the early advantages of the mid-jungle for EG. The Sejuani still proving much more useful there. The CCU bring towards the later stages, going with the phase rush instead of the aftershock in the matchup, shrugging off the early stages of the game.
And that shrug, I think, is huge because Santorin, his first death there in mid lane was a little silly. But then his presence later on in the game, not just his champion scaling better, but his mental scaling better. He's constantly looking for angles, finding engages on valuable targets, starting things off with that perma lockdown that you're talking about. And he played it really well in the back half of the game.
Dig already starting out better than last split.
Hell yeah, brother.
It's summertime. Dignitas here. I like to see the improvements.
Obviously still things to learn from that game, still plenty to work on, but let's take another look at this final fight here. Watch Rich start it off.
Goes in, is able to get the move forward into the Q3 on 4 people, followed up by Diamond and Santorin. He ults out Ayla, gets that kill. Santorin finishes up the kill onto Unforgiven, and the fight is over.
Beautifully done. Immediately engaging onto everybody, popping the all out to make sure that you don't get counter bursted. That's what I want to see right there. That's the kind of guy that you make a promo video about that you play before the game. All right? That's
Good
the
timing on that one. Yeah, well done from Dignitas. That's their big signing in the offseason that they want to get everybody hyped about. And, the hype starts here.
Yeah, that's it. It's all got to start somewhere, right? And with that game, that's what we wanted. Hell yeah. King of top. So now the question is this the start of the Dignitas hype train? Can they keep it going in week 2? And because the schedule is so compressed, I think it's really important to not start 0-3. It gives you that faith. It gives you a little bit of momentum coming into your scrims, going into week number 2. Hey, we're not just going to be a punching bag. We can hit back.
They definitely can.
That matters, man.
That's why even when they're down 3,000 gold, I was saying they still have the parts to win some of these team fights. They just have to clean up some of the execution errors that they were making in the previous ones in the setup, and they did just that. So it's really good to see that in-game improvement, just with the 5 players there, no coaching involved. They're able to triage, fix the setup there, and take the win.
And I mean, the first one was really that fight up around, I think it was the second Herald, where Evil Genius is starting it off. Yeah, they end up getting the Herald, but the trade is what, 4 for 1 or something like that when Dignitas was down 2,000 or 3,000 gold at that point. that's where you see, okay, maybe there is something here. Maybe there's a spark. Maybe this team can make this comeback happen. And for Evil Geniuses, they were looking like they were on a roll. They had a couple of really solid games on days 1 and 2. It was looking like it was going to be a repeat here on day number 3, and then it just all fell apart. We talked about how JoJo had a lot of those resources. We saw him go for a couple of big plays, but Dignitas was ready for him. And now, with everything wrapped up in game 3, we're joining Emily and Jensen at the Tiki Bar for our Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, I am joined by the victorious Jensen. I promise with these two here, it is not a catching up with double lift setup. I promise.
I'm scared.
Yeah, you're first win of the split, and we just shove you into that. So congratulations, first of all. Second of all, talk me through the Cassiopeia pick, because I feel like it is really strong, but in certain team comps and against certain opponents. So just talk me through why you decided to go for that in mid today and how much of a difference it made in the game.
I mean, honestly, I haven't really practiced any Cassio at all. It was just when they locked in Trundle Cyan, I thought we needed someone who can kill their front line a bit better. And I thought as long as we win front to back, you know, we have a pretty tanky team comp, that the game should be good. So I thought my pick this game was really strong, even though laning didn't go as ideal. But Cassio was really strong in this game.
Yeah, so there was about like a 24-minute Drake fight, I believe, when, you know, you guys, that was kind of the game changer for me. So I guess talk me through comms at that point, because up until that moment, it felt like EG had complete control of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was like you said, they definitely had control of the game, but I think we always felt that like our team fighting was really good as long as we could play it properly. So even though they were ahead, I think as long as we wouldn't get like caught or picked off by Ari and get flanked, then I felt pretty confident in our team fighting this game.
Okay. And then obviously this is already a better start than last split, but you are coming off kind of a rough split and a rough first few days. So I guess, what has it been like with this new lineup, and what is your outlook for the rest of the split?
I mean, it's been a breath of fresh air. I think running it back when we had 3 wins in Spring Split, I think would have been a disaster. I think we were never really going to like achieve much with that lineup, to be fair. And yeah, I mean, it's been nice having new faces come in, and I mean, things are definitely going better. We already picked up 1 win. I mean, we're 1-2, so it's nothing to be proud of, but I see a lot more potential here.
Okay. And then one thing I did want to ask you, just because you're a veteran, you've played in several different kind of setups in terms of how games have gone. With every week being a super week, right? Momentum seems to matter a lot more. Would you agree or disagree, or how does it affect your prep?
I don't think it like affects our prep too much, but you know, going in today, it was like, wow, we're 0-2, and I feel like we have a lot of things we need to work on, but then we have another game to play, right? So if we ended 0-3, I think it would have been like a lot more pressure on us mentally going into the next week, when we feel like there's a lot of things to work on, because it's not like things you can like fix over a day, right? Like you need to like implement it in practice and work on it. So there's definitely more pressure because you need to improve a lot faster with these super weeks.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was wondering, so I figured I'd ask. Thank you so much for taking the time. And on the other side of the break, we have NRG taking on 100 Thieves.
AD carry for AD carry, 4v4 left of the map. Armeo is very low as Santorin picks up a kill on Ayla, and Jensen flashes over the wall. JoJo's ready to pursue him and take them down, but Dignitas get another one back as Armeo falls to Rich. Revenge is stuck in a pit, 1v3, and Dignitas, even though they were down, they are not out. He had to go back and heal, but he's making his way back. Dignitas is trying to buy enough time for him. Armeo wants to heal back up. Thrawn's already killed him. Rich gets another as they shut down Unforgiven, and now it's Ayla and Revenge trying to stand and fight, but they will fall instead. A double kill back over to Santorin, a double kill back over to Jensen. Rich will escape the Scion body, and Dignitas just made a graveyard out of Evil Genius.
Oh! Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull. Red Bull gives you wings.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Hmm?
All right, there we go. Welcome back, everybody. We have our character artist, Matt, here. He's going to be helping us out in the next matchup. 100 Thieves coming up against NRG. So he's going to be drawing, actually. So we can watch him draw this one out as we go along with the segment. So let's talk about this matchup.
Yeah, so the thing that jumps out to us every time this happens, I think there is actually a little bit of a rivalry between Doublelift and FBI. Going all the way back to when Doublelift was on TSM and FBI was on Golden Guardians and nearly knocked him out of playoffs, fast forwarding to when FBI was on 100 Thieves and actually won the LCS split.
Oh, true.
FBI has been actually putting up a lot of numbers, but hasn't been able to find success recently. Energy, obviously, 0-2 start, 15 kills Zeri game, an LCS record for number of
maybe
kills.
a worldwide record?
Yeah, for number of kills on Zeri in a loss. Leaded the LCS in kills coming into today, but Doublelift, the GOAT 80 carry in the LCS for sure.
Actually, hilariously enough, it does sound like an LPL classic to have 20 kills and then lose anyways. So I'll leave it
That's
on
what I
Zeri.
was wondering. I was like, I feel like there has to be an LPL game where this has happened. But
Yeah, so we couldn't pull LPL at the start of the day, but every other league, the highest Zeri kills in a loss was Neon at 13 from the LEC.
Yes.
FBI was actually a record, but let's not dwell on that.
Let's not
we
dwell
have a
on it.
matchup here
Yes.
between Energy and 100 Thieves.
So for me, like looking at this matchup, yes, you kind of already mentioned it, the FBI storyline. Even Doublelift, after taking him out in the Golden Guardian series way back in 2020, making a reference of how good FBI was, like just a nod, I thought was really important, and it was ushering in the next phase of 80 carries in our league.
Yeah, and I will say, Doublelift coming back to the LCS was very refreshing.
Yeah.
I got to interview him last split about how the competition is something he missed, and he's getting the same emotional charge out of regular season LCS games that he just wasn't able to get, say, back in 2016, 2017, when winning LCS was a certainty. Now it's a big challenge again, and then in this offseason, with his basically best teammate ever in Bjergsen retiring, it's like yet another new thing he needs to adapt to. So definitely a lot of challenges for Doublelift.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting to see him develop with Busio because they seem to have. Oh, that's actually really good. I thought you were calling Busio trash, and I was like, I was gonna be ready to fight you.
No, what Matt's drawing.
I actually really like the development of their bot lane together, especially in the first game that they played this week. I thought you could see that their synergy and coordination has improved a lot since they started playing together. And obviously, I know 100 Thieves as a whole is still waiting for their starting mid to come in, but that duo lane is already looking really formidable. And then again, on the other side of FBI, really crushing loss yesterday. And also for FBI, I think he has a lot to prove in terms of he feels like he still is on the level of a lot of other 80 carries that are considered to have eclipsed him, like Berserker, like Prince, so like Doublelift himself. Sometimes, So I think both of these ADs are very hungry to beat each other.
And I also think that Energy at the moment is the most motivated to win. And this was my upset prediction of the day.
Okay.
So I predicted Energy to take down 100 Thieves in this game because I think people kind of aren't taking into account that 100 Thieves is still playing with Nuke Duck, who is in fact a coach. He's not actually a pro player mid laner at the moment. So I do think that could be a disadvantage. So look for Palafox to hopefully have a big game. Look for FBI to try and step up the same way he did in game 2. And if they can pull off an upset, I'm happy to see it.
Shout out 100 Thieves. Shout out NRG. Shout out concessions for the food. If you're here in person, you can get some.
And shout out Matt for this drawing.
Shout out Matt.
This was in like 5 minutes.
Sick.
It looks so good, man. Oh my God. How you feeling there, Matt?
Feeling fresh. Oh, seeing myself on camera. That's a new experience.
This is your shout out. Do it.
Shout out, Mom, for this jacket. The flowers represent all the love. So thank you. Thank you.
We appreciate you being here, brother. Of course, not just thanks to you, Matt, but of course your partner, Megan. You do have a YouTube series. Check out their animations at Matt and Megs. Anything else? Any other shout outs you have there, Matt?
Thanks for having me. I hope to come by and get a caricature later.
Perfect.
Nice.
I like that. All right. Just for the after party, if you are here, come out and check it out. That's going to be beautiful. And of course, that being said, it's beautiful. I mean, NRG has been putting out a lot of content, so I'm interested in what they have to show here as they're coming into the studio.
Yeah, I told you you worked for the FBI.
Oh, boy. That's good.
All right, let's go.
The FBI drives police cars?
They want a little bit more incognito without the flashing lights, but I like it. I mean, FBI versus 100 Thieves, that in itself is a grudge match, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm
Going
ready
back
for this.
against the old org.
And both these teams are coming off of that loss that they experienced yesterday. 100 Thieves got whooped on by this Team Liquid that is clearly showing up in summer. And then NRG, man, that is one of those ones you watch the VOD back and you're just like, what happened?
10,075 was the max.
That was the peak gold?
Was the max gold lead that Energy had in that game. And yeah, that's a rough one to bounce back from. But these players have had those sort of heartbreaking games before. So hopefully, yeah, they could just bounce right back from it. It's still early on in the split. Only 2 games in. Let's get into their third game
let's see what
of
we got
the
here.
splits, because this one is going to be hyped. The AD carry matchup especially. And as you know, the meta does revolve around it. Doublelift is going to draw his Lucian ban. 100 Thieves have put so much prio on that, and they've been rewarded.
I like to see it. If it's going to be AD carry focused, take out the AD carry that Doublelift loves to play. Going to look towards mid laners second as Ari and Nico are both taken off the table. The big 3, the Zeri, the Yumi, the Melio, all still up. Remember the NRG got 2 of those yesterday. The unholy combination.
Yeah, can't combine too many of those Infinity Stones. Let's see, though, dropping through, are they going to continue with the bottom focus? Vi has been banned very, very often because of her effect on those bottom laners. Everything comes back to them. Ultimate and onto your AD carry in the AD carry meta definitely is a little bit rough. Personally, I have a super high value on Maokai, but I know they've got a lot of other options here, too. And whenever you have closer jungling in the game at all, it's a lot of focus on jungle champions because of like the Wukong, Lee Sin, Viego trifecta that he usually looks at. And there you go, already shows up. So they do drop one of those closer focus bans.
And Wukong's also another one of those champions that puts an insane amount of pressure on an AD carry. Having the double knock-up, having the stealth, you just stick to the guy like glue, and it's really hard to get rid of him. Now, what's the last ban going to be here for 100 Thieves? Because Zeri's still up. Okay, Sejuani instead. Do Energy just go straight for the Zeri pick?
There's also been a decent amount of focus on the Zyra Khan combos right now, but I think that it should be Melio. I feel like Melio is so much better. You compare it with actually a lot of different champions too. He's not really pigeonholed into only a single partner there, so they do lock it down for Energy. And 100 Thieves in their trade, let's say thank you very much. We do get both the Zeri as well as the mid lane roaming stun setup.
Yumi's still available, Kobe.
Yeah, and Yumi is going to very highly probably get picked by 100 Thieves, and you get that unholy pairing that you're that you're dreading.
I am mentally preparing myself right now as Energy have to physically prepare themselves to see what this next champion is going to be locked in. I'm expecting the Aphelios to just go on through. Yeah, so Aphelios Melio, I'm expecting that to be up against a Zeri Yumi bot lane for the side of 100 Thieves. But what do they want to go with here? Do they want to pick their mid laner before 100 Thieves has a chance to pinch that pool further? Remember, both the Ari and the Nico already banned out. Syndra could be something that has a range advantage over Annie, so you can try to play around it that way. What does Palafox want to play against the Duck?
Well, Syndra is a pretty good pick right now in the meta. Lots of burst damage. As you mentioned, lots of range. It's also not always about the mid lane matchup too with this champion. Syndra is really good at stuffing a lot of engages, long range ones. So when you have the Syndra with Scatter of the Weak as well as the Melio kickbacks with the super ultra mega fire kick, whatever the hell, then you've got 2 denials for some of those more textbook engages. The problem is a Flash Annie Tibbers, you really have to preempt those. So definitely still could all fall in disaster because both are squishy. So a lot comes down to that accuracy and that playmaking and which jungle can get there first to influence and help them out.
Well, we're focusing top laners now for both sides, getting rid of the Jax, getting rid of the Malphite. Do we want to keep doubling down on that or spread the love a little bit to the other roles? What's it going to be, 100 Thieves? What's it going to look like? Nods there. Hey, I agree with you, dude. I agree with you.
This is just the world. We have to live in it. Gragas, I would presume, because you're looking for a frontline for energy right now.
Did we miss a ban?
You're gonna need some. I mean, it's been stuck here for a while, but they've still got 8 seconds. It looks like to me. Or they've got 2 shifting right now.
Yeah.
Did we miss?
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. Is there a
Might be
missed
just
one?
spectator action going
Okay, we got Gwen.
No, we're good. We're good.
What about over there?
We're good. We're good. It's good. All right.
Good?
Yeah, it's good. All right. Gwen banned out on the top side because, again, Energy is looking for tank stats right now. They need engage. They need frontline. They need beefiness. They don't want to have to deal with a Gwen if they have to blind pick their top laner for Dokla.
Okay, so I guess we missed a ban.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is
so that's,
user error.
It is what it is. Okay, we're going to lock in the Lee Sin for closer. You talked about Lee Sin, Wukong, Viego. Hey, they banned out one. The other 2 are left, and they want to go with the playmaker here on the Lee Sin for 100 Thieves.
All right. And then the tank we're looking for in the top lane. Is Cassante the tank we're looking for, Flowers? I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
It's definitely the tank I'm looking for.
He plays into everything, and he does just fine. Feels great to blind pick him. Gwen's banned away, so that's one of those matchups that people normally want to play into it. Jax is out, so yeah. Cassante's looking great here for Dokla. He's happy to have that one locked in for him. Last pick of the draft for Energy, and I need to see a jungler. What's it going to be? You've already got very traditional comp here. I mean, you've got a hyperscaling AD carry. You've got an enchanter next to him. Control mage, mid, tank top, standard stuff.
I know you don't like Rek'Sai, but Rek'Sai is really good into Lee Sin because you can interrupt.
Yeah, you interrupt.
But they go with the Kha'Zix instead. More damage with the lethality builds floating around. So contracts on the Kha'Zix. He's definitely a feast or famine jungler. Very, very aggressive. See if he can get started early. Working around an Annie mid lane is always a little bit dangerous as a Kha'Zix player because that burst potential is extremely high. So you want to coordinate very, very specifically with your mid laner when you go for those plays. You need that Syndra stun to hit. If it hits, boom, you can blow her up. If it doesn't hit, and you are in a very, very dangerous scenario here. So Nuke Duck and Closer, I think, might like their chances in that 2v2 and see if they can force something. 100 Thieves, their game plan here is going to look towards top triangle of the map early on. Just have double-elimination and Busio farming up down there on bottom side so that they can come with that Trinity Force Zeri that you know and love.
I mean, you've got point-and-click stuns in both of your solo lanes and a very powerful early jungler in that Lee Sin. I think that top side plan that you're talking about for 100 Thieves, absolutely. That sounds good to me. They've got Someday back on the signature Renekton pick that popped off like crazy on day 1, and you know they're hoping he can run it back here, get the Thieves up to a 2-1 start after 1 week of play.
All right, let's see if they can do it. Both these teams coming off of losses, so they are very hungry.
Yes, sir. Starving.
Projected to be towards the top of the standings for both of them as well, so a little bit of a chip on the shoulder. Let's see. What can they get done early? I do expect some possible early moves here, some aggressiveness.
FBI versus double-elimination, the matchup that most people are going to have their eyes on in this one. Palafox also, the Lounge talked about it a little bit, but there's pressure on him to step up and build an advantage in mid lane versus the coach. This isn't your normal mid lane opponent. This is the enemy team's coach, so you would expect your starting mid laner to have the edge and be able to build something meaningful there.
And I will say, Nuke Duck has done quite well for himself coming back.
He has.
It's only a year removed from pro play. Was on XL over in LEC, but yeah, a year is a decently long time in League of Legends. As anyone will know from even taking like a week break of playing.
The hands start to feel all rusty.
Hey, what is going on? All right. Doesn't look like we've got too many early shenanigans, but Ignar did pick up the sweeper for bottom side after dropping his trinkets. The classic exchange, just drop your trinket ward in the side brush on bottom lane to get your brush control towards the alcove.
Yeah.
Then go back and grab your sweeper.
Everything normal in terms of summoner spells as well. Got Ghost on both of those 80 carries, so no cleanse opportunities here. Obviously, Busio taking the heal and exhaust, just hyper defensive. Keep Zeri alive. That's the name of the game. Let double-elimination pop off and just completely take over those later fights. As Someday's going to try to cause some problems for Contrax's early start, but because Dokla's there reinforcing his jungler, he's not permitting that to happen.
And we saw Energy's bottom lane got the freebie kill on the Warden bot. That feels nice too in the start here. They're actually going to get bullied down though. Exhaust
Yeah, that extra combat summoner giving Double Lift and Busio the edge in the level 1.
Little bit of a miss on the Q, trying to squeeze it through these minions. So they got small amount of damage out of it there. Double ghost trade for both AD carries as well. With the push now going the other way.
All right. Junglers on the top side of the map. Going to be pathing down towards this bottom lane. Like we said, we want to see Closer spend more time with the solo lanes early on, at least.
And they did see contracts too. You mentioned about how yesterday Someday was having a big impact on the jungle matchup as the top laner with this Renekton going for invades. He did a little thing already to go see and verify the blue start for contracts. So Closer does know both junglers starting topside, heading towards bottom. They also have that Raptor ward for themselves. Nuke Duck able to get the extra information for his jungler, and Closer will use that to come on over. Looks like he's going to pass through this jungle towards bottom.
Yep. Just hanging out in the river for now. Contracts just continuing to farm. Already has a 1 camp lead over the Lee Sin. Going to be up to 2 before Lee completes that next camp there on the Gromp.
All right. Pretty defensive warding coming out too. With them keeping the bottom river lit up here. Making sure there's no follow through on that invade. And mid lane getting down to 50%. Could be an opportunity, except for both teams know junglers ending on bottom side. Especially now, Contracts just pops the Scryer's Bloom. So they know he's here for sure. And you see the immediate position there from Nuke Duck. Hovers on top side. They got that Scryer's Bloom pop. Assuming they're just going to go top side for Scuttle Crab trade as well, because Closer is already yoinking up this bottom one. No, Contract's actually still going to come over, even though it's a little late, and he'll see the Scuttle Crab is gone.
Yeah, Contracts does have the advantage of a pushing bottom lane. Now he's going to jump in and decide to fight Closer here. Closer just trying to get the hell out of town. Does not want to fight the Kha'Zix while ISO'd. Contracts keeping that chase going, takes the blast cone. Oh, he got one more! Contracts needed one more hit, but the flash out, flash for flash in the jungle. Closer stays alive.
That's that killer instinct. Why people love watching Contracts play. Sometimes it's a flop, but a lot of times it is a dub, and it was exciting at least. Gets the flash for flash trade. As we mentioned, in the end, no kill. It does mean Closer knowing he is on the other side will be able to get the double Scuttle Crab at that.
Sir. Easy pick up there, as you can see. Dokla going down, checking that river. He'll see that the Scuttle Crab was confirmed killed by the side of 100 Thieves. And the double long sword purchase for Contracts, working towards that lethality like you're talking about. I expect it'll probably be another Duskblade again.
Yes, sir. As do I. You can go for rushing the Umble Glaive first if you want. Really want that early vision blackout. If you go for the Duskblade, then you get it second anyways. So just the order switch up depending if you want that vision control, and should be another top side down clear for both junglers. Again, it's easy keeping track of these because of the routes that we started with, so should be both of them now full clearing down towards the bottom half of the map again. And with Dragon up, your recalls on ADs mean a lot, so both of them getting their resets here at the same time.
Renekton going back to base, showing right back up in the top lane. So these teleports are going to be essentially synced up. Obviously, Dokla's will be a couple seconds ahead, and they should both be right back up around when they will unleash. So we'll have to keep an eye up there 5 minutes or so from now and see if those guys can find any plays to make elsewhere on the map. But for now, they just continue scaling forwards. Both mid laners level 6. I want to see junglers get involved now, man. Mid laners are both level 6. They're both burst mages. Let's see some plays be made.
Well, support roams, at least for the non-Yumi support, does go through mid lane, and a little bit of a hover there from Ignar on the big wave that's crashing. Your hopes are to try and deny Annie whenever you have a wave crashing. Syndra with the range advantage, getting control of the wave and trying to push it in, and then you want to harass the Annie at tower to make her miss as many of those CS as you possibly can, and it forced him to drop a few there for Palafox, so decently nice start from him. And now it is going to be about when one of those stuns actually lands as Someday goes past the tower here to do a little dirty farming.
Yep, Someday just trying to steal them waves away. He has a very nice farm lead of about 2 waves over Dokla's Cassante. Dokla doing everything he can to put some damage into the Croc while he's too close to the turret to fight back. Closer standing on top of a ward, doing the old emote test there just to see if Palafox emotes back at him to confirm whether or not the ward is there now that it's dead. He'll be able to maybe make something else happen.
I like how they dropped the control hold on Dragon too, because Kha'Zix, once you hit level 6 and you evolve Q with the ISO damage, you can take dragons pretty quickly just by yourself.
Yeah.
And so they leave the control where they're at. Ultimate is exchanged onto Palafox for 50% HP and the push on the minion wave. Thought maybe they would go a little aggressive here since Contracts was there, but they didn't have the stun for Palafox to land on a Nuke Duck in answer. No setup for Kha'Zix means they're not going to go for it.
And Closer going to try to steal away this blue. Okay. We did not see that. That didn't happen. Okay. The blue's been spotted. Not low enough for Contracts, or for Closer, excuse me. Try to burst it down.
There will be no punish for the blast cone, the vertical blast cone.
It all worked out. No harm, no foul. No level 6 on either of these guys as Dokla goes all out. Someday taken underneath the turret. Manages to get himself away before those turrets start firing on him. Contract's going to start up his own blue now. Closer finds a Sonic Wave. Okay, we're just going to play Tug of War over this blue buff forever.
Beat him up.
Something's coming into hell.
It's all about the solo laners. Both junglers stare down as the solo laners influence is going to be the end call here. Someday walks his way down, but that means Dokla pushes first on the wave. And so Someday's like, all right, you got a few seconds of my time, buddy, but I got to get back, make sure I don't drop this wave at tower. He goes back, still has a few range minions there, stalling it out. So he collects it. Both junglers call it off. And Contract gets his blue, but Closer gets 6 off the red.
Yeah.
And he is feeling a little dangerous.
He's feeling spicy. He sees Contracts. He knows that a double Q plus an R can probably just kill him. But he's got to be concerned about Palafox and Ignar. Nice scout of the week. Closer down to barely 100 HP.
I would consider forcing this Rift Herald then. That is a pretty low Closer with no flash. However, you also don't have your Syndra ult. So if Nuke Duck comes over with the Yuumi on him, you're going to be outpowered here.
Yeah, Someday.
Tibbers is ready.
Angle here. Flashes forward for the Ruthless Predator. Dominus also popped there, but a nice escape from the side of Energy, making sure they don't get caught in it. Now Energy ready to maybe strike back.
FBI's here.
FBI.
That's all 5 for Energy, and you see the Zeri bottom, so they've got to get this Rift Herald, or else Doublelift will get free turret plates.
Doublelift's probably going to grab some plates regardless, so Energy required to commit to this now as Someday walks his way back up into the top lane, and you can see 100 Thieves deciding they're going to pick up the Drake. Honestly, grabbing yourself a couple of plates and getting the Drake, I think, is a perfectly fine trade for the Herald here for the side of 100 Thieves.
And Dokla doesn't have teleport. You see him put the sad B emote up because the minions on the bottom lane are just dying to the tower as the Yuumi Zeri pushes in and gets the turret plate for themselves. And Dokla's sad about it because he doesn't get to soak any of that experience or get any money off of it, even though his jungler does get the Rift Herald. It's okay. Life of the top laner happens.
Sometimes you just have to play the weak side. Sometimes it's every game.
Yeah, so
League of Legends is about bot lane.
Sometimes
right now.
it's every time, and he's actually not even walking bottom either. They're going to swap back here. They recall their bottom lane. When they see the Renekton here on the bottom side, walking up, they know it is a double lift swap to the top side, and NRG call it, so they get their recall off as well.
The only significant farm lead in this game is between top laners. Plus 20 there for Someday over Dokla. Junglers, mid, 80 carries, all pretty even. Umbral Glaive fully completed here for Contracts, so you were right. Wants to go for that early vision control.
And I want to highlight, in these pushes, 100 Thieves keep getting the extra wave denied. So 100 Thieves coming out ahead. Dokla's even more sad about it. He finally collects this wave, but now Doublelift is on him.
Yeah, Doublelift has Busio attached for the 2v1. Dokla wants to go all out, escape back underneath the tier 1 turret. Wants to go all home. A lot of damage on him. Dokla with a flash away to survive. They get 3 summoner spells out of 100 Thieves for the 1 of Dokla, so that's something. And he gets away from the prowling projectile in time, but Doublelift is going to collect more plate money up here.
Yeah, traded, and then bottom side you can see Aphelios also getting plate money. The difference is that Someday collected 1 wave, and so he retains this nice juicy CS lead. Dokla goes for another stop, but can't quite get this one.
Remember, if the damage hits you during that last fraction of a second in your recall, the recall completes anyway.
Yeah, and you have to get through shields as well. Teleport being used to keep up their tempo here. Someday gets back, doesn't want to drop this wave either.
All right, Herald summoned. Kaboom! Only 1 sliver of HP remaining here on the turret as Closer wants to go in and try to make some kind of a move on these guys, but Ignar and FBI are ready for him. They immediately fight him off. With FBI having all these chakrams stacked up, the turret is so close to dead. I can't help but wonder if they would have put more damage into the turret first and had the Herald charge maybe after first plate breaks. Does it turn into a kill?
He can finish it now, though. Contracts is coming.
Contract's ready. Remember that Doublelift does not have any summoners. He does not have his ultimate, and he no longer has a turret. The problem for Doublelift is that nobody else is around to keep him alive. It's just Busio's exhaust. The Zeri tries to fight and still gets first blood. What is this champion, man? Busio's trying to get out, but it's a double kill back over to Contracts.
Hey, man, watch out. His Trinity Force is completed. That was an early Trinity Force, and that mattered. He gets the first blood. Actually, I need to see the replay. Did he buy it right after the first blood when he was in Fountain? Let me see. We'll check. Okay, so they go for the finish on the tower. Exhaust is early. They go for it, so they know he's going to get caught. Doublelift trying to put as much damage as he can into them. And FBI, he does finish off the kill, gets the 450. Thank you for the tab. Looks like he's already in Fountain now, so. But Contracts able to chase down for the second one, so they do get the 2 kills.
NRG up over 1,000 gold now with his 2-1 lead. FBI putting some bullets in Someday. Meanwhile, back in mid lane, the Duck is on the loose. Again, just trying to put whatever damage he can find on Palafox. Slightly down in farm, but really just dead even between these guys. Plus 20 in the jungle as well there for the Lee Sin for Closer, but it still doesn't matter. Like, the gold advantage for NRG is huge because of that bot lane turret being completely taken, losing all of those plates before 14 minutes.
Yeah.
You can look at the total amount of plates taken by the side of 100 Thieves. They've taken 5. And NRG wants to get this last one here. Needs like one more shot on that turret. There we go. An extra, what is that, 175 gold between the two of them?
And with the moves here, and even with the first blood going over to Doublelift, FBI does still have the very slight gold lead here, getting another plate just in time. So he ekes it out, and he's been able to get the reset, has finished the Kraken Slayer, has his jungler on his side of the map again, and so NRG used that leverage.
Oh, Someday. He didn't get back in time, and the bug found him out. Contracts grabbing kill number 3. All of those kills for Energy are on the jungler, on Contracts. The only 2 wealthier people in the game are the AD carries.
Yeah, it's so much more correct. Play to that AD carry side of the map. Contracts keeps going to the duo lane, keeps going for the dives. They dive after the low health tower. They succeed on bottom side, even though they gave up the first blood. Still call it a W because they got 2 of them. And then top side, no answer from 100 Thieves. So Dragon coming up off the reset. It looks like NRG will have positioning if they want to venture into the Fog of War to try and brute force it and get there in time. It looks like they do because they're spending teleport in order to get here. Contracts could go for a steal. Kozak's very good at it, of course.
He's got to be careful, though. He can't just give his life away for nothing. So much of the team's money is on that bug. And there it is. Dragon slain by Doublelift and 100 Thieves as Dokla wanted to go all in, but now he's got to be careful. He gets back out of the pit. Nuke Duck and Closer both nearly dead. FBI still looking to maybe make something else happen here in this one. Contracts fires off the Scryer's Bloom. It's going to see 100 Thieves disengaging. But honestly, all's well that ends well for 100 Thieves. They don't lose anybody. They get the Drake. They get out.
Well, Doublelift is Zeri, so he can jump over walls.
Right.
Okay. He walks in towards 3, but he's not really worried about it. Also has the Yuumi on top of him. All right. They don't get it. They don't lose anyone, as you say, and the heist is complete. They get the Dragon, even while being down 3,500.
And that mid lane tier 1 turret's looking awfully juicy for the side of Energy. They can knock that one down, build this lead up to about 4,000. But right now, Doublelift and Busio are hard set on keeping it standing. Doublelift could clear the wave away, make sure that turret stays up. Someday trying to apply some pressure up here in the top lane, maybe take down this tier 1. 100 Thieves still with no turrets to their name. This will be a nice injection of gold, and Dokla cannot stop it from happening.
Yeah, big stuff there. Answering some of the gold that was still just left here standing on the map. They will teleport over to get the Rift Herald as well. So you see a minion wave at tower on bottom side for 100 Thieves, but it's very small, and they're just going to start slowly pushing back from bottom side. So they get a very nice unanswered turret on top side plus Rift Herald pickup for themselves to cut that gold lead down a little bit.
Plus 3,000 gold for energy. That goes down, just like you said, slightly. But the first 2 Drakes for 100 Thieves do make up some of the stats that gold would be able to buy. So pretty close game here between the two sides overall. Is it still just a scale and wait for Zeri to become the main character strategy for 100 Thieves, or do you want to see something else from him?
Yeah, I think it's all about playing around double-lift Busio here. They've got the stuns to do it, so Closer with Flash, and whenever Nuke Duck has his Flash as well, you have playmaking opportunities. You know, you've already got the Trinity Force, and you've got your Echoes on Busio, so you are very capable of making plays here.
Double-lift continuing to try to defend his damn turret. This thing has been standing just barely for so long. Somebody breathes on it wrong, it's gonna drop. FBI steps up. There we go. Red turret destroyed. That is all 3 outer turrets knocked down now by energy. 3,500 gold lead. That one turret that Someday got up there in the top lane did make up what would have been the difference between energy hitting that 4K lead or not. Do you think that is a substantial enough gold lead for this point in the game, considering you're up against the Zeri Yuumi scaling?
Well, I'm going to prophesize that if 100 Thieves kill Contracts, which is very, very doable. Kha'Zix is a very squishy assassin, and they get that bounty. They've got a Lee Sin kick to do it. They've got an Annie stun to do it. If they get that kill, then they're going to be fine.
Okay.
If they don't get that kill, then things will not be fine, because energy, if they're able to play around the range and the denials here with the Syndra Emilio combination, to be able to protect this Aphelios, that is super duper scary. So not gonna be like some big crazy difference later on in the game. The control ward here might be some bait.
Ooh, Someday going over the wall with the blast cone. He'll get away from that one, but now energy has control over the 100 Thieves red side jungle. Contracts wants to be able to steal this red buff away. He's not going to get it. Closer gets away with that one. The red buff, the red buff orb is still on the ground. You know, Double-lift wants the orb.
Yeah, he should be able to go get that, no problem. Everybody has left the area, so red buffs acquired for 100 Thieves.
Contracts not quite level 11 yet on that Kha'Zix. Would really love to get that. I would expect him to evolve the rockets for the extra slow, the extra AoE coverage.
Yeah.
There we go. Level 11 evolved now, and
Spike rack for sure.
Sure enough, there's the rockets.
There's like 0 chance. I'm not even going to give it like the 0.01%.
You're just calling it a flat out 0.
That you do something else in pro play. If you don't have the spike rack, what are you bringing to the mid game?
Well, Drake in under 45 seconds. I'm expecting we're going to get a fight for this. 100 Thieves would love to put themselves at soul point, have that pressure over energy for the rest of the game. Nuke Duck has that flash Tibbers like you were talking about. That is a huge team fight tool. Contracts and FBI, either one of those guys, boom, you win the fight.
Oh, this teleport for Tempo to Dragon here from Palafox. They teleport him down. He doesn't even want to waste the time walking because Dragon's up in 13 seconds. They want to get this vision. It's so important to be able to utilize that range advantage that we're talking about with the stuns, because whichever team gets that snap engage is going to be able to burst somebody down. There's so much damage here. Dokla's going to be able to push them out. That teleport from Palafox grants them entry into the river. They've got the control wards down. They will burst down this dragon. And teleport on Rift Herald is going to delay that push a little bit, but 100 Thieves should be able to trade mid-tower.
All right, the dragon almost reset there for a little bit. But yeah, mid-tower should fall.
Here they come.
Energy wants to prevent this second Herald charge. They jump in immediately, just kill Someday. Nicely done there, as Nuke Duck and Closer have to try to get away now. FBI chasing after him. March 2 with a purple gun, grabbing him, locks him down, and Energy's ready to clean him up. Palafox picks up the kill on the enemy mid laner as Closer tries to get out right next to Double-lift and Busio. FBI ready to chase, but it's Zeri, man. You gotta look out. Double-lift pops the ult, ready for this fight, and forces Energy to reconsider.
All starts with a Shirelia's active. The move speed from Ignar boosts them over to the rotation. Palafox gets in range, uses the long range scatter the weak stun to pick off Someday, and there's no teleport on Someday. So this dragon would have to be a steal from Closer. 5,000 health, he's got flash, he's got everything. Closer could definitely yoink this. CLG got to keep him out.
Energy are trying to just keep that Lee Sin away. A kick over the wall. The Zap's ready to follow it up. Closer goes into the pit, but he's immediately killed. Energy take out the jungler, and they smite down the Baron at 21 minutes. But now Nuke Duck has made a TP in. He's still ready to fight. There's no Tibbers, but he has his stun. Zap over the wall. FBI likely to die here. Nuke Duck doesn't chase him all the way just yet. Contracts and Dokla both nearby. Protect the president. Secret Service Cassante. Get ready to go. Pathmaker trying to shove the Duck back. Contracts. Oh, he's thinking about this one, but you don't just want to give him another kill. Dokla and FBI both getting picked up there as 100 Thieves get some kind of a punish after the Baron.
Okay, that's 2 kills after the Baron. Contracts. Don't want to mess with that. A little bit too much power right there. But he could get a straggling recall maybe. Okay,
not quite.
Everybody calm down here. 100 Thieves. Definitely really poor situation with that Baron. It came out probably the worst that it could. It was like special delivery, Lee Sin kill plus then. There's no smite steal threat, so you don't push them off the Baron either. So that was very beneficial for Energy. This one though, the root, the purple gun from Aphelios, often underestimated, but huge value. I like how they cut out the part where Contracts flash Spike Racked and then they all had to run away. But here we go with the Zeri laser going through, and he got kind of hyped.
Yeah.
And it was a nice little stop there from Energy with all 5 members in the pit. They just push him right against the wall. Boop. Lee Sin doesn't get to do anything there, and they get the kill. And once that smite is down, also then they're not even worried about finishing the Baron or the flip threat. So ideal scenario for Energy.
Yes, sir. And now we're back to live with a nearly 5,000 gold lead for Energy. They have the Baron for another 75 seconds. And here in about 2 minutes, the next Drake spawns. Contracts stealing away the enemy jungle. They're placing down some vision. They're using their tempo here. FBI does not have the Baron buff, so the minions are not currently enchanted down here in bottom lane. Now that Palafox shows up, they've got him buffed. Nuke Duck and Closer in position to defend. Doublelift and Busio join up. FBI blessed with the cozy campfire, the long-range damage. Nuke Duck's down, sniped, beautifully done from Energy.
This is the second time this week that we have seen the Milio Felios combo get one of those super deep kills at the tower. Another one from FBI. The snipe is true. The Baron buff is still going to provide that value. These turrets are going to fall very quickly. Mid lane, short to follow here. Dokla pushes that one up while the rest of the squad here is working away on bottom.
I love the fact that this ability lets Aphelios commit war crimes, but it's called Cozy Campfire. Just the execution of what it does versus what it's called. Like, watch this again.
It is the stun from Palafox to set it all up. And then the green gun snipe. Beautiful stuff. With the blue follow. All right. Now, I mean, the range is just one of the best things to utilize towards late game. And again, that's why you keep highlighting it with Syndra. But these Syndra stuns, finding people a screen away. The last one we saw was Someday as they were trying to rotate away from that tower. Contracts getting in here versus the red buff. There's no smite.
Just stole it away. He knows he can't beat Zeri, but he can steal the red buff, so she can't have it.
I can't beat Zeri, but I can beat you at jungle camp killing.
Yes.
No smite on that, either of those champions. So Dragon will be our next point of conflict here. And honestly, 100 Thieves probably just give it away.
Yeah, I would expect so.
It's 18 seconds and the hole is too deep.
And honestly, Energy are checking all the boxes that we wanted to see them check, right? Contracts has not died. He's not given away that shutdown. Yep. Palafox is having a lot of presence in the game with these stuns like you were talking about. And FBI and Ignar are utilizing their range to keep 100 Thieves away and not just get bursted down.
Yeah, when Energy were able to get the Mountain Dragon and then Shirelia's over for the rotation to catch 100 Thieves in the remnants of their mid tower going down, get those kills, and then end up in a scenario getting Baron too. It makes it way more difficult for 100 Thieves to come back in the game, but they're still going to try bully over to the Zeri side. The Hurricane is done and the Titanic is on the way. When you get those 3 items for the Zeri is when you really start AoE melting these team fights.
And that's kind of the point of critical mass for Energy, because if you feel like you're running the game up until that point and all of a sudden you're playing against that and you just completely whiff a team fight, that could be the turning point for 100 Thieves, and I think that's what they're playing with.
There you go.
There it is. Titanic Hydra online for Doublelift. 26 minutes in, the core Zeri build is completed. This is the Monka W phase. If you're Energy, you must play around this.
Look at that health bar. Is that an 80 carry health bar?
That's a very health bar.
All right, let's see if they can take it down. We got a little bit of a rotation over. Nobody pushing top lane though, so top lane going nowhere, and they want the play.
Closer. Gonna have to be a little bit careful here. Instead, he tries to turn it right back around on Contracts, who disengages back to the rest of his team. Dokla shows up here with a teleport. Closer, stop watching. Not getting a lot of value out of that one. FBI trying to find some time to fire on these guys. Breath of Life trying to keep him alive as Nuke Duck's now gonna get chased down by FBI and Dokla. The enemy mid laner's down and Energy are looking for more. Dokla's all out. Sunday's in trouble. A little bit more damage with another Intofo strike, double knockback as FBI flashes back over the wall to make sure Doublelift can't hit him. And Someday is still getting chased. It's Doublelift and Busio versus all of Energy as the Scatter of the Week finds Doublelift. He's got to play out of his mind if he wants to win this one. Still being kept alive. The heals, the shields, the speed. Zeri against the world, and the world just said, screw you. Energy get the ace for nothing.
I echo that sentiment for the Zeri Yumi. But FBI Aphelios shows that 200 years is enough time. It is stronger. Contracts gets kicked in, but the flash you mentioned, he's right back to the cozy campfire. They're safe. And then the stopwatch was because he wanted to avoid the Syndra stun follow-up. So Closer does avoid the Syndra stun follow-up. Then Someday tries to flash stun onto FBI, but FBI has the cleanse. He gets out of the Nuke Duck engage, and then the Aphelios is mowing him down. Red, white guns. He's set up by Dokla, who gets the Q3 pullback onto two members. FBI just gets the chase forward. The Aphelios running wild in this one, while the Syndra stuns, just creating so much space for them to work with. And with the confidence of the Milio, able to chase forward, a boom.
You get the Zeri, you get the loot pinata attached to her as well. And you can see damage dealt in the last fight. It was FBI topping charts. But second most was not Zeri. It was the Cassante. Dokla putting in a lot of work in that fight as well. As Nuke Duck gets caught out of position, killed before anything can happen. That's a 5v4 now for Energy for the next 45 seconds.
Milio. Even with 0 damage, because he gives a cleanse to FBI and he gives all the buffs, it's
all you gotta do, man.
It's honestly the carry.
He has 100% kill participation because whenever you're casting Cozy Campfire, buffing everybody up, you're guaranteed to be participating whenever one of those kills comes in. You're getting an assist for it. FBI has more than enough firepower to just bulldoze these tier 3 turrets. That first one's already dropped as Dokla gets the wave primed up with the Baron buff to make it more difficult for 100 Thieves to clear. Doublelift, I mean, a couple auto attacks, but it's Cassante. He's not too worried about it. Sunfire Cape plus the Iceborne Gauntlet and the plated steel caps makes him plenty tanky. Top lane inhibitor is down, and we've got less than a minute and a half until the Drake spawns. Almost perfectly lines up with the Baron buff timer, so Energy will be able to control the map entirely until that objective is available, as Doublelift and the rest of 100 Thieves are just on farm duty, clearing those waves, trying to stabilize.
So they just had Palafox teleport back to mid lane, but then they have Dokla recall anyway, so doesn't look like they're actually going to get a lot of pressure out of that one, and they're just going to arrive really early to Dragon setup here.
I mean, it's a suicide mission. If you try to go in as 100 Thieves to fight in open territory, you're 13,000 gold behind.
Bug versus Crocodile.
It's like one of those Animal Planet shows.
Bug's got teammates, though.
I don't think that happened on Animal Planet. Contracts does have his wings, too. Means he can commit much more haphazardly to grabbing a kill, knowing he can get the reset and get back out after. Did pop the ulti there just to make sure he didn't end up giving away what would otherwise be a free game state.
Yeah, if there was not a sweeper ticking there for 100 Thieves, then he was looking for the big chunk onto Doublelift. Gets spotted out by that, and only 10 seconds left on Dragon number 3. So with the Baron timing out, I would expect that they pull back to Dragon first. There's no Baron push power, means it's a little risky here. Right. You want to guarantee get your objective first.
And Zeri just mows down waves unless Baron's protecting them. So Energy not going to try to hard force anything. Instead, just picking up that free Drake. Gold lead's still over 12,000. Contracts needs no help with this. It's a little bit slow, but there's no concern about it. So that one's now guaranteed. Level 16 on the Kha'Zix, level 14 on the Lee Sin. Gargoyle Stoneplate done for Dokla. So we know that As long as you press the button, we did see some burst in the previous game that caught Rich off guard on the K'Sante, got him killed before he could end up utilizing that. But the amount of extra defense that gives you, you can even face Tank Zeri for a couple of seconds with that.
Yeah, I mean, the item difference at this point in the game is immense for Energy. Everybody except the top lane matchup is full items ahead.
And Someday immediately loses Guardian Angel. Tibbers is spawned and then instantly killed. Long range damage coming in from FBI. Not enough to kill Someday thanks to the Guardian Angel, but he's lost his ult, he's lost that GA passive, and now FBI and the rest of Energy have some free firing time onto the tier 3 turret in the bottom lane. No wave anywhere nearby though.
Yeah. Melio gameplay is so chill. You just stand back, give your cozy campfires your AD carry, wait till they need cleanse, kick somebody if they try and get in close, stay completely out of range. Dylan.
Palafox forced to flash there as 100 Thieves tried to defend. FBI finally got that wave he wanted, and there goes the tier 3 turret in the bottom lane. Contracts jumping over the wall, fires off some rockets. Not going to get double lift with just that. FBI does have the Calibrum, the green one. A little bit of extra range, extra opportunity to put this inhibitor in the ground. There it goes. That was one auto attack on Nuke Duck.
Yeah, he's able to hit the Q on that sucker, and
kaboom.
All right, well, 2 inhibitors down, Flowers. Energy, 13.3 thousand gold lead. This is more than the 10,075 gold lead that they had yesterday.
Yes.
That they dropped the game.
Right.
So this
is the one.
Is further across the finish line. This is deep in the end zone already. There's no way.
They're so far in the end zone, they're out in the audience, man. Like, this lead is massive. So for 100 Thieves, what's the moment? What is, if you're 100 Thieves, what is the Hail Mary moment that you go for? When do you YOLO?
I think you try and get them while they're resetting and they're coming back out of Fountain, because that's when they're a little lazy, a little sleepy, huh? And a little lethargic. So group up and just try and jump on somebody while they think they're running the world here. Surprise them.
Well, Baron spawns in 5 seconds. Contracts is moving around behind the enemy here. Dokla and Palafox are going to see Nuke Duck closer. Double Lift and Busio right behind him. Contracts is ready for the angle here. They're just going to go after the Duck instead. There he goes. FBI's on a rampage. And with a teleport for Someday, putting him right in the middle of everybody. He's not long for this world. He couldn't even do the flash stun. Closer goes down next. Double Lift doesn't have a chance in the world, as now Energy just tears him to pieces. The loot pinata gets popped. A double kill back over to the Bug, and they will not lose this one, Kobe. 18-3, 34 minutes in, 15,000 gold. Energy's getting their first win of Summer Split.
There they go. Energy on the board. That's a dub. FBI buffed up by the Melio and Contracts. Deathless on Kha'Zix. That was what I was looking at.
Yeah.
If they gave up the bounty, then there was a comeback angle for 100 Thieves. If not, there's no angle, okay? Smurfs it on the Assassin. Full lethality, full dominance.
Well played from Energy. You love to see that, especially after the rough state of the first couple of games, the stomp on day number 1, the throw on day number 2, now here on day number 3, getting this very dominant victory over 100 Thieves squad that a lot of people was predicting to be pretty high in the standings.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why they looked so pissed when they were losing. We should not be losing. But they're not going to today.
And again, just like we were talking about for Dignitas in the previous game, not going 0-3 in that opening week is huge for your momentum, especially in a shortened season. Making sure that you've got that faith in yourself, in your team, that you guys can find the wins and you have the recipe for success, and it's not just, you know, Major League Baseball level throws. That's what matters, and I think that that's a good confidence inspirer for these guys.
Big stuff here for Energy getting on the board. 100 Thieves, definitely a rough one there. A lot to review. Come back in week 2, though. They had some good performances this Super Week also, so I don't think it is the sky falling or anything for this squad. Here's another look at it, though. We're so deep in the game. As we're mentioning, multiple item leads.
Yeah.
It makes plays like that look easy, but when your Kha'Zix is able to go up and say 100% the ante at the very beginning, it's just gonna be a massacre. That is a 15,000 gold lead
team fight in front of you. Yeah. And Contract's making the right decision, recognizing, okay, if we all just go in after Zeri with Yuumi attached to her at the very beginning of the fight and they have every summoner spell up and all these item actives, there is a chance that we can lose this fight. But if we just kill all the other dudes instead,
Smart.
Now you're thinking about
Kill
how to
all the rest of them
dismantle.
first, then you deal with that problem for later.
Now you're properly prioritizing the issues here. So yeah, both of these squads going to end week 1 with a 1-2 record. But hey, a reminder to all y'all LCS fans, Fantasy LCS is happening on Sleeper. It's not too late to sign up and start a league with your friends, then crush their dreams with your own LCS super team. You can head on over to sleeper.com or sleeper.app to give it a try. And with game number 4 all wrapped up, it's time to join Raz and Dokla and Closer at the Tiki Bar for our... Oh, just Dokla. Sorry, prompter trolled me. That's my bad. At the Tiki Bar for our Verizon post-game interview.
I gotta say that would make for a fun interview. We had both of you at Closer.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Question right from the get-go. Congratulations on the win. I wanted to start with offseason, actually, because going through the offseason, there were a lot of changes. Now you're with NRG. On top of that, there were some new changes with just the players getting a new bot lane. Just how has it been with the new vibe of the bot lane? What do they add that you kind of recognize from, experiencing with them in scrims and also just on stage?
I think the biggest addition is that FBI is like very positive, even after the losses. Over this week, like he was still keeping a positive attitude. So just like the positivity within the team and just bringing everyone together, I think has been the biggest change.
That's a good segue, because now I'm going to ask you about how are you able to keep positive off of what has to feel like the most tilting 2 losses.
Yeah.
There was the perfect game, and then the second one, which was you guys had an astronomical lead, right?
Yeah.
So what was the takeaway after the conversation with your team, and also just you yourself? Because at times you can beat yourself up after a loss, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just took it as God testing the strongest soldiers, and I didn't really want the test, but it happened. They tested me early, so it was tough to deal with, but like that's just not how we're playing. So, it's a long season, but it's short at the same time since it's so condensed. So you kind of have to just have a goldfish memory, just forget about it and go next.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good to just, sit on your losses.
That makes sense. And my last question is mostly just for you, because during MSI break, a lot of the times it can feel short. So mostly like what has been something that you've been personally working on, either just get your head out of the game or just actually trying to work on something to get better? Like what's something that you've kind of taken away from just the break, if you've done anything?
Honestly, just watching MSI, just watching a bunch of bots and seeing how people play, and just being prepared for when the season starts. I think that's just what like off-season looks like for every pro, or it should be, but yeah, so that was what I was doing.
That makes sense. Last question, just is there a player that you've been watching that you've been kind of taking notes on, just for anybody, any aspiring top laners out there, and be like, I want to watch a VOD, maybe not my own VOD, though you should watch your own VODs, but somebody that's better than me?
Well, I'm a Zeus fanboy, so I always watch him, but I think there's a lot of good top laners in the LCS too, this split. I think Summit's playing really well. Rich is low-key good. Licorice is playing pretty well. I think everyone leveled up, so it's going to be exciting to play them.
Sounds good. Any last kind of message for your fans out there?
Don't give up hope. Never not give up hope, or whatever contract said. Just don't never give up. But yeah, just it's been a wild ride in week 1, and hopefully it's smoother from here.
Sounds good. Appreciate it. Once again, congratulations on the win. And after the break, it's going to be C9 versus TSM. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
The problem for double-elim is that nobody else is around to keep him alive. It's just Busio's exhaust. The Zeri tries to fight and still gets first blood. What is this champion, man? Busio's trying to get out, but it's a double kill back over to Contract. Contract is ready for the angle here. They're just going to go after the duck instead. There he goes. FBI's on a rampage. And with a teleport for Sunday, putting him right in the middle of everybody, he's not long for this world. He couldn't even do the flash stun. Closer goes down next. Doublet doesn't have a chance in the world, as now Energy just tears him to pieces. The loot pinata gets popped. A double kill back over to the Buzz, and they will not lose this one, Kobe.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Hello, and welcome to This or That with Kobe and
I
Jack.
can't reach, man.
And the weird
Pulled it away
pool
from me.
full of weird.
You pulled it away from. Push it. Push it over here. Push it over here.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's get started. This or That. We've got Mark in the audience yelling at us. What's the slides looking like?
This or That presented by Verizon. Slide number 1.
Okay, we've already got Mark. He's kind of weird. The analyst pool.
It's the pool.
It's instantly. I already answered this. We didn't even talk about it yet.
So it is both. Interesting enough.
Honestly, I really like the angle that Raz went with.
What people don't realize about these beads, even though they look like water, they're very, weirdly heavy. And if you push against the balls, they release liquid.
Yeah,
but if you don't,
I did not want to get
dry.
in, and I'm wet. Let's go next slide. Pool mechanics apparently don't move around in the weird pool balls. Best reaction to IMT's 10,000 gold lead comeback.
I'm going Balulu.
I mean, he's the most animated.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we're judging off of.
I like. Look at solos though. He's got a lot of force behind his.
Yeah, true.
He's not doing the clap, but it's more. I'm gonna go with solo. I'm going to.
Lulu. Let's go. Next
Good job. Old man Solo. He's 30 years old.
I didn't know that. Amazing.
Most impressive sub performance. Insanity. Boom.
Boom.
For
Insanity.
sure. Nukeduck's done a good job, holding his own. But Insanity carried the stuff out of that game.
It does depend. See, look how firm these are. If you're not putting weight on them,
we're doing this or that.
Nothing happens.
Be a professional, Jet.
Okay, so it's not that. After game 1, it would have been that, but it was a fake out because Vikla has lost to everyone, not just Nukeduck, which makes it less impressive. Although, who did Insanity beat?
I don't remember.
Pop quiz, Kobe.
You got a quadra
It was
kill.
more impressive. Got a
Next
quadra
slide.
kill. Yeah.
Which scoreline is more real? Team Liquid 3-0 or FlyQuest 0-3? After seeing them, they're both real.
Yes, but what's more real, Kobe? The whole point is like if you're
more
like is it what's more
I know which one is more likely to stay this trend?
To stay at a 0?
I would say
and
Team
stay at
Liquid
3.
is more likely to stay at the top of the table and stay good than FlyQuest is to stay at the bottom. I still think FlyQuest, they're gonna not stay at the bottom, okay? They're they're gonna climb up over some teams.
So that's less real, meaning Team Liquid is more real.
That's what I said.
Meaning it's this.
Team Liquid is more real.
I just took me a second. All right, let's get the next
Good
one.
job.
I agree.
Catch up.
I agree. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. If Caster's got a ban, I would ban. Ooh, you only get to choose one.
I'm down for this, actually. I want both casters to get a ban, though, so I'm going to ban Yumi.
Okay.
And you're going to ban Zeri. Or you're going to ban Cassante.
I also hate Cassante, but I mean, because like there's other problems like Milio and Aphelios and stuff down in bottom lane too.
It's true.
But I'll do you a solid. You're banning the Yumi. Yep. That means I don't have to ban the Zeri. I still have to ban the Zeri.
You got a second
I still have to ban the Zeri. Okay, fine. Zeri. Okay, we're done. Deal. Deal
my
made.
second
Here,
noodle's out of
noodle
reach.
shake. All right, noodle shake on it.
Wait. I have a point about bans. I think it's time for each team to get an extra ban.
I'm down.
It's time.
Too many champions. More likely to be a. Oh, can we get an item ban? They're making broken items now. I don't know.
Stay on topic, Kobe. Be a professional. More likely to be a top bot lane by playoffs. Immortals, Progressive, or TSM.
So top bottom lane, are we doing like top half, top 3?
I'm saying this.
You're already saying tactical.
I'm saying
that's because you've got Team Liquid bias from your time working with him.
Okay. And?
Just stating. Well, I've got Wild Turtle bias because I've known him for 11 years.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna go with my boy.
I think Immortals is more likely.
Also, Chime was truly popping off.
Yeah, but I think it's just way more likely that Immortals is in playoffs. So then it has to be this.
All right, I'm gonna take that.
Yeah.
We disagree. And we're done. The pool episode is over. Thank God I can get out of here.
That's a wrap for this or that. Send us your suggestions in the comments. Kobe, go join Captain Flowers to cast Game 5. You can hop in as long as you do it softly. You will not get wet. You gotta be careful, Kobe.
Oh my God. I'm very wet.
Earlier today, these lucky fans got this MasterCard priceless surprise. They each got a signed picture of some of our biggest pros from the Summer Hero Shoot. Congratulations to the lucky winners, and welcome back, everybody, to game number 5. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by nobody right now, because Kobe is making his way back over from the ball pit, or whatever. I don't actually know what the name of it is, because I'm not on the analyst desk, because I only play Skarner. I'm legally not allowed to be an analyst. Kobe's going to be back eventually, and hopefully then he'll be here by the time we get into the game, because if I have to analyze the draft, you're going to get one piece of information and one piece of information only, and that's that Skarner should be in the game. The game we are talking about, however, is C9 versus TSM, a long storied rivalry with a lot of history and all sorts of narrative going into it, and also it's always just fun to end the last game of the week with a bloodbath. So I'm hoping we don't see any Zeri, I don't want any Yumi, I don't want any Milio. I just want some good old-fashioned North American League of Legends PvP at level 3, that kind of action. And I can only pray that the players are wanting the same thing. We got Fudge up in the top lane. He's always somebody who's down to scrap. Insanity's getting a chance to jump on the LCS stage as not even the initial mid laner in the starting position, so you know he's going to want to be bloodthirsty too, prove how good he is. We're already starting off with a Zeri ban. Hell yes, let's go. Nico's out of there. We're never going to get to see Nico until she gets nerfed. Blitzcrank and Vi banned away. Not a big fan of the Blitzcrank ban because he makes games more fun to watch. Lucian banned out as well. All right, what's it going? I'm telling you guys, it's going to be first pick Melio. It's going to be first pick Melio. Wait, what are you doing here? You're not Kobe.
Hold on. Kobe's feet got so wet.
Wait, what?
My feet are super dry.
Man, why are we talking about Kobe's feet on the...
Because we were just in that weird analyst pool with those balls that he said would not get my feet wet at all.
My shoe is completely dry.
Okay, anyway, we got it.
Yours was soaked.
We took the shoe off. Okay, well, welcome to the Quadricast.
I'm not even supposed to be here. I thought he was going to be slower.
Shoe.
I'm sorry. I'm leaving. Have fun.
Well, no, you're here now.
Okay, I'll stick around for draft. I'll stick around for draft, then I'll leave.
You can't just come up here and take your shoe off and then leave.
Well,
That's bad manners.
All right, you can decide what you want me to do.
I want you to stay here with your shoes on.
Yeah, all right, they're both on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Let's see what we got, because it's Melio versus Karma.
Lock it in, Evelyn. Oh, okay. No Evelyn, lock in. Yeah, catch us up. Okay.
It's a risky draft because there's no Yuumi ban currently.
But there is Zeri ban.
Good. I'm actually really surprised that we haven't seen just Lucian Yuumi right here. So maybe it's because the Karma is going to outshove it. We haven't seen really any Karma.
Or maybe it's because Lucian's banned.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I was looking at my shoe. I have an excuse. I was looking at Kobe's wet feet and comparing it to my dry shoe, and I missed the Lucian ban.
Okay. But the Karma pick, I'm assuming, is going to be bot lane Karma because you can punish these Melio lanes pretty heavily. So let's see what TSM are cooking with here. I was just hyping up the Turtle Chime bottom lane, saying that bottom lane is going to be a top half bottom lane in the league. So now we got to see it because they gave up the Melio Aphelios. You know that thing is oppressive later on. I want to see what they lock with the Karma. Something else long range, shove them under tower, and keep them there.
Are we sure this Karma could be going solo?
It definitely could. It definitely could be mid, but I'm hoping that we see something to bully like the Melio Aphelios lane.
Is Hanser just going to play Malphite every game?
It seems to be
he's the
trend. Yeah.
That is the trend.
He's been
3 for 3.
You know, he's been in the gym a lot. He's becoming the mountain IRL. He's the mountain in the game.
I actually, it's really good versus these teams that do have Kindred players. If you can catch them with your team and pop them before they get their ultimate off, it makes such a big difference here. So we'll see about these ultis from Hanser. He has had some very good ones.
Yeah. To your point though, Flowers, I think Hanser might be the strongest player in the LCS.
Like
can lift the most?
Or like a guy
can lift the most.
objects.
Physically strongest player in the LCS. Like I don't know what the correct test of strength is. Probably just your compound lifts. He's right up there.
Yeah, I would say that that's a reasonable take. At first, I thought you were talking about gameplay. I was like, day one was not that great.
I think I heard someone from the audience shout bench.
Yes.
I mean,
bench could be a good measure. Bench could be a good measure.
I think squat.
I think both. I think it needs to be more than one test, and then you take the aggregate score.
I think that's how it works.
Yeah.
By the way, this is the chat effect on your champion select, in case you're wondering.
Well, every champ select is the same.
Yeah, it's
you have to change it a little bit.
One.
Actually, true. Is that Jin real?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's different.
This is with the slightly nerf. This is not the second nerf onto Gale Force, but this is the first one. Jin rose and skyrocketed to popularity on 13-10 when it was first super buff Stormrazor and Gale Force, and this sucker was moving around at light speed doing 10 billion damage burst damage. It is going to be kind of what I was hyping up though with the Karma, to have some burst damage and try and punish some lane phase here versus Cloud9. We'll see if it actually bears fruit, because everybody knows what Jin is going to do later in the game. If you don't get fed, not much is going to happen at all. If you do, though, then you can burst down things like Kindred and catch them out if they catch them by surprise before they get their ultimates off, make them look a little silly.
Speaking of Kindred and ultimates, I always love to see Gragas in Kindred games because Lamb's Respite heals everybody.
If they
but
try to get on your ult,
you just knock her out of her own ultimate, and then Cassante can do it too.
Exactly.
TSM going full range? Come on, lock it. Full range. Lock it. We've got Jin plus Xerath plus Karma possibilities here. Just poke out. Aww.
See, what you did is you fell for the bamboozle, and that's why they switched it over to the most meta sauce
living
possible.
my life to the fullest,
Getting
excited about
Oh my
hovers.
goodness. Okay. All right, fine. Well, at least we get to have some Gragas Kindred outplay potential. We've got the Jin. That's pretty exciting.
I'm on Blabber MVP watch.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's a little early for
I was going to say it's week 1.
So it's more like player of the week watch.
Okay.
So he was already
in,
on this watch like last.
and he almost won MVP. It's a good thing I was watching. So Blabber is already 2-0.
Eyes wide open.
Summit has won 2 player of the games, had a really good week in TL's 3-0, but Blabber's Kazakh's game, I believe it was against Santorin yesterday, is just going to ruin Santorin's stats for the whole split. I think Blabber was like 3,000 gold up at 15 minutes. So even if he's even for the next 5 games, it's going to be an average of like negative 500 anyway. But anyway, that was just one game. So if he can do that, his first game on Kindred was amazing so far. He carried on Kazakhs.
Yeah.
If he can do it again on Kindred, win 3 player of the games, he's a shoo-in for player of the week.
And they've got Emilio on their team. So Emilio's going to give him that cleanse. Makes it a lot harder to do what I was talking about, bursting him down, catching him off guard, and people trying to deny Kindred ultimates. If you got Emilio on your team, the extra range, the cleanse, it does as much for the Kindred as it does for your AD carry.
Yeah, and I think Blabber's a new man. Like last split, he played a lot of Maokai. Right?
You've been watching.
He played a lot of Sejuani, and now he's going Kindred, Kazakhs, Kindred. He's full clear every time, never gank.
Yeah, it's a new patch too, so...
Yeah, we had Fudge in for some 1v1 content that's going to air sometime in the future. And this was after the first game, and it's like, what did you notice about that game? He's like, well, Blabber said I'm going to full clear no matter what. We're going to have to talk about that in the review. And then the next game, he full cleared again. So watch Blabber win MVP.
If you're playing champions that can carry, then
full clear no matter what.
Resources are very, very important. And Blabber always has been a jungler that will love to look for efficient, full clear pathing so that he can get fed.
All right. Well, let's hope that we get some spicy Kindred gameplay here. How do you, Kobe, you're into a lot of different jungle matchups. How do you feel about Kindred versus Wukong?
I prefer the Kindred side because you can get super aggressive if you have laners pushing in. Okay. Kindred's, first red buff for Kindred is this so much harassment possibility. You can go for some invades, make the Wukong run around the map and kind of scavenge for scraps. It's definitely harder to pull off in pro play since teams are much more coordinated around protecting their junglers, but I love being the Kindred side of it. Right now, it's just such a good time to play Kindred with Trinity Force getting a bunch of extra stats and escaping the bans or the reductions that Gale Force and Storm Razor and stuff got.
M&S gonna get that push in mid. We earlier today had the game where Cassante was locked in for Dignitas, and we're like, there's no way, Jensen's not a Cassante player, it's not happening. Now this is kind of the opposite thing where when I see Cassante locked in on Cloud9, I pretty much expect it to be M&S.
Yeah.
More than Fudge.
Absolutely, he's done it the most. I do also know his Gragas game from day one was not that good.
No, I would go so far as to say it was the opposite.
Yeah, you do know that, huh?
Well, it was against Gory, and it was probably one of the worst games I've seen M&S play. So it does make sense to keep him, at least for this week, on the Cassante, have Fudge go up, take the Gragas. They still get 2 really versatile frontline champions to go with their double marksman plus Melio, and I think it just will stabilize the laning phase more than the other way around.
And we've seen M&S be such a skillful player in so many different matchups. So yeah, if something's not there with the Gragas pick in week 1, I'm with you. Just keep him off of it, put him on something that he's played to great success so many times before. Because, I mean, this is the guy that we were praising so much during Spring Split for just showing up. He wasn't able to get in for a big chunk of the split. And I think it was you who actually brought it up, Jed. He has, like, the record for the fastest time to go from, playing it was the least amount of wins to go from joining the LCS to getting a trophy.
It was 10 regular season games, and that's including tiebreakers, and then trophy. No one had ever done it in that few regular season games.
Jumps in, finds the engage, and Tofo strikes.
Setting up for Kindred.
Blabber did not full clear.
Blabber flashing in, guaranteeing the range on Insanity. Yes, he's charmed up, but the first blood is there. C9's on the board.
That's the 6th camp. That's the bigger 6th camp right there, mid lane.
Pass by mid lane.
Ari camp.
Clear that Ari camp. Sorry, Insanity. Not your fault. You've been labeled a Kindred mark. All right. M&S, as you guys were talking about it and him setting this up, Cassante has such amazing setup here. And once that E is on, already charged, Blabber knows the next auto, even with the charm hitting, he's going to be able to get it off. He's going to be able to secure that kill. and racks it up himself, plus able to get top scuttle grab and finish off that full clear.
That's really huge. That's a good start.
With your mid laner playing a tank, you feel good putting the money on the carry-style jungler anyway. Get him ahead, get him snowballing.
Yeah, and this is something they did yesterday as well when Blabber was on Kha'Zix, as we're seeing the power of Jhin in laning phase. But basically, Blabber would gank top lane. There was this really interesting sequence where Blabber ganked top lane, and then Fudge recalled while Blabber took 2 plates, and then Fudge teleported bottom to match the enemy jungler, while Blabber continued to kill the turret and get solo turret gold on Kha'Zix. So they were actually dividing their resources to make Blabber the carry when he was on Kha'Zix.
Let's see if Boogie can do anything up here, though. Fudge smacking Haunter around a little bit. Haunter showing no fear. You would think that that would make Fudge wonder, what's he doing up here? Yeah, it's just
acting.
like, oh. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Fudge has to know. This is a paid actor Malphite.
Yeah.
He is simply pretending. Okay.
But Fudge acted enough to keep Boogie there because he thought maybe Fudge wasn't acting. So he was the better actor of the 2.
That's correct. Yes.
That's why he got the Cloud9 job.
Blabber's just clearing wards. He's hanging out. Fudge is going back up to top side. AP Gragas, good. I like that Gragas better than the tank one.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, they've got double marks.
They need some magic damage. Yeah, if they did double tank, then they'd be 2 physical damage, and Malphite would never die. So he needs to go AP. That's good.
And you have more Everfrost possibility setups here for CC to really feed those marksmen.
Still only that 1 kill on the board from Blabber passing through mid lane. Insanity has the level 6 now, so it's going to be harder to do that in the future. Bottom laner's still only level 4. Blabber still patrolling around here, only has the 1 mark from the kill. You can see him stepping up in the enemy jungle here, but that mark has already been cleared by Boogie. Scryer Plant finds the Wukong in the recall. Blabber is already shopped. He has the Hearthbound axe, whereas Boogie just has an inventory of no real combat power. So now that he goes back, shops, grabs his Warhammer, he's in a better spot if he runs into that Kindred again. But like you already said, Kobe, Kindred likes to get scrappy if you've got lanes winning, and both M&S and Fudge are shoved up to the enemy turret.
Yeah, definitely does. And M&S is far shoved up on the enemy turret. Even going to take a tower shot with the extra charm hitting here. He was trying to charge up his Demolish proc there, but Insanity is able to land the charm under tower. Keep him respectful.
Boogie, is there an angle here? He's waiting for it.
Looking like some counter. Oh, and he's gonna go for it.
Okay, Insanity jumps in. Spirit Rush into the charm. M&S goes all out, looking to bring Boogie back underneath the turret. Nicely played by M&S. As bottom lane, Sven escapes from Turtle and Chime. That 2v2 is not gonna lead to a kill, but Fudge gives Haunter a big old drink. Oh, the barrel, not enough.
If he got 1 more auto win, it would have been closer. He wouldn't have killed him, I'm pretty sure. So I was doing the math real quick.
The same outcome.
Yeah. I thought maybe it was a kill, then I thought about it. It wasn't.
Good escape from M&S though, and his reaction and getting the immovable off there with the Cassante to get the escape, just using his ultimate. Since he didn't have his flash up, that was very necessary. Good reactions from M&S earn him. Not only does he stay alive,
Blabber though, Blabber wants to take the Drake. He just gets popped. He gets it, but Turtle puts a bullet in his head for the trouble.
He puts him down afterwards, but he got the dragon. So
Turtle took Lamb behind the shed for stealing his dragon.
Peak Jhin just 4th shot him right after the dragon. That was a really dicey situation for Blabber because I actually thought Turtle was going to try and hit him earlier to try and get the Kindred ult out like early so that Blabber wouldn't be able to finish the dragon, but the alternative is fine. They get the kill.
Yeah, okay, you trade the first Drake. Ocean is a nice Drake to acquire early on in the game, so Cloud9's all right with it, I think. They're still up over 1,000 gold.
I would like to note, too, for M&S, after he escaped certain death there in the mid lane, and Blabber was starting dragon, he did get his Aftershock proc after all and got a turret plate, too. So this Cassante, not only is it up in CS, absorbing enemy cooldowns, but also able to get the turret plate for himself. So doing super well on this champ that we're hyping up. He plays so much of it in mid lane after the trend started quite a while ago of all the mid laners playing it. He put a bunch of time in on it and is performing much better on that than the Kraken.
Yeah, it was a bit of a strange sequence there where he spent a lot of time roaming bottom there, and that has given Boogie a lot of time to start up the Rift Herald and will make them slow on this move Karma's also in mid lane, so it's a 3v4 if Cloud9 takes it.
Eyeball pop, they've got the Herald.
Yeah, TSM should have it.
Herald's all ready for TSM, but C9 wants to try to take a fight. Insanity and Boogie both going to get hit by that ulti. If Chime can get in here in time, it could be the big difference maker. Blabber's ulti keeping everybody alive for now, as M&S goes in and finds another Intofo strike on 2. Goes all out, brings Insanity back over the wall, but Insanity kills Blabber on his escape. Fudge now charmed. TSM bringing the extra man, might be able to still find a fight, but M&S is just tearing people apart. Double kill back over to Cassandre. Fudge finally drops. Boogie getting the kill on him there, but M&S is just going to beat everybody unless Insanity has something to say about it. The all-out finally expires. M&S going to need some footwork here. Goes in! Done! Cassandre Gaming, he nearly gets them all.
King Cassandre there. They got the roam, the support roam over there, so you think TSM's got it in the bag, but Cassandre racks them up. M&S.
Cloud9 can't keep getting away with this. They actually did this so often in the Dignitas game, taking fights when they did not have the numbers advantage. They knew Karma was mid lane here, and they take the fight anyway.
Yeah, so Kindred ultimate, after the initial burst damage goes down, does save them for a while. M&S gets 2 people on the Q3 here, then ults over Insanity to isolate him, but Insanity still gets the flash kill onto Blabber, and TSM, M&S, he's not done. He's able to hit both of them with that Q3, kills them both. Picks off the other one. Nice W from Boogie, or that would have been another one, another body bag there, but allows TSM to kite it out long enough. But here, again,
double stun.
So good.
TSM, I think, misplayed just barely at the end there. Shouldn't have grouped up for that double stun. Then it would have been able to kill him and not die. So M&S shaking it off.
Yeah, he wanted the YouTube highlight with 4. He wanted to get them all.
That would have been better. 4 would have been better than 3.
3 is still pretty good.
I think he's still all right being 3-1-1. He's got his Jack show already completed. Not even 11 minutes into the game. Fudge with another cast doesn't get the exact angle he was looking for, so Hanser still stays close enough to the turret to not die to this one.
Blabber's Player of the Week campaign is off to not a good start in this game.
Yeah. 1-2-1, not the ideal situation, but hey, he's got his Trinity Force now, and that's Player of the Week gasoline.
It is. And also, once the stats get compiled, that's what people are going to see. So he needs to have, I'd say, 4 more kills at least this game.
Well, he definitely has a good chance now because he's got the power spike for Kindred. Trinity Force just completed for him with the little bit of a lead he has over Boogie right now. See if he can actually make use of it. He's got so much setup on his team. M&S on full display in the last fight and is going to be able to push up the wave here.
That Everfrost stops him in his tracks, but nice use of that Q3 to get the knockback anyway, keep Insanity around for a little bit of an extended trade. Boogie wants his Gromp, but Blabber wants Boogie. Deadly Flourish, not going to find a mark here as Boogie's forced to Cyclone defensively to get away from the Kindred.
Yeah, look how much burst damage that is. Trinity Force done. Guess what? You want any duel. You will Q into the face of a Wukong who has ultimate. Don't care.
Still win.
Tons of damage. Thank you, Freak. Blabber's going to be able to get blue and Gromp.
Yeah, that's huge counter jungle. He already had about a 20 CS lead on Boogie. That's only going to get bigger here. Maybe a 2-level advantage after that Gromp dies. Not quite, but ready for the next dragon spawn.
That's up to 3 marks. So next mark, really big one. The 4th mark for that extra range. And we saw already, too, with that invade, the benefits of having that Milio on your team as the marksman jungler. Sven moved up with him, gives him that extra burst damage as well to go with, that extra confidence. And it really does mean a difference. Blabber this time on Dragon jumps out. He doesn't want to die for this one, and they give it over.
All right. Foul Drake for TSM. 1-1 on the Drake count. Meanwhile, we haven't really had anything happening down in bottom lane the whole time. It's just been a lot of farming, and Berserker's up 2 waves in that contest, so things are going nicely for Cloud9 on the other end of the map.
Yeah, I think in terms of CS, things are going well bottom lane. I think in terms of the way the map is played out, I think you can kind of see the strengths of the Karma and the Jhin. Chime was actually able to be involved in that Rift Herald fight. They also managed to kill Blabber at the first dragon, push him off the second dragon, so it does feel like they're getting push almost whenever they want in the bottom lane, and even though Sven hasn't moved much, they've gotten, what, 1.9 plates? Now 2 plates?
I hear what you're saying, and I still will not take that deal. I will take, give me the Aphelios Milio 100% of the days.
So I think Global League of Legends agrees with you.
Okay.
Based on the pick rate. But I will say, there are things that Jhin can do.
Yeah, he does things like W roots people. Hell,
He did the fourth shot on Blabber.
Yeah.
So Sven and C9 call Jin Mr. Useful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But ironically.
Yes.
Well, Boogie wanted to steal away those chickens, but Blabber said no, keeping his control over this game. They're at the same part of their EXP bar, but Blabber's one level up, so it is a true full level advantage, not just the I ticked it one camp ahead of you. Boogie struggling to keep pace with the Kindred. 40 farm. That's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Kindred, another part of Trinity Force, why it's actually quite good in a lot of jungle cases. The attack speed is good for helping clear your camps. Even though in a lot of the skirmishes, it doesn't get to shine fully. With this champ, it certainly does. And you're so tanky, too, as Kindred with the steel caps, plus 4 marks right now.
Oh, wow, they got the 4th.
Blabber is truly peaking.
This could end up being a lot like that C9 versus Golden Guardians game where you're like, oh man, this is kind of a slow game, and then 26 minutes in, it's just over. Because once they do get a few kills, they're going to shred through turrets so quickly. They just need that one fight, and then I think they can blow the game open. But they still have to be able to find that, because TSM, actually, in all 3 of their games, have just picked incredibly strong initiation. 3 Malphite games for Hanser, and Boogie and Insanity are generally always on champions that can be very active.
Well, they're not getting active right now. TSM deciding they do not want to fight for this second Herald. Not going to have a repeat big scrap in the top half of the river. It's C9 claiming that one. I picked up by Blabber.
And he's so rich. He's got to be so rich right now.
Fudge in some trouble. Chime looking to root him down there. Nice step away from the ulti, and now Boogie can follow up there. QRQ, easy does it. TSM 5-4 lead in the kills.
Look at that, actually. Only a 500 gold lead over Boogie because of the 2 kills that he's been able to pick up.
Definitely a good strategy here.
Yeah.
Fudge, to pick on Fudge when you're playing versus Cloud9, that has been the area that a couple teams have found an extra way back in. And after that Fudge kill, guess what? The bottom outer tower is traded, but they're not done. They're going to get 2 towers. So that kill for Boogie onto Fudge and Chime with the dodge on the ultimate here. Really big rewards for it. Tremendous gold off of 2 towers on bottom side to keep it fairly close.
Yeah, not even 1,000 gold separating the 2 teams now. It's just going to come down to a lot of execution. And like you said, Jet, they draft a lot of initiation on TSM's side. The more initiation you have, the easier your execution is.
Yeah, and they were able to use that to achieve victory yesterday. But I do see a Sunfire Cape on Cassante.
Yes.
And I'm looking at TSM's team, and I'm wondering if M&S will die again this game. I think that's in question.
That is.
I don't see Jin with the Storm Razor. That's not going to do anything. The Abyssal Mask Malphite, nope. Pretty much just Insanity. But if Insanity's using all his Ahri stuff on Cassante, then he's not using it on Blabber and Berserker.
Which is in itself another problem.
So I see a 1,000 gold lead, but I feel a much bigger lead.
Okay.
How about you, Kobe?
We're gonna have to see the Storm Razor, Gale Force Jin do something to other people. Yeah, because I agree.
Yeah.
No, the tanks are not going to be.
How big does the lead feel to you?
It feels medium-sized.
So like how much gold? How much gold is medium size?
763.
Oh, so you think that's accurate? I'm gonna say it feels like 3,000.
Okay.
You're sticking with 900?
Yeah.
You're just a man of numbers. No risk there.
But there could be risk if TSM want to fight for this dragon. Do they? C9, total control over the bottom side river for now. Insanity is pushing up that bottom lane, so he's not anywhere nearby. He does have the Unleashed teleport available, but if C9 finds somebody, they might just explode them before the teleport can even be a part of it. You can see Hanser already 40% HP here. He's just going to die. Blabber's still looking for him. He's trying to run it off. Flashes away.
Yeah. Might as well be dead. No ult, no flash, no health bar. So that is going to be the dragon. And Cloud9, Fudge is going to go collect the minion wave on bottom side. The only thing that they will lose is a very small thing because Insanity teleported to top side to try and counter shove up there. They might lose a few of the minions, but it looks like even sending up some reinforcements now. Let's see how much TSM could get on the other side of the map. They take away a little bit. Gromp, shove in the wave on top side.
I agree. The gold lead actually shrunk. but I feel like Cloud9's lead got bigger.
So you just keep saying.
So you know
the
what?
exact opposite of what's on the screen. I know it says 900.
I'm analyzing. I can, like, what
No,
do
it's
you
just
need
funny.
me for here if I'm not going to give you the context?
It's just funny because I think it shrunk.
I'm not
but I
even
think it
supposed to
got
be
bigger.
here, Captain Flowers.
I know, that's why this is so fun. That's why I'm having a good time.
Have you ever played that carnival game where they'll have several different boxes that are closed in, and then you stick your hand in, and you have to guess what it is based off the field?
Yeah.
Like, Jat would be really good at that game.
And you would not be willing to take a risk. You were like, I think
Kobe
there's an
will put his
object
hand
in
in the
here.
box.
Make a statement, man. How big is this lead?
781 goals. It's big enough for Hanser to just get beat to death down here. This tier 1 turret falls, C9. They got all that momentum. You know, for as much crap as I'm giving you for this entire segment, it does feel like C9 is way further ahead than the number would suggest.
Yeah, I was super right, but more importantly, Kobe is way too conservative.
You're asking how much gold they're ahead.
How much does it feel like they're ahead?
Well, they're ahead enough for M&S to just dive in and kill Chime. Nice shutdown goes back over to Boogie, though. The answer to Jat's question is yes, he will die again. Now Blabber's locked up. He's killed because the Lamb's Respite had already been used. Sven's trying to get away, but it's a double kill over to Insanity. Maybe we caster curse that gold lead after all, because TSM turned right back
They're teleporting.
around.
They're not even. They're looking for a dive play or something. Berserker is low, but he still has flash.
Baron just spawned.
I think that's a little. Okay.
Is it just a Baron rush?
This game is feeling a lot closer now.
Fans at home, I wish you could see Kobe's reaction to this. This is. Oh, this is a
We
good
need
one.
like a.
They're getting married. Come on.
We need a graphic with Jat's velometer. Baron's going down pretty quickly here, and Berserker's watching. Fudge has his eyeballs on it, but there's no smite here for Cloud9.
He's got blue gun ult. He can do a lot of damage.
Fudge throws the ulti in. Baron's down to 1,000, secured by TSM and Boogie. Fudge trying to get away from this one. Oh no! They just made brownies out of them.
I don't trust Jat's feelings,
So-
but I'm taking away from this.
So I can explain.
Okay, what do you got, buddy?
We're going to see if Flabber's able to chase anyone down.
Okay.
But this is a story. This is a story that goes back before just this game.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Cloud9
I like
did
this.
whatever the hell they wanted against Dignitas because they were up 5,000 gold. They took so many fights that were 3v4, 3v5, and won them. I was thinking at the time this is going to give them so many bad habits. They were feeling very far ahead in this game, and they made a stupid play. So TSM was just waiting for Cloud9 to make a mistake. They do have good initiation, and when M&S and Blabber fly flashing over that wall, they have gone too far because Berserker's Ven can't come in. Insanity is able to get the kill onto the richest members of Cloud9, and the timing of this could not be worse because there's so many members missing on Cloud9 that TSM can take the Baron. So they're now slingshotting themselves ahead in this game.
And that's why we highlight these split seconds mean everything for Kindred ultimates. He's not able to get it off in time to save his teammate. So then his ultimate is wasted because he's sitting there full health. It times out. M&S is already dead, and then he can't use it when he's trying to escape, and the Wukong gets the upper hand in this one with that small timing difference and being knocked up, not being able to save him there. It was a sick start to the play, you know, flashing over. But in the end, TSM coming with Baron buff, and guess what? That's almost a 2,000 gold lead. After they crack this tower, it will get there.
Okay. Let's see if Cloud9 get anything back. A couple of arrows out of Blabber there. Chime gets away before he gets the proc. But C9 finding themselves, like you said, man, punished for that stupid play in mid lane. The dive went way too far, way too hard. TSM staying together as they retreat. 35 seconds on that next Drake. That one that they denied earlier actually very important because now even if Cloud9 gets this, it's not Soul.
Very true. It will be the second mountain, which is very important, and I really want to know, Kobe, do you feel like TSM can make the upset from this position?
Yes, I feel like they can. It's going to be hard for Hanser, especially as he is caught here. Ultimate and flash available. He might have to use one of the two.
He's creating space.
None
He's
of the
rooted.
two.
Oh, he gets away. Unstoppable force. Unstoppable in the other direction. Meanwhile, a 1v1 up in the top lane between Insanity and M&S. With Hanser forced to recall and having no ulti, I feel like this is a C9 Drake for sure.
I agree. I feel like they can still win as well. Kobe's on TSM's side. I'm going to say it's C9. Maybe it's just because I'm biased against their 2-0 start, but we'll see. I think the team composition will still work. I think it was a slip-up they had at the Baron pit.
Okay.
It's going to be a close game. This is a much better game than we were expecting.
We also almost got the Ari joining in on the fight down there, but yeah, M&S stepping up, making sure that doesn't happen. Gargoyle Stone Plate completed third. Very, very tanky boy. I feel like if Cloud9 does retake the lead and retake the game, it's going to be off the back of M&S.
Right. 5-2, he has the majority of his gold.
It's going to be off the back of a big team fight here, and Milio ultimate ready, Kindred ultimate ready. The team fight possibilities for this Cloud9 squad are through the roof.
C9 has all their flashes up, which is really, really important in pro Malphite games. Because if you are able to flash that Malphite ultimate, he really has nothing left, and you can usually turn the fight.
M&S gets away from 3 TSM members, but they find a little bit more damage on the back end of that. No Baron for another 2 minutes, no Drake for another 4. There's not really anything to fight over right now, so unless you just want to fight because PvP is the theme of the game, then the genre of game you're playing.
For what it's worth, there is some analysis here. There are some people that believe you always need a purpose to fight, like you're fighting because you need to take a turret or you're fighting because you need to get an objective. There's also a theory that you just fight so you can get gold.
Yeah.
So legitimately, both of those things can be true at different times. And I think there was a moment where Cloud9 was fighting. They'll backwards explain it because they were trying to get gold. They're really just fighting to fight.
Right, because they were fighting because it's a PvP.
Are you talking about the dive in mid? Because they saw the pick. They were just looking for the assassination pick.
Yeah.
And they did get it.
Yeah. But then there's people that would say, like, why? There's no point to doing that. The point is gold.
Yeah.
But there wasn't another point like Dragon or Baron. Like,
And also sending the message.
Yes.
Right. They're sending the message if they want to play PvP. All right, are we going to get a fight here? What are we going to do? Blabber, you're Kindred.
I mean, TSM don't want straight up fights. This team has to get picks. Their champions are not good for team fighting. So if you're talking about your feeling for team fights, Cloud9, they still have the advantage. They're the ones with the lead in these dragons. The Mountain Dragon's doing a lot of value here. The 2,000 gold is not carrying a lot of weight. So TSM, even though they have gold lead, they still have to try and utilize these champions with their strengths of getting picks. The Jhin and the Ahri especially. Malphite and Wukong here ready for that snap engage, and they're waiting on the arrival of the Baron. 30 seconds, they've already got vision control.
I really want to shout out Insanity right now as well. He wasn't even the intended mid laner when they signed Ruby, but he's in there now.
Knock off the engage. Hawks are right beside him. The Lamb's Respite's already been dropped. TSM are looking for their fight, but Fudge has found his way in through a TP, and Blabber's chasing down Wild Turtle. The Jin's the first one killed, and TSM are about to get crushed. M&S goes all out. Chimes on the run. Haunter and Insanity can't fight back, and C9's about to get a full clean ace. Haunter flashes the way back to the blast cone, but M&S does not want to let him get away from this one. He keeps the chase alive. Haunter's gonna live, but everybody else on TSM is dead, and the Baron is the prize for C9.
Yep, they had to get a pick. That is not a pick, that is a team fight. Cloud9, put him in the ground. Baron will be theirs, and they can complete it.
Another mark for Blabber, as well as he is just maximizing his gold. Teammates, you can take the Baron. I'm going to farm mid. 236 CS, 27 minutes into this game.
And he went over and got that 8th stack on the Wolf camp.
8 stacks. That's part of playing a stack champion. The stack is the most important thing in the game.
2-level lead, also quite nice.
Yeah. All right, what does the lead feel like now, Chat?
It feels 6 or 7K.
Okay.
Because of the 8 stacks and the bigger team fight composition, but also it does feel like the game is late enough that TSM can still win it. So I thought they were in a position to win if they fight this a little bit cleaner. There was actually a really good Kindred ultimate by Blabber, and it's a very narrow corridor that TSM can't necessarily follow through. You can see Turtle gets isolated. You can see that Insanity's Ahri couldn't get a great flank off, and Cloud9 could just run them down. Double marksman, Milio, everything really came together for Cloud9 in that fight.
See, I think you and the disconnect here is you're talking about feeling of gold lead as like win percentage.
Yeah.
But you keep saying feeling of gold lead.
Yeah, because when you look at
gold lead is something that we do measure, but win, chance of winning.
That's all feel.
Okay.
We'll sync on this after. There's a future here for Riotcast of talking about the feeling of leads. We might need a better definition. then gold.
I'm kind of just enjoying this. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know where the
Blabber
I don't
is
know where
too.
the car's going, but I'm enjoying the ride. Blabber over the wall
Look at
inside
that
the enemy
range.
base. The range on this Kindred dude, he's terrorizing these health bars. Boogie's trying to get away, but Fudge claims him. Haunter's gonna drop next, and Insanity went too. It's a 5v2 in the enemy base. Chad, you called it earlier. This is one of those games that's really close until, boom, the Nexus explodes, and C9's looking to make that happen right now. Berserker chases Turtle and Shine back into the fountain, and there they go. The Nexus turrets both collapse. Berserker still looking for a couple of more kills. Blabber's going to go in and grab one. Padding the stats for Player of the Week, like you said, Jat. GG, 29 minutes in. C9 end week 1, 3-0.
3 consecutive sub-30-minute games for Cloud9. 3 consecutive games with Blabber being super duper greedy and getting a bunch of gold. This was probably his worst of the 3. I'm going to vote for Blabber for Player of the Week. I know it's between him and Summit, but I'm locking that in right now. I think the other 2 games are so impressive, and he's looking to have a great split.
For this specific game, I think M&S did a lot of work in that fight up by the Rift Herald. Also absorbing so many things in the mid lane on the Cassante early on as well. Yeah, really nicely done from him. And then you get to the scenario where you've got Aphelios, Kindred, Milio in late game with 2 great frontline champions that set you all up. And they bring it home again. Cloud9 undefeated. The defending champs hold their spot.
Yeah, they've ran double marksman Milio twice now.
Yeah. If you're gonna give a Milio,
it looks the most mid the whole game until they hit like 25 minutes and it's just over. Like, it's so overpowering in these late game team fights. So I think they're going to continue to run these plays until someone can punish them more substantially early game.
Or you just ban one of Milio or Kindred.
But then you're going to get Yumi, Lucian.
Ooh. I mean, I would rather play against Lucian than play against Milio and Kindred.
Yeah.
I always choose the Milio, by the way. The Milio is so frustrating. It's just a late game, so much power from this Enchanter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also do think that it was a decent first week for TSM, who just exited the stage. I thought Insanity did play quite well the whole time. I would like to see a second champion from Haunter at some point. The 3 Malphite games were nice, but I do want to see some more versatility. But I think they actually played pretty well, had a pretty tough schedule, and C9, they can't complain too much about the 3-0, even if there were some missteps in the mid game.
How are you feeling about Mr. Useful, the Jin Karma lane?
I feel like we don't need to see it again.
Okay.
Yeah, it had a little bit early game, but then afterwards, he just could not. He couldn't even tickle Cassante. Like, Cassante's armor was so high and he didn't do any damage.
If it was 3-10, like release Gale Force and Stormrazor combo, that's where all the hype for the Jin was.
Yeah.
Then you get actual tremendous burst damage and speed running around, using snowball and stuff. But with the pro meta and the late game so much around these team fights, Aphelios, Milio.
All right, well, that's it. Week 1, all the games are done. Now it's time to join Emily and Fudge on stage for the Verizon postgame interview.
Hello, I am joined by the victorious Fudge on this lovely set that we're trying to fill out. You have a lot of fans here, by the way. Also, this is probably the most height discrepancy I've had since I had to interview Sven. Congratulations on the win. Right off the top, I think I wanted to talk to you more holistically about this week, because I feel like when I talked to you off camera previously, and then after this game specifically, you guys have had, obviously you're 3-0, but you had a comparatively shaky start to, I think, what your expectations were. So talk to me about what's going on inside the team right now.
Well, I think as a team, we're very coin flippy, especially with Blabber as our jungler. You know, we take these random like 3v4 Herald fights, for example, and try to outplay them really hard. And I think it definitely did not help, you know, with a smooth game, trying to go for these outplays. And I think that's what we tried to do basically the entire game. And I think it's our play style, which allows us to be very good mechanically, but also makes us have very shaky games. And we're definitely not happy about it. I'm sure Mithy is fuming right now, our coach, by the way, in case you guys don't know. But I think we'll definitely get better. Obviously, it's a kind of like first week regular season. You know, you're kind of like lax, I feel like, after we just played, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So I think one thing that's been really interesting about your team specifically, even last split and continuing into the split, is that I actually did really always appreciate that you guys would sometimes go for these super hypey plays. I appreciate that you believe in your own hands, and obviously that doesn't always work out. So I wanted to know, how do you find the balance between that, right? Because I think something that NA sometimes lacks is that. Like, I appreciate that you guys are not passive. Obviously, sometimes it goes too far. So I wonder, like, where does the line end up?
It's really hard to draw the line. And I mean, it tends to be a thing of like, you start to go into playoffs and you start to like, you know, you basically just don't go for the outplays as much, but you still have that same like mechanical ability, which builds over time from going for the outplays. And as you keep going for these risky plays, you keep getting better mechanically, and eventually you just become a lot better than your opponents who aren't going for these risky plays. They aren't really trying to push the limits of their champions, and we just know them better by playoffs. And we take the game a lot more seriously, I would say, by playoffs, and play a lot slower. So the games are usually more stable.
Okay.
We'll call it that.
I mean, true. And then I also wanted to ask, what if any, like, key takeaways did you guys have from the mid-season invitational that you felt like you could take back to NA?
For me, I think a lot of it was from my individual lane opponents. I think that they played around vision like way better than me, and they definitely mind gamed a lot better with acting like their jungler was there or acting like, you know, their jungler wasn't there, that sort of thing. I think warding the enemy jungle camp, stuff like that. I think I learned a lot from the enemy top laners individually. As a team, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what we learned, to be honest. We sort of just got stumped individually everywhere, so it's hard to learn things as a team, but we're trying to just take, you know, I guess it's hard to say what we really learned, honestly, as a team. I don't actually know. For me, I think I learned a lot from the enemy top laners, but
Okay.
I can't really speak for my teammates.
Who's your toughest opponent, out of curiosity?
Bin, for sure.
Okay. All right, cool. So you had said previously that you expected to be Bin.
Yeah,
So it did end up being
definitely.
Bin. All right, this ended up being a little bit of an MSI conversation, but thank you so much for joining me. But congrats on the 3-0 week. And we're going to toss it to the Tiki Bar for the end of day.
The hell is that? Thank you.
They're up there.
Saw, dude. Welcome to the Tiki Bar, bros.
I feel like I'm the only one in beach attire still.
What? This is what I wore at the start of the whole day.
Yeah, he's looking.
But without the shorts, you can't really tell.
Quick hit daily roundup. Go.
It was a really fun day.
I agree.
Yeah. Surprising that FlyQuest is 0-3. Not surprising that Blabber and Cloud9 are still good.
Yeah.
So many people voted for Summit Player of the Week. Like, not that he doesn't deserve it. I don't know what the results are, but I saw a lot of Summit votes going in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he had.
We'll see.
Well, you're getting ahead of yourself.
So you are.
I am. That's just what's on my mind.
Well, we'll get there. I guess if that's on your mind, we'll speed through the rest of this. First up, we have to take a look at today's Pogs. Everyone who got a player of the game
Take a look
today.
at them.
Bring them up.
Bring them up.
Big G, bring them up. Pioshik, Licorice, Rich, Contracts, and Eminez getting player of the games. Nice to see them all.
Yeah, a big one for me was Rich's performance versus Evil Geniuses. We didn't expect Evil Geniuses to lose this one after their performance overall throughout the week. But that man is doing great things on the Cassante, so I loved it. We got good Cassante gameplay between him and MNS, so I'm pretty happy.
We ran that whole segment about him to start things out from
Yeah.
Dignitas. Then he actually popped off.
I got surprised. Wait a minute. Piosik's pose is insanely good.
Everyone else looked normal, and it's like, Pioshik, what was the assignment here?
I love it, man. This guy is a big ball of energy. I will say, he was talking about him being in full Tiki attire. You got the beach trash vibe going.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Tiny bit.
Trailer trash.
What are you cooking up over there?
Why he doesn't have a microphone in his hand? Why would you ask him a question?
Look, my bad. He's going to work.
All right, let's keep moving on ahead. Let's go look at the MasterCard Player of the Week, which is...
Drum roll, drum roll, drum
Summit.
roll. Bang!
14, 3, and 16, bouncing back after a bit of a rough spring split for a lot of people. Always had good laning stats, but not having any of the downsides. None of those ISO deaths.
Yeah, people weren't pointing out his laning stats because the rest of the games are rough, but he has been incredible. Yeah, that CSD at
31 CSD!
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. And that's accumulation of all 3 games as a reminder. And so his team fighting was another one. I loved his Kennen gameplay in the performance that they had versus TSM. So like, I have been really loving his performance throughout. Obviously, game 1 was a little tough just because of they still kind of were rough in team fighting. But this game, I enjoyed.
Summit did great. What was Blabber's CSD? It's got to be close.
We don't care.
Get out of here, you little homer.
It's got to be close. I don't like the mystery behind Player of the Week sometimes. It's like this, to me, this was a contentious one.
Yeah, well, I think it was close. 2 3-0 teams, obviously.
Yeah.
2 good representatives.
That's all I had to say.
Yep.
What drink are you making?
I'm trying to make. I can't make a drink with one hand.
There's nothing to actually make drinks
Just drink.
with back there.
All right, hold on, Raz. I'm gonna flavor yours up.
Okay. That one's actually mine from
All right,
earlier today.
here you go.
Thank you. I
Take a
appreciate
sip.
that.
Let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week.
All right, if you want to, bring it up.
Bring them up so we don't have to watch you drink that. We're going to take a look. Licorice fastest to 100 CS time. Blabber leading level 6. Mythic item Eminez. Fastest kill in the bot lane is actually Yawn. And support item transformation Ayla. Here we go.
I'm just going to use this as an excuse to talk about Unforgiven. He's second on the list, but just him being able to debut in the LCS, we've been waiting for it. He was under double lift on 100 Thieves for a little while, and we were wondering when he was actually going to make that hop back up into first tier play. And he's been great. First game, we saw him and Ayla get a 2v2 kill on FBI. Remember that one? That was great.
That was great.
And his team fighting has been sick. They would have come out 3-0, but of course the Dignitas banana peel hit them. So it happens.
Slippery.
Exactly.
Alrighty, well, a reminder that Samsung has partnered with Sleeper and Fantasy LCS. You can now earn bonus points each week for correctly predicting the fastest performers. Congrats to those of you who claimed the reward this week. Standings, let's pull them up.
You're great. Let's bring them up. This is actually something you were talking about a little bit, Jat. FlyQuest being the Stark one, the only team without a win. That's the first one that comes to my mind. What's your take?
5 teams at 1 and 2. We're going to have a lot of movement every week. We're already 1/6 of the way through, so it's going to be a super fast summer split. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, every single time.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, every single week. But yeah, I think the big clump in the middle is where a lot of people are going to have their eyes. Even who else, like, can they stay 3-0 for Team Liquid? You know, this kind of stuff. TSM, very close to beating Cloud9 today. They had some pretty good plays. I think we'll see a lot of movement in the standings.
Also, Thursday, so 6 days from now, Ayla will play against Vulcan.
Oh, you've been loving that drama.
Everyone
on Summoner's
enjoying
Rift.
it. Yeah. We'll go ahead and take a look at that schedule that Jad was alluding to for week 2.
there.
He's already looking at Thursday, trying to get to Game 5, EG versus FlyQuest, but don't look over Wednesday. Some good matchups still. Got TSM versus Immortals, 100 Thieves versus EG, Dig versus Golden Guardians, Team Liquid versus NRG.
Dude, FlyQuest could be 0-4 when they play against EG.
This is a tough
some
schedule.
spice.
This
That
is
is
a really
pretty
tough
spicy.
schedule. So yeah, just taking a look at their schedule is something that people will be tracking. EG in the second day, Cloud9 on day 1. I mean, Dignitas looks like they're slowly getting it together, so that's another one to watch out for. And they've just been looking really rough, so need to be able to see if they can make some improvements. Finally, NRG picking up wins, so I'm interested going into next week. Team Liquid is the next upcoming opponent. And with Team Liquid just blowing people up in the early games, you really doing that?
That was the worst
What is even
one.
in there?
I don't know. Want to try it?
Okay. A little. No. I was tempted. I was tempted.
Well, that's going to do it for us here. We're coming back to you next Wednesday. Make sure to tune in then. 2 p.m. Pacific, 1:30 to catch The Waiting Room. See you guys next week.
I want to do more theme days.
More of them?
This is fun.
What's the next one?
This
The
is good.
snow day?
Snow day.
Do this again.
Go the other direction.
Yes.
Yeah, snow day.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome to opening week presented by MasterCard. We are celebrating Summer Bash here at the LCS.
Hell yeah, brother.
One of us did not get the memo. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Bienvenidos and welcome to opening week presented by MasterCard for our Summer Bash. Let's take a look at Immortals and Team Liquid arriving at the arena for our first game of the day. Both of these teams are 2-0 in the league right now. I don't know if anyone had that kind of expectation going forward, but one of these teams' win streak is going to be broken while the other continues. Call of the Forge God is going to be popped. Can they interrupt it? Nicely done by Pyoshin once again. Dragon's Rage interrupts the Call of the Forge God, doesn't allow him to get the recast off, and Kenvi has already exhausted his Glacial Prison. The flash for Pyoshin is the one taking it. Summit popping off with the double.
PRINCE.
Gory is in trouble, but he pops his own. Just the damage from 6A. Moonlight Vigil is the one that silences FlyQuest down on the ground. But Spica, he's resetting. He's the Azir. He's looking for one more in the 6A. Another auto attack. Spica's got the resets, but he's like squishy as Felios. He can't survive against Licorice and River. That's the full ace.
He had to go back and heal, but he's making his way back. Dignitas is trying to buy enough time for him. Armeo wants to heal back up. Torrent's already killed him. Rich gets another as they shut down Unforgiven. And now it's Ayla and Revenge trying to stand and fight, but they will fall instead. A double kill back over to Santorin. A double kill back over to Jensen. Rich will escape the Scion body. And Dignitas just made a graveyard out of Evil Genius. Double lift and Busio right behind him. Contracts is ready for the angle here. They're just going to go after the Duck instead. There he goes. FBI's on a rampage. And with a teleport for Someday, putting him right in the middle of everybody. He's not long for this world. He couldn't even do the flash stun. Closer goes down next. Doublet doesn't have a chance in the world. As now Energy just tears him to pieces. The loot pinata gets popped. A double kill back over to the Bug. And they will not lose this one, Kobe. But M&S is just going to beat everybody unless Infinity has something to say about it. The all-out finally expires. M&S going to need some footwork here. Goes in! He's done! Cassante Gaming, he nearly gets them all. Berserker chasing Turtle and Shine back into the fountain. And there they go, the Nexus turrets both collapse. Berserker still looking for a couple of more kills. GG, 29 minutes in. C9, end week 1, 3-0.